This man is our protagonist, newly born into this world. He possesses no spirit root. Yet, as the protagonist, instead of having an old master hidden in a ring, he devotes 2/10,000 of years to training his muscles. With one hand, he lifts mountains with one leap. He springs to the immortal world, standing before the demon emperor. A single punch sends his foes to the afterlife, even with only a billionth of his power. He leaves a sect elder knocking at death's door. No matter how formidable the sword technique, a single block suffices. Sword intent, he parries it with his bare fist. Enough preamble, let us begin. My name is Linggen, a fat man incapable of saying no. Because of this appearance, I was bullied by my classmates since childhood. In the classroom, 5 thugs are currently beating a fat boy until his face is swollen beyond recognition. You pig-headed trash, go die. Get out of here. They copy my notes, yet this only fuels my drive to study harder. I believe that in the future, people will judge others by merit, and no one will call me a disgusting fat pig again. But expulsion notices and zero-score exams crash down, a cold slap from harsh reality. After struggling with my studies, I realize I am not just a fat man, I am an academic failure. Receiving a recruitment flyer from a muscular man in a tank top, I realize my only path is to become a sparring partner at a local gym. Reading the flyer, recruiting sparring partners. No education required. Room and board included. Preference given to those over 100 kg. Back to the starting line, it seems. Inside the building, a sign hangs on the wall, train hard. Linggen feels as if he has returned to his school days, beaten to a pulp by the 5 thugs once again. Can you even do this? At least strike back. Linggen slams the table in frustration, releasing his inner turmoil. So hateful. Why does everyone bully me? A hand grabs his shoulder from behind, making him jump. It is his boss, my Ranksing, a man with slick-back brown hair and a tight tank top. Little Wu, help me prepare this month's report. Linggen hesitates to refuse, but I'm only a sparring partner. He thinks to himself, why do they always dump so much work on me? The boss flexes his muscles and looms over him with bloodshot eyes, threatening. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. He is forced to comply, his expression stiff. He accepts the paper with both hands. I said, just leave the report to me. The boss leaves, tossing back, finish it quickly and send it to me. Linggen. He looks back, his eyes swollen. Huh. A colleague instinctively preps more work for him. Leave my schedule blank for a moment, and handle next week's staff duties too. Ha, mine too. Linggen's face darkens, teeth grinding. Crunch, his temper is on the verge of exploding. He struggles internally, but eventually he submits. Just leave them all to me. 1200 a.m. Streetlights flicker on and high-rises glitter like stars. In a dark room, Linggen sits before his computer, weeping while he works. Why couldn't I just refuse clearly? I don't even get a raise. Suddenly, he feels a jolt like electricity through his body, and a strange sensation grips his heart. He begins to foam at the mouth. He collapses, remembering the doctor's warning, lose weight, or you'll easily suffer a stroke. Am I going to die from a stroke? He groans in pain, my heart, it hurts so much. Am I really going to die? Clutching his chest, he reaches for his phone, desperate to call an ambulance. But upon opening his phone, he receives a notification. Your service has been suspended due to outstanding balance. Please top up immediately. He sighs, defeated. It seems I'm truly going to die here. Even at the moment of death, work stays on his mind. Linggen grits his teeth and forces himself up, clicking frantically. No, before I die, I must change something. I cannot remain a disgusting fat man. He selects a folder of study materials and clicks delete. Deletion successful. Linggen closes his eyes, satisfied as he collapses. Now I can finally rest. If there is. In the next life, I will absolutely not be a fat man again. Linggen slides across the desk and falls silent. He doesn't notice that his mouse had slipped, clicking send on the folder. His boss, my Ranksing, is surprised. A report from Little Wu, done so quickly. Ranksing clicks on the study folder, revealing sensitive images. The images are projected onto a giant screen while Ranksing is teaching, causing a massive uproar. Linggen suddenly wakes up. Opening his eyes wide, Linggen feels his body is strange. I actually reincarnated. Congratulations to the sect master, it's a boy. 2/10,000 of years later, in the 9 provinces continent, eastern provincia land of vast forests and mountains piercing the sky. A blonde girl in a cheongsam clings to a young man's arm, chirping incessantly, Linggen Jeej. She has fox ears, fair skin, and rosy cheeks, her lips pouting coquettishly. Didn't we agree to go out into the world together? Why are you still lingering behind the mountain? Are you a member of the Fox Demon clan? Are you from Tushin? Zyro Yu. Linggen stands nearby, his muscles bulging as he lifts a massive boulder. Indeed, without realizing it, I have been training here for 20,000 years. Linggen remains calm. I'm just a normal person with a bit more physical strength. Going down the mountain would only cause trouble. You are the young master of the demonic sect. Wu Linggen. Zyro Yu stares in disbelief. How can a mere mortal lift an entire mountain? As she speaks, he tosses the mountain behind him, making Zyro Yu jump in shock. That's right, I truly reincarnated, and as the young master of the demonic sect at that. However, the demonic sect couldn't protect me. So to avoid the pursuit of the righteous path cultivators, I have to hide deep in these mountains. Linggen pats Zyro Yu's head. Training is over, let's head back. If I hadn't saved a little fox to keep me company, I would have gone insane from boredom. Zyro Yu smiles, having endured countless hardships, and thanks to the lessons from my past life, combined with the experience of being hunted in this one. 2 tens of thousands of years have passed. Every day I persisted in my training. But after training for so long, I suddenly noticed strange noises ahead. The two look back to see a massive serpent with gill-like flaps on its neck, snarling fiercely. I have transmigrated into a cultivation world. Linggen gazes at the serpent, silent. Zyro Yu looks at him with wide eyes, full of expectation. My name is really Wu Linggen. The serpent's eyes turn red as it charges forward ferociously. Aside from developing a perfect body through daily training, Linggen pulls his arm back, preparing. Linggen throws a punch. With a single uppercut, the serpent's tongue lolls out as it falls backward. Everything is trash. A finishing stomp causes the earth and rocks to shatter and fly in all directions. Linggen exhales a sigh of relief. Linggen puts on a goofy, hungry expression. Snake meat for dinner tonight. Zyro Yu agrees heartily. The sky is clear and birds fly in flocks over these mountains. She leans against the serpent's carcass. Admiring him, a golden core stage Jiao dragon, yet killed with one punch. As expected of my Linggen Ji. Zyro Yu watches as Linggen carves up the beast, when suddenly a voice booms from above. You thief. A sword-wielding cultivator stands high above, shouting down, how dare you steal a Jiao dragon? I will kill you. This is a member of the sword sect named Bai Kai. He scoffs to do something so shameless. Are you a remnant of the demonic sect? Linggen, he looks at this man with an expressionless face. His face betrays a hint of guilt. It's not me, I didn't do it, stop spouting nonsense. He wonders to himself, how did he find out? Finally, Linggen decisively kneels and kowtows. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Looking down from above, Bai Kai evaluates his target, a little fox and a mortal without a spirit root. He concludes coldly, no need to waste words, the target has no threat. He leaps forward and launches his flying sword. Die for your insolence. Go. However, the spirit root easily blocks the sword. Bai Kai falls back in bewilderment, staring blankly at the blade in the spirit root's hand. Bai Kai's facial muscles tighten. He wonders to himself he actually blocked it. The spirit root does not seize the chance to strike back. Instead, he bows 90 degrees, saying, I know you want to kill me, but I still had to block. My sincere apologies for the flying sword. Bai Kai freezes, then lets out a hollow laugh. Zyro Yu wonders to herself, what is brother Linggen trying to do now? They do not understand, for he arrived in this cultivation world and simply never learned how to refuse others. Opposite him, Bai Kai shakes his head. Impossible. A mortal with no spirit root, how could he block my flying sword? There must be only one truth. Pointing directly at Zyro Yu, Bai Kai roars, it must be you, helping this brat from the shadows. She denies it coolly. If I had acted, you would already be dead. A sudden silence descends. Doubly so. Humiliated into a rage, Bai Kai unleashes 2 flying swords in an incredibly provocative stance and boasts shamelessly. Then you and this brat can go to hell together. The second form of his sword art is blocked just as easily. Now the spirit root holds 3 swords in his hands. Bai Kai collapses in shock again. The silence returns for the 3rd time. Sweat pours down Bai Kai's face as he questions his life. The spirit root bows 90 degrees, not to apologize, but to plead that. You can kill me, but please do not harm Zyro Yu. Zyro Yu is deeply moved. Brother Linggen is protecting me from the flying swords. He holds me in his heart. Unable to help herself, she assumes a maiden-like pose. Bai Kai snarls, stinking brat. I don't believe you can block this sword art. Guanian's grace. Facing an infinitely weaker version of the 10,000 swords returned to sect. The spirit root stands as immovable as a tripod. In an instant, he seems to sprout countless arms, catching every single flying sword that Bai Kai launched at him. Sorry, I blocked them all again. Zyro Yu feels infatuated. Brother Linggen is so bad, but I love him like this. She remains in her maiden-like pose. Bai Kai looks at the two before him with newfound gravity, his gaze firm. Bai Kai sulkily stands up, lowers his fists, and adopts a genial, amiable expression. So you are a senior from the Righteous Alliance. My apologies. This junior misunderstood. He scratches his head, making excuses, yet still begs, Senior, please return my flying swords. And this junior will depart at once. Suddenly something streaks past, slicing a sharp gash across his face. The object pierces into the forest ahead. A thunderous explosion follows. From that moment on, the look in Bai Kai's eyes becomes unnervingly vacant. The shockwave ripples outward like a concentrated energy blast. The spirit root remains in his follow-through pose, his voice calm. There, you really don't know how to turn people down, do you? Bai Kai's eyes go wide, his face turning blank. He is terrified by the spirit root. Suddenly, the shoulder of Bai Kai's robe rips, sliding down to reveal skin as smooth and bright as porcelain. The spirit root hoists the Jiao dragon tail over his shoulder as if nothing happened. Let's go back. We still have to cook for father. Xiao Yu nods in agreement. Ma'am. The spirit root walks ahead with the Jiao dragon. Xiao Yu stays behind to issue a reminder Bai Kai about today. She turns back, aura murderous. Glaring with a warning, I don't want you to breathe a word of this, do you hear? Bai Kai nods frantically. He stammers just like the spirit root used to ununderstood. Understood. Understood. The spirit root calls from ahead, Xiao Yu, hurry up. She turns on her heel, her voice instantly turning honey-sweet. Yes, I'm coming. No sooner do the words leave her lips than they vanish, leaving Bai Kai frozen in place. The two monsters are gone. Bai Kai collapses, trembling too much to breathe. One hand hangs limp. The other covers his exposed chest where his robes were torn. What kind of deities were those? But a moment later, a sinister smirk crawls onto his face. Enjoy this moment while you can. He imagines an old man with a long beard and chuckles maliciously. Wait until I report this to the patriarch of the Xuanshan library. I'll make sure none of you demonic cultivators have a happy ending. On the small path, Xiao Yu chatters incessantly like a fan meeting her idol. He can even defeat nascent soul cultivators, and brother Linggen still dares to call himself a mortal. The spirit root keeps a deadpan expression, waving his hand. How could I be a match for a cultivator? He was surely just joking with me. Xiao Yu immediately denies it. No, 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 he clearly wanted to kill you. The spirit root pauses, still unconvinced. I know for a fact I am a mortal without a spirit root, which is why I work so hard to train my body. Just as the saying goes, as he walks, he swings the Jiao dragon carcass Duan Yi. Isn't taking this path also a form of training? Saying so, Xiao Yu can't help but be charmed. But brother Linggen being this dense is also adorable. White clouds, rolling peaks, birds flying in flocks. Xiao Yu leads the way, and the spirit root carries the demon beast no in 3-piece Asinto, the cave entrance. As they cross the threshold past the black wooden sign, signs of life emerge from within. Fire flickers. A crowd of bull-headed, horse-faced demons rushes out, emanating death and yin energy. Roaring in unison, let us see who dares to intrude here. Do you not know this is the territory of the demonic sect? Intruders die. The spirit root remains calm, holding up the Jiao dragon meat. I brought snake meat today. The demon beasts go wild with joy, their eyes glowing. It's our little Linggen. We've missed you to death. Behind the wooden bars of the prison, the beasts scramble and jostle. Quick, put the snake meat in my mouth. He smiles as he passes it over. 3 pieces of meat. As he feeds the meat into the cell, he genuinely cherishes these people. Though they don't look like good people, they have all been very kind to him. Suddenly, he glances in one direction, having spotted something. Wu Dai sits in the corner, sighing at the spirit root's question, Father, why aren't you eating? He crosses his arms, his tone grave. It has been many years. It is time I told you about our Wu family seal. This is the spirit root's father, Wu Dai. As he recounts the history, the boy's expression turns somber. In the past, Wu Dai once played mahjong against 3 others. Perhaps because he lost, Wu Dai pouts. This round doesn't count. The spirit root cuts to the truth. Isn't it because you owed the head of the Righteous Alliance mahjong money, and that's why you were sealed here? You unfilial son, shut your mouth. Boom. His voice booms. Stick to the main point. The reason for the seal is irrelevant. What matters is that only a tribulation transcending stage expert can break this seal. He points at the spirit root, shouting, You are the last hope of the entire Wu family. The boy is startled, stammering while doing handstand push-ups. The spirit root protests, but I am just a regular person. Wu Dai screams, Can a regular person do push-ups with 1 finger? Wu Dai covers his face, feeling helpless. Whatever, just keep trying. More importantly, the internal voice laments, Does this dense brat still not realize his own uniqueness? He tosses a golden token out of the prison cell and instructs, hold this carefully. With this token, the boy's hand reaches out, speculating this. Could it be? Inside the cell, Wu Dai looks incredibly smug, his nose held high, though this item is difficult to obtain. You needn't look so surprised. Xiao Yu and the others watch, waiting for the spirit root to voice his guess. The spirit root innocently blurts out something shocking. A VIP card for the Xuanchen Bath and Entertainment Center. Wu Dai falls over backward. Damn it. Wu Dai sits back up and clears his throat. This is the initiation token for the entrance exam of the Xuanchen sect's Xuanchen Library. Rumor has it that once you enter, you are guaranteed to reach the Golden Core stage upon graduation. If you don't join a sect afterward, they even refund your tuition. It is a top-tier institution where the elites of all factions gather. That's right. That is the Xuanchen Library. Wu Dai grabs the spirit root's hand, pleading earnestly. I believe you can reach the tribulation transcending stage and save our Wu family. The boy turns away, clenching his fist to encourage himself. I will definitely cultivate hard and save our Wu family. Xiao Yu cheers alongside him. Yes, I can go on adventures with brother Linggen. Wu Dai and the demons roar. Our Linggen has finally grown up. Prepare the heavy packs. Probably just heavy weights. Not long after, the pack is filled with heavy weights. He waves goodbye and sets off. Xuanchen Library. Xiao Yu can't help but marvel, as expected of brother Linggen. Wu Dai shouts a final reminder. Remember, you must never reveal that you are from the demonic sect. Just as they depart, Xiao Yu wears a serious expression. Speaking of which, old man Wu, why would you send brother Linggen on such a dangerous task? I am worried. Wu Dai looks calm. Worried? So what? His eyes brighten as he lays out his logic. The righteous and demonic paths are always plotting, fighting, and killing each other. For thousands of years, the righteous cultivators have hunted us to extinction, all because they fear our demonic sect. We possess the power, but for that very reason, only Linggen who cannot cultivate can break this stalemate. Meanwhile, the spirit root frowns, staring at a map to find his direction. It must be this way, he says, looking toward Xiao Yu. Wu Dai is even more confident. Besides, there is also that nine-tailed fox of near-emperor rank following him. Xiao Yu pauses, deep in thought. She reaches out. She signals the issue. I am not talking about that. If brother Linggen and I leave, who will bring food for everyone else? The crowd of demons blinks in realization, their eyes shimmering with sudden clarity. The bull-headed and horse-faced beasts scramble. Eat quickly, eat quickly. Linggen is leaving. This is the last good meal. Wu Dai immediately turns back and screams, Stop! Save me a piece. Xuanchen Academy boasts a towering edifice. On its walls hang 2 lines of text, reading from left to right, Xuanchen Academy welcome, one and all. A man stands atop the tower, his hair swept back against the wind. He clasps his hands behind him, silently surveying the group of freshmen below. This is Mai Yanli, an instructor of Xuanchen Academy, standing alongside Hall Master Lu Hong. A voice suddenly calls out, Instructor Mai, how is this year's batch of new students? Yanli turns and replies, Hall Master Lu Hong, not bad. Actually, he gazes back down at the freshmen. Some skip rope, some practice footwork, others spar or chat amongst themselves. He remarks that quite a few show promise, then his eyes land on 2 who stand out from the crowd. Even the Hehuan sect and the Sword Dominion sect have sent representatives. The silver-haired girl with an icy bearing is Bai Dai, from Sword Dominion Peak. Beside her stands a young man in strikingly modern attire, preening and fidgeting like a hyperactive child. Hehuan sect's young sect master, Tai Shanko, ranked at the 9th stage. Zhang Mo turns to Bai Dai and strikes a handsome pose. Hey there, gorgeous, care to dual cultivate with this young master. All he receives in return is Bai Dai's icy snarl. Scram. He bolts. Out. He runs off in tears. But every last pair of eyes remains locked on Bai Dai's beauty. Not a soul spares a glance for the fleeing buffoon. Some are practically drooling. That girl is absolutely stunning. Does anyone know who she is? She must be the only daughter of the Sword Dominion Peak Master. A peerless genius broke through to Foundation establishment at just 11. Bai Dai gazes down at them all with undisguised contempt. These peacocks putting on a show. Father was absolutely right. Among the freshmen of Xuanchen Academy, not a single one deserves my attention. Watching from above, Yanli mutters, this year's freshmen aren't bad in quality, but Lu Hong asks, puzzled, but what? Down below, a youth named Wu Linggen juggles 4 heavy training weights. The people around him stare, utterly dumbfounded. Yanli's brow furrows. Why do I sense something strange has slipped in among them? Lu Hong chuckles. He probably just broke through to the chi refining realm and wants to show off his strength a bit. Yanli is thoroughly unimpressed. This sorta shameless show-off. I'd wager he won't even survive the first round. Prepare to launch. Go, he rockets outward, standing upon empty air, spinning as if wreathed in divine radiance. He thunders everyone eyes up here. Looming above the masses with absolute authority, he raises his voice. I am my Yanlithe instructor responsible for this year's entrance examination. Next, I will conduct your entrance evaluation. He continues, in short, while you demonstrate your strength. I will observe and assess every one of you. Those who pass all trials will earn the qualification to become disciples of Chuanshan Academy. After watching for a moment, Wu Linggen thinks, doesn't this person remind me of someone? This instructor, why does he look so familiar? Perhaps annoyed by the staring, Yanli jabs a finger straight at Linggen and shouts, Hey you, the brat who loves showing off. Why are you gawking at me? What did I do? Linggen, still holding his weights, hesitates. Sir, that silk thread you're hanging from, it's a bit obvious behind you. You've got a string expostrix been revealed. Yanli's face turns green. The entire clearing falls deathly silent, making the sound of Linggen, setting the weights down, ring out like thunder. Several people crane their necks behind Yanli to check for themselves. The rigging suddenly loosens and drops thicker than anyone expected. Yanli slaps his hand onto the shoulder of the one he loathes, veins bulging across his face in fury. Brat, I am very much looking forward to your examination results. Linggen remains utterly clueless. Thank you, instructor. He barely gets the words out before Yanli is yanked back up into the air. Unable to hold back, Yanli flails wildly, screaming at those above, You idiots. Didn't I tell you to stop once we reach the position? The freshmen are speechless. Representing them all, Bai Dai's face has turned purple. What the hell is this? How can an instructor at Chuanshan Academy not even know how to fly on a sword? And how does this freshman have the nerve to call him out on it? Up on the tower, Lu Hong laughs smugly, looks like he's offended that petty man. This kid's prospects are grim. Yanli flexes his muscles and tears off his shirt, revealing a powerful physique as he stands center stage. Shreds of fabric rain to the ground. A burst of chi momentarily blinds the onlookers. 8 chiseled blocks of abdominal muscle stand in sharp relief, his upper body sculpted like marble. That was merely to warm up the atmosphere. Now I shall conduct the first round of your examination. Seeing the spectacle before him, Linggen feels a growing sense of unease. Does the exam require blowing off your shirt? Is the instructor angry? Should I apologize? In the crowd, a bespectacled boy with a mushroom haircut gapes in awe, abs like Thos with that kind of momentum. Surely not. A chubby kid beside him picks up the thread. Could it be the legendary? No way, the chubby kid declares. That's the legendary Sandbag Sacred Physique. As the words, Sandbag Sacred Physique, ring out, everyone's imagination conjures a vision of Yanli sitting cross-legged in meditation, enduring an endless barrage of punches and kicks. The Sandbag Sacred Physique, though, one is born unable to cultivate actively, and cannot even use arcane arts. One can absorb the attacks of others and convert them into spiritual chi for personal use. In other words, the stronger the enemy, the stronger the bearer of the Sandbag Sacred Physique becomes. Nearby, Yanli appears to grow even more massive. Purple chi swirls around the cultivator. Attacks from anyone at the same realm or below are rendered completely ineffective. To possess such a heaven-defying abolitina wonder, he's been able to teach in peace for decades. While the others fantasize about Linggen's mighty physique, all he can picture is Yanli hugging a pillar with a blissful expression, while 3 men beat him senseless. Getting beaten makes you stronger. Could it really be that only a masochist could become a cultivator? Yanli grins confidently. He points confidently at his own chest. Next, each of you will channel all your spiritual chi into a single punch and strike me. Based on your attacks, I will assess your strength, potential, and future aptitude. He glances at the only blank-faced person among the group and pauses. He can't help but smirk. I've scared that brat witless. Which means in the first round I won't. Hold back. You dare defend this instructor. Regardless of your strength or talent, I will eliminate you. Unable to wait any longer, Yanli points straight at Linggen. You'll go first. Brat, get ready. Linggen offers a warning that leaves the instructor bewildered. Sir, perhaps brace yourself. My strength is a bit excessive. Yanli nearly laughs himself to tears. Even if you were a deity transformation cultivator, you couldn't harm a hair on my body. He jabs a finger forward, his grin becoming utterly punchable. You, excessive strength. Looking down on this instructor, what a joke. Linggen throws a savage uppercut from below. Yanli rockets backward, his face warped by the sheer impact force. Tower walls shatter clean through. The explosion reverberates across the grounds. Everyone stands frozen, eyes bulging out of their skulls. Some even draw their swords on pure reflex. Lu Hong is also stunned, completely losing his composure. Linggen stands before the devastation, fist still extended in the follow-through of his punch. A random bystander stands stock still. A man just rocketed past his face out of nowhere. He's rooted to the spot, utterly stupefied. Meanwhile, Yanli lies unconscious amid the wreckage, knocked flat by the blowhead lolling to one side, foaming at the mouth. Linggen turns back to the people behind him. Does this count as passing the examination? But everyone retreats in unison, as if terrified they'll be the next one punched. On the rooftop, a three-tailed fox leaps back and forth. The fox transforms into Xiao Yu, gazing at Linggen's handiwork with an utterly speechless expression. She crosses her legs, a delighted smile playing on her lips as she murmurs, as expected of Linggen attracting everyone's attention the moment he sets foot in the academy. The other freshmen ask in confusion, "Hey, Chubba, didn't you say that attacks from cultivators at the deity transformation stage and below would have zero effect on instructor Mai?" The chubby boy can only stammer, I don't understand either. The book didn't cover this scenario. Bai Dai studies Linggen, her thoughts turning cold. So it seems I'm not the only one concealing my true power. The other freshmen stare at Linggen, bewildered. You, how on earth did you manage that? Lu Hong leaps down to the wreckage and examines it for a long while. He regards the boy with astonished words. Kid, the power of that punch was nearly at the late nascent soul stage. He turns to Yanli, still dressed like a traffic light. Yanli suddenly snaps awake, vision blurry. He lurches to his feet, battered and bruised, and staggers toward where Linggen stands. His face darkens by the second, embarrassment fueling his rage. He erupts, "You wretch! You actually struck while I wasn't ready. That was an ambush." Linggen can only stammer apology after apology. "And I told you to strike the bell and not the face. How mortifying." The chubby boy has a sudden revelation and explains to the group, making everyone see the light. So that's it, instructor. I simply wasn't prepared. No wonder even the legendary sandbag's sacred physique couldn't withstand a single blow. Yanli continues his tirade. That test doesn't count. If you pull another stunt like this, I'll disqualify you on the spot. Linggen scratches his head. All right. A sinister grin spreads across Yanli's face. He flexes every muscle. Behold the golden radiance of the sandbag, sacred physique immovable sandbag. The chubby boy instantly erupts like a sports commentator. He actually used the immovable sandbag. This is the ultimate defensive technique of the sandbag's sacred physique. It converts all incoming offensive power into pure defense. Yanli drops into his stance, body shimmering with golden radiance. This is the very technique I use for my ultimate stress test against tribulation transcendence cultivators. Today, Braitvan, if you channeled every ounce of strength you've accumulated since the day you were born, you couldn't do a thing to me. Linggen doesn't hesitate. Clang, ding, crack. His left fist hammers straight into Yanli's abdomen. Smoke still curls from the point of impact, yet Yanli's smug grin remains firmly in place. The freshmen gasp in admiration. The immovable sandbag truly is formidable. This time, instructor Mai didn't even budge an inch. However, Lu Hong, standing off to the side, observes more closely. He thinks to himself, what do you mean didn't budge? His legs are locked in his stance, and his eyes have gone completely white. Instructor Mai has fainted standing up. Lu Hong awkwardly drags him away, laughing it off. Instructor Mai isn't feeling well today. We'll count the first round as everyone passing. The crowd erupts. Hooray, we all passed the first round. Someone murmurs in bewilderment. Just what realm has he reached to be this absurdly strong? Zhang Mo steps forward, genuinely impressed. Well, I didn't expect to find another powerhouse at this entrance exam besides myself. Kid, what's your name? Linggen answers, I'm Wu Linggen. And you are? Zhang Mo strikes an annoyingly smug pose. The name Zhang Mo, 108th generation heir of the Hehuan sect. Tai Shenkao technique, 9th stage. Interlocking blossom hand, 4th stage. Interesting, care to cultivate together. He reaches over and slaps Linggen on the shoulder with exaggerated camaraderie. Zhang Mo says your performance just now wasn't bad. I'll grudgingly accept you as a sworn brother. Meanwhile, Linggen's brain is screaming, please, don't tell me he wants to dual cultivate with me. A chubby boy steps forward, putting on his most endearing face. Could you take us on as your little brothers? He speaks with boundless enthusiasm. I'm Tian Jai of the Celestial Mechanism Gate. I can provide the most accurate intelligence for all you big shots. Please look after this humble one. He produces a sheet of paper with both hands. Bowing deeply, forgive this junior's presumption. Though my specialty is intelligence gathering, I actually have absolutely no data on you, brother. Looking at Tian Jai, Linggen is struck by a wave of warmth reminded of that chubby kid who never learned how to refuse anyone. The sense of kinship is almost maddening. Tian Jai continues his pitch to Linggen, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. I wonder which sect you hail from. His face instantly twists with guilt. I am a rogue cultivator. Yes, a rogue cultivator. Suddenly someone shouts, make way. Bai Dai approaches. Amidst the adoring gazes of everyone around her, the genius maiden Bai Dai of sword control peak descends. Goddess of my dreams, damn it. Even she has been drawn to this muscle-brained brat. She points straight at Linggen's face and declares, you truly are a show-off. I will make you understand the chasm between a genius and the likes of you. With that, she turns and leaves with cold indifference. Everyone around her is mesmerized by Bai Dai. Yet a certain cloaked youth does not spare her a single glance. Lu Hong raises his voice. Don't celebrate too early, everyone. He presses a hidden button behind his back. The ground begins to tremble, sending everyone into a panic. What's happening? An earthquake? The entire gathering area transforms into a massive cube, swallowing all the new students inside. A trap mechanism activates. Cannons loaded, eyes glowing crimson. 3 Western Night-style automatons also spring to life. These night golems tower 3 to 4 times the height of an average person. Their arms shaped like cannon barrels. Cannons. From above, a voice rings out an introduction. Attention. I am Hong, Pavilion Master of the Mechanism Pavilion. Lu Hong's eyes widen. He is also the examiner for your second round. Bai Dai tenses, her hand ready on her sword hilt. The square is lined with puppet constructs, manufactured by our Mechanism Pavilion. He continues explaining the examination format. We will continuously fire hidden weapons and mechanical projectiles at you. He props the incense stick into my Yanli's mouth like a cigarette holder. He takes out a lighter and ignites it. The examination lasts for the time it takes 1 incense stick to burn. During that time, if you withdraw, the puppet constructs will cease their assault. The fewer hits you take, the higher your score. You trash without sufficient strength. Passing this trial by sheer luck will do you no good. Everyone exchanges panicked glances. The hidden weapons fired by the puppet constructs are no Jokion of the night golems raises its visor. Its cannon barrel gathering energy. This is the real deal. The golems unleash a volley of hidden weapons in unison, projectiles screaming through the air amidst deafening roars. Welcome to the examination grounds. Hidden weapons slam into the floor and explode like artillery shells. Dust and smoke swallowing every figure within. Run! Too fast? Another volley launches. Golems attack in relentless waves. Some examinees fail to react in time and are beaten to a miserable pulp. Only Linggen dodges with calm composure. Have I been hit yet? This is bad. I give up. Surveying the battlefield, Lu Hong praises, lad from the Hehuan sect, not a bad showing. Trungma employs a peculiar technique called Phantom Shadow Tai Shanko. He grins smugly when I activate Phantom Shadow Tai Shanko. No one can strike me from behind. Yet a hidden weapon nails him square in the chest. A frontal attack. Despicable. Lu Hong buries his face in his palm. At a loss for words, forget I said anything. Let me look elsewhere. Continuing his observation, Bai Dai wields her sword, dodging and deflecting with masterful composure. She is dead serious. That last from the sword sect is even stronger than I anticipated. His gaze drifts to the side, as if she notices something. Linggen sits right at the golem's feet. The automaton smashes a crater into the floor beside him. He wipes his sweat and heaves a sigh of relief. This way it can't hit me. Lu Hong's blood boils as he roars, what? Stop twisting the purpose of this examination. This trial is supposed to test your agility, you hothead. Lu Hong's thunderous scolding forces Linggen to hang his head low. This round tests your speed, and if you dare damage my puppets, you're disqualified on the spot. My apologies. I'm not entirely clear on the examination rules. Watching Linggen from across the field, Bai Dai silently assesses him. No wonder father said men are all creatures who love to show off. Now I'll handle this myself. The control is snatched from Lu Hong's hand. No one knows when Yanli regained consciousness. Incense stick dangles from his lips like a cigarette. No need to waste words on a brat like him. A sinister grin spreads across his face. He frantically smashes the controls. Just let him feel the true might of these puppets. First in problem solved, no. The golems undergo a visible transformation. Faceplates rise. Legs elongate. They become far larger and more imposing than before. Their arms' mechanical limbs appear freshly refitted. Eyes flare with blinding light, and in an instant the transformation completes. Vajra transformation. Dianket cries out in shock, Thathi can merge. These puppet constructs absolutely possess power surpassing the golden core realm. This trialdo they even intend to let anyone pass. But Dianket delivers yet another bombshell that startles everyone nearby. It's not just that, weapons on these puppets are coated in lethal poison. Brother Dianket, you can tell all that? You've got arrows sticking out of your back. Announcement 1 point deducted. Dianket explains, no, I just feel very dizzy. Wait, who's calling for me? At a time like this, spare us the educational lectures. Lu Hong's voice grows urgent as he demands the control back. But his colleague's mocking expression never wavers. This goes too far, lives are at stake here. So what? Yanli claps him on the shoulder. His voice turns honeyed and coaxing. Come, no, you don't actually want that arrogant brat to pass the trial, do you? The puppets unleash another barrage of hidden weapons, with cold, mechanical precision. Linggen, he dodges with absolute calm, so fast he leaves afterimages behind. Screams erupt from behind him, and he curiously glances back. The new students behind him are all skewered by projectiles, their scores dropping point by relentless point. Linggen looks somewhat awkward. Looks like we've angered someone. Sorry for dragging you all into this. Yanli's face twists with glee as he hammers the controls without pause. Still dodging? Then let's throw even more puppets at him. Colossal puppets encircle him from all sides, cornering Linggen into a dead end. He calmly channels his strength, ready. Bring it on, I'll smash every last one of these tin cans. Ordinary fist. But from above, Yanli stands on the platform, cackling with provocation. Stinking brat. If you wreck any more of my puppets, I'll disqualify you on the spot. Witnessing this spectacle, the group of new students stands dumbfounded. All the puppets are focused on Boss Linggener's side, just got a whole lot easier. Surrounded by so many puppets with no way to fight back, isn't that basically? Boss Linggen, I'll burn incense for you next year. Meanwhile, Bai Dai continues deflecting hidden weapons with her sword, watching him to glean some experience. This is exactly what happens when you love to show off. Father was absolutely right. Linggen, he remains calm, lowering his gaze to reassess the situation. One sweep of his eyes and he reaches a decision. This is the only way. He slams his foot into the ground while simultaneously channeling his energy, his entire body shifting into a combat stance. Linggen leaps skyward and the puppets all lunge after him. Just now they crashed headlong into each other. Yanli's eyes bulge in disbelief. Lu Hongmi puppets gone just like that. My puppet constructs, can they possibly? The new students below are frozen stiff by the counterattack, stammering what? What realm has he even reached? Sword flight requires at minimum the golden core realm, doesn't it? Dianket, lying on the ground, refutes, nah, that's wrong. He isn't using spiritual chi to fly. Watching Linggen dodge the attacks with rhythmic precision, he blurts out, he's relying entirely on the force of his legs to launch himself. Dianket rants until he's practically foaming at the mouth, alarming the female students behind him even further. He's even exploiting the recoil from each stomp to negate gravity midair. The way he lands it's completely unfathomable. Just how immense is the fortitude of his physical body? Perhaps you should rest for a while, someone says, heedless of Lu Hong's screaming. Enough! Yanli furiously hammers his fists into the control panel. No matter how powerful the body, it has limits. He can't sustain staying airborne for long. From a distance, Yanli barks his order, target his landing position. Linggen falls into a dialmate, destroying the puppets is forbidden. Yet taking hits deducts his own score. What on earth should he do? His eyes land on the girl calmly deflecting hidden weapons. And Linggen, who had already figured out a solution, mutters to himself, got it. He stomps off a hidden weapon mid-flight and rockets through the air. He hurtles straight toward Bai Dai below Somyeon, lands right in front of her. Bai Dai looks up in surprise, only to find a certain someone grinning slyly at her. A chill runs down her spine. Yao, what are you doing? Her face flushes crimson, thoughts scattering in every direction. Why did he suddenly get so close to me? Could it Bethai's guy is a lustful wolf? She starts to speak, but then Linggen, he slips behind her back. A hidden weapon strikes from the left that dodges right. A projectile comes from the right, he dodges left. Using Bai Dai as a temporary shield, Thai's act sends her into a fury. Stop using me as your bullet sponge. Sorry, it's the only plan I could think of. She slashes a vicious sword strike behind her, but Linggen swiftly evades. She levels her blade straight at Linggen, threatening, then I'll deal with you first. Now he faces hidden weapons from every direction and Bai Dai's murderous pursuit. Stop right there. He's done for. At this point, it has become a pincer attack from both sides. The other new students feel as though they've been spared from catastrophe. Dianket gives a thumbs up at the spectacle. Why does this trial feel completely unrelated to us now? As expected of boss Linggen pinned from both sides, yet he can still weave through the gaps. Absolutely incredible. From his elevated vantage point, Yanli observes the chaos and grows even more excited. Let's see how you dodge now. Hearing that voice, Linggen seems to be calculating something. His gaze locks onto the incense stick clamped in Yanli's mouth, and recalling what Lu Hong mentioned earlier, an idea sparks in his mind. I've got it. Linggen suddenly whirls around, catching Bai Dai's gaze. His intense stare leaves her baffled. Has this guy given up? He draws a deep breath, condensing the air within his body, the first step of his plan. Yanli doesn't understand either, laughing from his perch, about to die, and he turns around to take a deep breath. Pathetic. He exhales a blast of wind, from his mouth a roaring cyclone, that hurtles straight toward Yanli. The gale force gust knocks other new students off their feet. Even those standing far away are swept up in the turbulence. Both Yanli and Lu Hong's faces distort from the blast. What the hell is this brat trying to do? The wind sends both examiners' hair standing straight up. Yanli, still gripping the controller, fails to notice the incense has burned out. He furiously spouts empty threats. Don't think that just because you're a bit taller you can pass this trial. Instructor, may I cut in for a moment? Linggen's words snap Yanli back to reality. I believe the incense has burned out. Lu Hong, standing beside him, makes a quiet observation. That incense burned noticeably faster just now. What manner of physique does this brat actually possess? But Dianket shouts loudly, steadying everyone's resolve. No. Boss Linggen has an even grander scheme. Everyone standing nearby Dai sprays nosebleeds. She frantically covers the patches of skin revealed by her shredded garments. Boss Linggen is actually trying to seize. A little fan service for all of us. Bai Dai burns with both shame and fury. She grinds her teeth in humiliation and can only flee, ignoring the mocking jeers trailing behind her. Wu Linggen, this isn't over between us. What did I ever do wrong? Suddenly, the sound of clapping echoes from the distance. Every head in the crowd turns. The man sports a fiery red beard. How many years has it been since I've met such an entertaining freshman? Hovering in midair is a bald old. Manhai's bushy eyebrows, beard, and hair all blazing red. He composes himself into a stern, dignified demeanor. This year's freshmen are truly brimming with vitality. All creation vies for supremacy. The Dean of Chuanshan, Academy Wu Tianxing. Everyone shouts in unison, Dean Wu. Tianxing ascends the stage. His arrival sends a wave of commotion rippling through the crowd. Is that really the Dean of Chuanshan Academy? At first glance, he doesn't look remotely credible. He's even wearing a wig and it's about to fall off. Suddenly, a chubby student among them shouts, watch your tongue. This is the legendary Red Flame Usra Wu Tianxing. Those standing nearby hear the name and gape in shock. Wu Tianxing, you mean the one who never goes out on sunny days? Tianxing's eyes once brimmed with killing intent, blade in hand. The scene before him absolutely terrifying. The chubby student continues, legend has it that 20,000 years ago, Wu Tianxing slaughtered countless demonic cultivators. He is an existence of absolute terror. His decisive carnage left even righteous cultivators trembling with fear. His hair was stained red by the blood of demonic cultivators. The cultivators hear this and cannot help but murmur, sounds fearsome indeed. Yet everyone has their doubts about that supposedly blood-dyed head of hair. Is demonic cultivator blood? Then why does that striking red hair look like a wig? Tianxing gazes down at the intriguing youth below and asks with amusement, young man, what is your name? The youth replies, Wu Linggen. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu observes the situation from a rooftop. She gnaws on her fingernails, worry gnawing at her heart. Why did the Dean of Chuanshan Academy suddenly show up? And Linggenji already offended him the moment he arrived. I need to do damage control. She transmits her voice to him. Linggenji, can you hear me? Hearing a familiar voice in this place, he is slightly startled, Xiao Yu. She recalls the scene of the Dean's wig nearly falling and breaks into a cold sweat earlier. You blew the Dean's wig clean off. While he hasn't reacted yet, put it back on his head. He responds instantly, got it. The etiquette of. Someone nearby tries to warn him, Dean, that. But before the words are out, Tianxing cuts them off. I know Linggen's manners are lacking. You should be more lenient. He continues stroking his long beard, chin raised, gazing into the distance, utterly oblivious to the wig teetering on his head. If you were as strong as this Dean here, would such things even happen? In the end, it's simply that your skills are lacking. Finally, the wig can hold on no longer. It surrenders, slipping free from that gleaming bald head. Linggen seizes the timing and leaps onto the stage in an instant. Now. He rockets forward at blistering speed, snatching the wig midair and slamming it back onto the old man's head. Tianxing is utterly stunned, What just happened? His speed is incredible. Had my eyes not been sharp, I wouldn't have detected it at all. Linggen flashes a polite smile and says to Dean, picking up something you dropped is the right thing to do. No need to look at me with such gratitude. Yanli witnesses everything from the side, stammering in shock Dean Wu between the hairless head. A sharp iron hidden weapon is embedded. Blood is streaming everywhere. It appears you are injured, sir. Xiao Yu is speechless, screaming internally. Heavens above, at least distinguish between a wig and a hidden weapon before acting. Yanli is so furious that veins bulge across his entire body. He seizes Linggen by the collar. You insolent brat, you dare ambush the dean. Linggen's face is drenched in sweat. Sorry about that. That one was entirely my fault. Tianxing puffs himself up with pride, the wig lying pitifully ignored on the ground beside him. Do you truly believe something this trivial can injure this old man? Yanli replies anxiously, but Dean, your blood is still flowing. He forces himself to stay strong, refusing to admit the truth. Enough nonsense. This is merely a test for this Dean. Hearing this, Linggen immediately sends him an admiring gaze. Truly worthy of being the Dean of Chuanshan, a cataminot, even this phases him. Xiao Yu is about to lose her mind. She transmits her voice in utter exasperation. Can't you see he's just putting on a tough act? Tianxing continues. He grips the hidden weapon and yanks it straight out. What's more, it's just a hidden weapon. Pull it out and it's done right. He has no idea how much blood a human body contains. The instant he yanks it out, blood erupts from his skull like a whale spouting seawater. The onlookers watch in abject horror. Tianxing keels over backward, teeth bared. Yanli lunges to catch him. Someone help Dean Wu. Dean! The crowd below stares in disbelief at this supposedly legendary figure. This is going to be our Dean. No matter how you look at it, he looks like nothing more than a stubborn old blowhard. It even looks like he walked here on stilts. Lu Hong appears and hastily announces, all those who remain standing in the arena have passed the second round. The third round involves class placement. Examinations begin at noon tomorrow. With that, Yanli hoists Tianxing up and rushes him toward the pill hall for treatment. As the dean is carted off to the pill hall, the crowd exchanges bewildered glances. So, we passed the test, right? Yeah, but something feels off, like we've forgotten something. A few people casually glance behind theme and the puppets casually enter their line of sight. A barrage of hidden weapons erupts. Only now do they remember, Hall Master Huang, you forgot to turn off the puppets. Bai Kai stands in the corner, silently observing everything. He smiles sinisterly. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my doorstep. Night has fallen completely. The freshmen are finally liberated. Today, I nearly got shot to death. Same here. Linggen and Xiao Yu share a room. She sits beside him, watching as he trains. Wait, training, Xiao Yu. She sighs. Linggenji, it's so late, we aren't you resting yet? He replies, I need to keep building my strength. I must pass tomorrow's test. She says seriously, tomorrow's class placement is truly crucial. Only by being assigned to a good class can you access more cultivation resources. But balancing work and rest is equally important. She produces a small bottle from seemingly nowhere and explains with excitement, let me apply some rose wine and help open up your meridians. But that look on your face doesn't exactly scream meridian therapy. He startles, give it here. Xiao Yu stands up, hearts practically shooting out around her, sparkling everywhere. Linggenji, you really are so forward. A massive stone appears out of nowhere on the ground, causing her to trip. She tumbles straight into his arms. Linggen gallantly reaches out to catch her careful. Everything goes according to plan. She beams with joy, mission accomplished. Night deepens. The world around them falls utterly still. Bai Dai, stationed outside for the assessment, cannot stop replaying Linggen's image in her mind. She sneers with contempt. That scoundrel Wu Linggen I will make him pay dearly. Suddenly a female scream erupts from within. Don't! She follows the sound and peers into the room. She draws closer, opening her eyes wide to observe more carefully. Before her is a door reflecting shadows, a gruesome, blood-soaked scene. Linggen drives something straight through Xiao Yu's belly. Bai Dai screams in horror. What is Wu Linggen doing in there? She shakes her head in doubt. No, Wu Linggen just arrived at Chuanshan Academy. He can't possibly be killing someone in his room. She frowns and forces herself to look again once more. Clear mind, calm yourself and look carefully. Her eyes bulge. Her jaw drops as she sees through the crack in the door the dark silhouette of a man stabbing a girl to death. The evidence is irrefutable. Inside the room, however, the actual scene is something else entirely. Linggen holds a dark iron jump rope weighing 3,000 jin. We left in such a hurry I even forgot my jump rope. Xiao Yu beams, holding a bag of supplies, ready when you are, Linggenji. Good thing our uncle found it. Xiao Yu looks at the spilled wine pooling on the floor, a tinge of regret in her voice. What a pit-eyed red flower wine big sister brought from the outside. I've gone and spilled it all. Hearing this, Linggen simply advises, wipe up the wine first. The moment the words leave his mouth, Xiao Yu immediately slips on the pool of blood-red wine. Outside the door, Bai Dai crouches with a grave expression, thinking no matter what, I must save that girl. Just as the thought crosses her mind, Xiao Yu's entire body slams against the glass door, startling Bai Dai half to death. Am I too late? Bai Dai instantly spins around, hiding her terrified face. Linggen, still jumping rope, looks at Xiao Yu and asks, Xiao Yu, are you okay? She quickly turns back, just a little fall. Xiao Yu's clothes are soaked through, clinging to her body. She flushes with embarrassment. But my clothes are all dirty now. Linggen sees the scene before him and cannot help but blush. He quickly opens the wardrobe. Let me find something for you. Hera, take this bathrobe to change into. She hears this and happily wags her tail. Linggenji, you're so thoughtful. Bai Dai kicks the door wide open with one boot and roars, her sword flashing free from its sheath. You murderous fiend. Surrender immediately or face the consequences. The scene before her, Linggen, bare-chested, holding a garment about to drape over Xiao Yu, whose clothes hang loosely off one shoulder. Both of them stare toward the doorway. Bai Dai witnesses the scene and levels her sword at Linggen, screaming, you murderous fiend, you don't even spare the corpse. Xiao Yu points at herself in bewilderment. Since when did I become a corpse? Linggen's expressionless face replays the words murderous fiend. Before he can finish processing, realization strikes him like a thunderbolt. He jolts in shock, jaw dropping. Could it be Shez discovered my demonic cult identity? Xiao Yu, hearing Bai Dai's accusation, she immediately protests he's innocent. There's nothing of the sort going on. Bai Dai stands firm, sword unwavering. You think I'll fall for your sophistry? No need for lengthy explanations with someone like you. A surge of magical energy materializes, swirling around Bai Dai. She raises her sword and points it straight at Linggen. Myriad sword assault. Linggen grits his teeth. With no other choice, can only offend her, uses his blinding speed to evade every single blade streaking past his body. Bai Dai witnesses his display and gasps, so fast. She refuses to relent, gripping her sword with both hands at her shoulder. Frowning, don't think these are my only skills. Bai Dai raises her blade high, the edge erupting with blinding radiance. Take this sky-piercing sword. Her eyes narrow with razor focus. She channels every ounce of power into the blade. A pillar of energy erupts forth, rocketing toward Linggen. Faced with this technique, Linggen casually punches straight through the energy pillar with a single fist. Bai Dai's eyes bulge wide, her jaw dropping to its limit. Shattered sword chi with his bare body. My sky-piercing. Before she can even finish, a shadow flickers behind her. Bai Dai raises her sword defensively. What? Instantly, Linggen's hand strikes the back of her neck from behind. A single, lightning-fast strike sends her crumpling to the ground. Bai Dai lies unconscious, defeated just like that. Linggen crouches down in alarm. I'm sorry, but my identity absolutely cannot be exposed. This was the only way. Xiao Yu grabs her slipping clothes with one hand and frowns. You actually used that move too. Xiao Yu analyzes. When the palm strikes the nape, the force channels directly into the brain. What's known as the memory-clearing palm works by channeling raw power into the palm strike, then through direct impact, delivers that force into the target's brain, ultimately achieving the effect of erasing the victim's recent memories. Normally, the effects would be mild, but Bai Dai's face has turned deathly pale, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes glazed and utterly vacant. You've turned her into a simpleton. Xiao Yu advises while the girl lies unconscious. Hurry and take her back. If someone else discovers this, it'll be a disaster. Linggen sits on the ground and lets out a reluctant He looks left, looks right, hoists the unconscious Bai Dai over his shoulder, and dashes out the door. Under the bright moonlit sky, he leaps across rooftops carrying Bai Dai. Lost in thought, somewhat distracted. Her room should be arranged somewhere on this side, right? The moment the thought crosses his mind, Linggen panics as Bai Dai suddenly begins to stir. What happened to me? Instantly, he resorts to the old technique once more. Knock the opponent unconscious. Once more, the memory-wiping palm strike lets out a long sigh, wiping the sweat from his brow. That was close, almost exposed myself. Wu Linggen's expression shifts. He frowns. But where is this woman? He gestures vaguely, staring into the dark maze of buildings, having no clue where her room lies. Wu Linggen fumbles around, clueless. From the shadows of a corner, a figure appears. The person's jaw drops at the sight of the scandalous scene. Wu Linggen slings an arm around Bai Dai's waist. Big boss, what is the connection between Wu Linggen and Bai Dai? On this side, Wu Linggen is still fumbling, wondering to himself, which room is it exactly? Wu Linggen pushes the door open gently and carefully lays Bai Dai onto the bed. He glances at her thinking, no one is in this room. This must be her room. Bai Dai drifts back into consciousness, her eyes fluttering as she mutters, "Where am I?" Before she can finish, Wu Linggen strikes her neck with a precise hand chop, the memory-wiping palm strike once again deployed. Wu Linggen waves his hands, staring in panic at the white foam bubbling from Bai Dai's mouth. "I am truly sorry. I simply cannot let you learn my identity." Sweat pours down his face. "I've never used the memory-wiping palm strike 3 times in a row on one person before. Surely it won't scramble her brains completely, will it?" Wu Linggen stands by the bed with a darkened face, looking at Bai Dai, who is now foaming at the mouth with her eyes rolled back. "I apologize, but if I am discovered, this entire household would be doomed." He looks around the room, littered with clothes strewn everywhere. He stares at the figure on the bed, the only daughter of Bai Dai, expecting her to be so careless in her defenses. Wu El. He looks down, muddy footprints mar the floor. He instantly grabs a mop, putting his full strength into scrubbing away his tracks. "I cannot leave a single trace behind." In the lit room, a figure darts back and forth, frantically mopping the floor. "Wait, there seem to be footprints here as well. I suppose I have to clean the whole room." In the deep forest, a pavilion sits surrounded by dense foliage. A figure in black sits inside, back turned to the world. Suddenly, a mysterious sound rustles the bushes. Zio Hu, holding a teacup, frowns. "Since you have arrived, stop skulking about." He sips his tea. A black cat leaps from the bushes, meowing. Then Bai Kai suddenly rises from the pond, declaring, "As expected of a talent, the pride of our Zio clan's younger generation. I was hidden so well, yet you found me." Zio Hu frowns and wipes his mouth. "Nothing escapes my sight." He eyes Bai Kai with suspicion, thinking, if you were going to come out and meet me, why bother hiding like that? Bai Kai is soaked to the bone, a leaf resting on his head, holding a snorkel, looking utterly miserable in the water. "No more idle talk. I came for you in the middle of the night. Truthfully, I need your help to handle the new recruits. I know you had your own agenda for calling me." Zio Hu wears a devious smirk. "And why exactly should I help you?" Bai Kai grips his snorkel underwater, responding aggressively. "When the next family head election comes, I will support you with all my might." Zio Hu stands up, turning his back to Bai Kai, satisfied to finally learn who he truly is. "You have already met this person. It is that Wu Linggen." He recalls the clash with Wu Linggen, his expression sinister. "So it is that arrogant brat." Soaked from head to toe, Bai Kai spits out venomous words. "I will make sure to twist things in our favor. During the drawing of lots, you just need to wait for the examination. When he lets his guard down, strike and kill him." Hearing this, he tilts his head and responds softly, "Very well, but do not forget your promise." As he turns to leave, Bai Kai suddenly shouts, "Wait." Zio Hu frowns. "What is it now?" Bai Kai's face turns black. He folds his arms. "There is one other thing. I need your help." At the bottom of the pond, his leg is wrapped tightly by a massive python. It flicks its tongue in front of Bai Kai. "My leg is caught by a green water python." With those words, the massive green python uses its tail to coil around him, hoisting him into the air. "Can you save me?" Zio Hu sits by the pond, leaning on his hand, rubbing his forehead in frustration. How on earth did a man like this become an elder of the Zio clan and an instructor at the Xuan Tian Academy? He draws his sword, sighing helplessly. "Truly, there is no other way. I have to step in." He leaps from the pavilion, glides across the water, slashes a few times, and sheathes his blade in a flash. The giant python is sliced into pieces. Zio Hu watches the aftermath with half-lidded eyes. Finished. He looks up to see Bai Kai falling from the sky in terror. He lands on the ground, and Zio Hu catches him in a princess scary. Bai Kai makes a fluttering expression, gazing at him with affection. As expected of our Zio clan genius, such power. Truly reassuring. Zio Hu's face turns black. He frowns in annoyance. "Can you let go of me now?" As soon as he speaks, he tosses Bai Kai into the pond, leaving him stuck head-first in the mud, legs dangling in the air. A wisp of smoke drifts from his ring. "Little Huo." He looks at the man floating out from the ring Dan Lao. The elder crosses his arms. "That Wu Linggen is not as simple as you imagine. The strength he displayed today, even in my golden age, it would be difficult to rival him. You will not defeat him easily." Zio Hu laughs with eyes closed, insisting, "In this world, no one can defeat me." Dan Lao drops his hands, doubting, "Oh, Zio Hu smirks, answering with disdain, because I Zio Hu am a true transmigrator. He sits up straight. Studying is never a mistake. My name is Zio Hu, formerly just an ordinary student on Blue Star. On his way home from school, he happily walked with his backpack, never noticing the heavy truck barreling toward him. Due to an accident, I transmigrated to this world of cultivation. Not only that, but everyone looked at me with contempt and mockery, and I became a nameless good-for-nothing of the Zyro clan. Out playing, Hu fell face-first into a pile of cow dung. After an unexpected turn, I found a ring, and inside was Dan Lau. From that moment, my road to counterattack began. Looking up at life, he was surprised to see a silver ring right where he had planted his face. Back in the present, Hu says aggressively to Dan Lau with a protagonist mold. Like this, no matter how strong my opponents are, they are merely stepping stones for my evolution. Dan Lau smiles, tilting his head. It is good that you are so confident. Hu thinks, face darkened. Even if I have no grudge against you, being killed by me is the inevitable end for a supporting character like you. On Wu Linggen's side, Linggen suddenly sneezes, one hand on his mop, the other rubbing his nose. Why did I sneeze so suddenly? He sits on the chair, surveying the room spotless and gleaming without a speck of dust. Forget it. The room is clean. I should head back. Linggen rushes to close the door, dashing away in a blur, leaving the room silent. It returns to the quiet, empty moment, not a soul in sight. As soon as Linggen leaves, suddenly the figure of Hu appears at Bai Dis' door. He calmly pushes the door open and steps inside. Hu is startled, looking at the gleaming house. It seems someone has entered my room. What is going on? He looks at the bed and sees a girl lying there. Hu's expression turns serious as he approaches to examine the girl sleeping soundly. His face turns red as a tomato. He is shocked to see a female cultivator in his room. Hu watches as she turns over, his jaw dropping further. He shamefully recalls that Bai Dai has many infatuated male admirers. Isn't this Bai Dai from the Sword Peak? She is truly the dream goddess of the younger generation. She looks so beautiful in her sleep. He fumbles, panicked no. Now is not the time for lechery. Hu looks around the room shyly. The room is spotless, not a flaw to be found. He raises a hand to his chin, contemplating a girl helping me clean my room in the middle of the night, and even sleeping on my bed. His expression and thoughts become slightly perverted. She must like me. Hu bashfully covers his blushing face, beginning to imagine nonsensical scenes of a couple in love, hugging each other like in a comic. In my past life, I read many comics. For a protagonist like me, there must be a heroine to support me. He stares at Bai Dai sleeping on his bed, theorizing Bai Dai. Could she be my fated heroine? Hu leans down, staring close at Bai Dis' face. Why hasn't Bai Dai woken up yet? Dan Lau suddenly appears, explaining to him this girl's spiritual consciousness seems to be slightly damaged, which is why she cannot wake up. With those words, tears and snot begin to stream down his face. Bai Dai exhausted so much of her heart and energy just to clean my room. Dan Lau is shocked by his logic. Kid, you truly are thick-skinned. Hu continues without shame, no need to worry. In my past life, I learned quite a few emergency rescue methods. Dan Lau is confused, past life. Dan Lau watches him, bowing his head. Bai Dai lets out a noise on the bed, as if about to wake. She suddenly opens her eyes, dazed. What has happened to me? The first thing she sees is Hu's pouty, fish-like lips moving closer to hers. Her pupils, she jumps out of her skin at the sight. Outside, Linggen hears the scream and jolts, nearly jumping out of his skin. Inside the room, Bai Dai holds her sword in one hand, pointing at Hu's face with the other, warning angrily, you lecherous beast. Do not let me see you again. Hu's face is swollen on one side, and bumps cover his head. Dizzy and dark-visioned from the beating. She clearly has feelings for me, so why would she attack me? Dan Lau adds fuel to the fire. Have you considered that you might be overthinking it? Hu's face is swollen, but he remains unenlightened. I understand now. In this world, women are naturally conservative, so my attempt at artificial respiration was simply too stimulating. Dan Lau sighs helplessly. Why are you so convinced Bai Dai likes you? Perhaps she just walked into the wrong room. He refuses to believe Dan Lau, thinking, obviously, do I even need to ask? Hu's face is mangled, but his heart remains confident because he is the destined protagonist. Dan Lau cannot stand it. His disheveled face scolds, can you wipe the blood off your face and talk properly? Bai Dai walks down the street, unsteady with her sword. How strange. Why was I on someone else's bed? Bai Dai recalls, pointing her sword at Linggen, vaguely muttering. I clearly remember arguing with Wu Linggen. She is startled, a misunderstanding. I remember now. She suddenly recalled the words she had spoken before Linggen and Xiao Yu. You are a despicable demonic cultivator, using corpses to fuel your cultivation. After piecing everything together, she understood it all and concluded Wu Linggen is a demonic cultivator. Bai Dai furrows her brows, recalling the expressions on Linggen and Hu's faces. She never expected to stumble upon such a monumental secret by pure accident. If that's the case, the person in that room earlier was very likely Wu Linggen's accomplice. Bai Dai's lips curl into a sinister sneer, a bold thief, daring to infiltrate Chuanshan Academy. I will find the proof that you are a demonic cultivator. In the silence of the night, Bai Dai shouts at the top of her lungs, Wu Linggen, just you wait. Many are startled awake by her scream, each gripped by a different emotion. Who the hell is screaming bloody murder in the middle of the night? That sounded like Miss Bai Dai's voice. What happened between her and Wu Linggen? The next morning, crowds gather around the grandstands, chattering amongst themselves. The onlookers shift restlessly, both curious and anxious. The examination still hasn't started. We've been waiting forever, and not a single instructor has shown up. Linggen appears from seemingly nowhere, hoisting enormous weights with both hands. He pumps them up and down, gotta keep the training going. Everyone around stares in stunned silence, jaws on the floor. Xiao Yu stands beside him, worried. Linggen, there's no need to push yourself this hard. With your strength, you'll definitely make it into the advanced class. Linggen's face remains expressionless, his hands still pumping the weights. He dismisses her words, advise me. I can't afford to slack off. Bai Dai appears, radiating killing intent. Every man standing nearby fixes his gaze squarely upon her. That detestable Wu Linggen is still here, putting on airs. Seeing the murderous look Bai Dai directs at Linggina's, if she wants to devour him, Holith crowd erupts in gossip. Why is Bai Dai staring at Boss Linggen so intensely? Could they have, as already? Last night Bai Dai was shouting Wu Linggen's name. What exactly happened between them? Tianjai crosses his arms, grinning gleefully. Looks like you lot don't know the inside story. A man standing nearby grows curious. You know something. Tianjai waves his hand and begins to spill. The relationship between Bai Dai and Boss Linggen runs far deeper than you can imagine. Last night, before he can finish, a sword suddenly presses against his neck. He freezes in terror. Hu's menacing glare accompanies the blade at Tianjai's throat. Her threat rings out, don't you dare slander Bai Dai. Tianjai, terrified, immediately yelps, yes, yes, yes. Hu sheathes her sword and turns to leave. Tianjai's legs buckle from sheer fright and he collapses to the ground. A brown-robed youth, oblivious to Hu's fury, asks, why did she suddenly get so angry? Another youth replies matter-of-factly, probably just one of Bai Dai's loyal hounds. Hu seethes, Bai Dai is mine, my chosen heroine. How could she possibly develop any sort of relationship with a mere background character? Immediately, Elder Dan appears beside him. You really are full of yourself. A commanding voice rings out, demanding silence. Everyone jumps, turning their eyes toward the source of the sound. 3 streaks of radiant light descend from the heavens, touching down upon the grand stage. Lu Hong, Wu Tianxing, and Mai Yanli appear before the crowd. Yanli speaks, the third examination shall now begin. He frowns, gravely announcing the rules of this round, the life and death arena examination. Its purpose is to evaluate your performance in actual combat and arrange your classes accordingly, based on your display upon the arena. Furthermore, Academy Master Wu Tianxing will personally oversee and judge the entire examination process. At the mention of his name, Tianxing strokes his long beard with unmistakable pride. Linggen spots Tianxing and remarks, it looks like the Academy Master has changed his wig again. Xiao Yu, hearing him speak so loudly, whispers anxiously, keep your voice down. Haven't you offended enough people already? Tianxing strokes his beard while casting a meaningful glance at Lu Hong. Lu Hong understands at once and responds, understood. Lu Hong produces a control device, presses the activation button, then swiftly flies upward to announce to all fighters, the third round is a combat challenge. All contestants may now draw their match numbers. A fighter in green robes steps forward and presses the button. Right after him, Linggen follows in line. As he steps up and reaches in to press the button, Bai Kai, hidden behind a tree, looses an arrow, with a note impaled upon its tip. The arrow surges forward as if imbued with spiritual power, streaking through the air and piercing straight through Linggen's hand. He hasn't even processed what just happened. On his hand appear the shattered fragments of an arrow, along with a piece of paper instantly. He raises his hand to look. The paper reads number 38. What the hell is this? Bai Kai lurks in a corner, grinning maliciously, his face drenched in blood, clenching his fist. It worked. He drew the number. Hu stands behind him and asks, his life-bound flying sword has already shattered. Are you really sure about this? He insists. Despite coughing blood, relax. I'm an instructor of Chuanshan Academy. This wasn't done in vain. She says helplessly, you really should stop talking. She holds up her own number 36 and frowns. But I'm not in the same group as that kid. You didn't mess up, did you? Bai Kai speaks with infuriating arrogance. This, you wouldn't understand. In his mind, he recalls Linggen's shrewd expression. He breaks into a cold sweat, thinking that kid's cultivation technique is unknown. But he genuinely possesses real strength. The reason I deliberately kept you and him in separate groups. The first time was to find someone to test just how deep his waters run. On the arena, a massive shadow looms over Linggen as a towering figure approaches. You're the one fighting me. Right, Linggen barely processes the question, letting out a confused grunt. The giant flashes his number 37 badge and mocks him. A weakling like you who hasn't even stepped into the chi refining stage, I'd say you should just surrender now. Linggen stares blankly, so tall. Tianjai is stunned. He never expected Linggen's first opponent to be this man. The bun-haired youth beside him asks, who is this big guy? He doesn't look easy to mess with. Tianjai answers in his head, that's number 38. The figure bristles with killing intent, a half-smirk twisting his lips. His name is Wang Taiju, a notorious assassin of the Jianghu. Rumor has it that anyone who has ever witnessed his strikes has never left standing. Against such a powerhouse, I wonder if Boss Linggen can even hold his own. Back on the arena, Taiju continues, I watched your first 2 rounds. His face radiates undisguised contempt. You're nothing but a born fool with a bit of brute strength. He pats Linggen's face. I'm at the peak of chi, refining just 1 step from foundation establishment. I wouldn't even need my full power to crush you like an insect. Xiao Yu, standing nearby, curses, you scoundrel. Linggen, who has stood motionless this entire time, suddenly raises his hand to stop Xiao Yu. She protests Linggen. He looks visibly uncomfortable, veins bulging at his temples. What is it? You're not actually trying to fight me right now, are you? The crowd below buzzes with excitement. Boss Linggen is about to make his move. If it were me, I absolutely couldn't hold back either. Tianjai worries, come on, Boss Linggen. Linggen scratches his head and admits it plainly, shocking everyone around him. Sorry about that. My spiritual root really is pathetically weak. The crowd can only gape. Xiao Yu shouts, Linggen, he's your opponent. There's no need to be so polite. He replies, but what he said isn't wrong. Taiju throws his head back arrogantly. Now that you see the gap between you and this great lord, kneel, and I might consider sparing your life. Suddenly, Linggen speaks again, his expression turning dead serious. No matter how weak I may be, I still have a reason to fight. Taiju's face darkens. He shoulders his club and stalks off. Then wait for me on the arena. I'll kill you there. As he leaves, Xiao Yu praises him once more. Linggen, what you said back there was so cool. He replies, it was nothing. Taiju walks past where Bai Kai and Hu stand, not even glancing at them. He says coldly, don't forget, if I kill that kid, you'd better arrange my spot in Chuanshan Academy's advanced class. Bai Kai replies, rest assured. Lord Taiju, we still have some standing around Chuanshan Academy. Taiju departs, leaving behind a single sentence, I'll make him understand what I'm capable of. Only now does Hu speak up, hoping that Wu Linggen won't be eliminated in the very first round. Bai Kai lets out an arrogant chuckle. Yanli announces the draw is complete. First group newcomers take the stage. A confident foot steps onto the arena under the collective gaze of the crowd. Number 1, Bai Dai. The crowd below erupts in cheers. The young miss is far too beautiful. I want to become Miss Bai Dai's dog. Don't you dare compete with me. The announcement calls for the next fighter, number 2, Zhang Ma. The moment he steps up, shameless words spill from his mouth. How about reconsidering? Cultivate with me through dual cultivation, and both our strengths will advance by leaps and bounds. The same crowd that was just cheering now erupts in curses. Get down. Don't you dare disrespect our Dai. Kill him. They hurl trash at him, but every single piece is effortlessly dodged. How many times do I have to tell Yuatex from behind don't work on me? Apol smacks him squarely across the face. Yanli, splattered with thrown food, roars in fury, you can dodge. Everything landed on me instead. Zhang Ma doesn't dare push his luck any further, and quickly apologizes to Hu below. Hu clenches her fists, seething that Zhang Ma actually dared to covet my woman. I'll remember this. Hearing that, Bai Kai lightly taps him. You two probably just met for the first time at this examination, right? How did you already start flirting so fast? Zhang Ma boasts smugly. You fundamentally don't understand what the protagonist's halo is. Tianxing clears his throat several times, settling everyone down, enough fooling around. Let the matches begin. Yanli, who has Zhang Ma locked in a headlock, notices him staring at Bai Dai across the arena and says, "Just my luck." Zhang Ma shouts confidently, "It seems you still don't grasp the true power of the Hehuan sect. I'll have to use my true skills to win you over." He smirks, Phantom Iron Mountain. Shoulder strike. Zhang Ma darts back and forth at blinding speed, generating afterimage clones. Shadow decoys. She watches in admiration. He actually created clones through sheer speed of movement real, and the fake are nearly impossible to tell apart. The martial arts of the Hehuan sect are truly formidable. Linggen frowns, "Is this really that impressive?" Zhang Ma declares from the stage to Bai Dai, "If you cannot distinguish my true body, you will never defeat me." She says nothing, her gaze dropping to his feet. No matter how fast he shakes, his feet remain planted in the exact same spot. Without a shred of hesitation, she drives her foot straight into his groin. "Do you take me for a fool?" Zhang Ma lets out a shriek that tears through his very soul. He clutches himself, pointing a trembling finger at her, howling, "You actually struck me there. How utterly shameless." Then he grins triumphantly, pulling a thick iron plate from inside his trousers. "I've harassed people more than once or twice. I've long since prepared for this kind of move." Bai Dai screams, "Is that something to be proud of?" Her eyes suddenly widen. He conjures a golden orb, swinging it up and down at considerable speed. "If you won't accept my goodwill, then don't blame me for showing no mercy to beauty." He charges forward. He attacks relentlessly, but no matter what form the assault takes, Bai Dai dodges every strike with effortless grace. Linggen wonders, why doesn't he just throw the spirit tool orb directly at her for a ranged attack? Wouldn't that be more effective? Tianjai beside him answers, "Big bro, Linggen's spiritual root is." "You're joking. The higher a cultivator's realm, the more spiritual chi they can release, and the farther it reaches. Even at foundation establishment, condensing spiritual chi outside the body is already considered impressive." He is utterly astonished, so that's how it works. Resting his chin on his hand, he thinks Xiao Yu and her father are truly powerful. Meanwhile, Bai Dai effortlessly dodges Zhang Ma's strikes, growing visibly bored. With a single hand, she flicks away the man's chi sphere. "Is this all the skill you possess?" The sphere rockets skyward as Zhang Ma gapes in disbelief. She announces, "This farce has gone on long enough." Then she prepares her finishing blow. Suddenly he speaks, "Don't you dare underestimate me." He leaps back, maintaining a set distance, his face brimming with confidence. "My ability to control the chi sphere." The sphere plummets toward Zhang. Ma slams it with his palm, violently altering its trajectory. It rockets straight toward her at blistering speed. At that very moment, Bai Dai stares in shock. The chi sphere hurtles toward her face. She twists her body, dodging by a hair's breadth. Zhang Ma smirks, raising his hand and flicking his wrist. The chi sphere oscillates wildly, attacking in erratic patterns. She dodges relentlessly. Lu Hong gasps in disbelief. "I never imagined someone could control spiritual chi released outside the body so effortlessly." Yanli sighs in admiration. The Hehuan sect's secret technique truly has its own unique flair. He recalls Zhang Ma's earlier explanation. This is a special art of the Hehuan sect, utilizing a thin thread of spiritual chi as a control conduit, while releasing the bulk of it externally for devastating attacks. Linggen comments calmly, "Sounds rather formidable." On the arena floor, the chi sphere hurtles toward Bai Dai at extreme speed. She widens her eyes to observe, not a single trace of panic. Watching the blazing sphere approach, she rests her hand on her sword hilt. She can't believe she's being forced to draw her blade against a lowly whelp like this. A single, contemptuous swing cleaves the sphere into 9 fragments. An utter insult. Her hair whips upward. The chi sphere detonates. The crotch of Zhang Ma's trousers instantly tears wide open, striking him with pain as if a bolt of lightning had seared through him. His face blackens, eyes bulging in disbelief as he stares downward. He turns ghastly pale and crumples to the ground, his body convulsing in agony. Yet he still manages to rasp out arrogantly, "So who can break my chi sphere attack that easily? She is the woman I've set my eyes on." After declaring this, he collapses face first onto the arena floor. Linggen watches from the sidelines, also breaking into a cold sweat. "You, what in the world were you using to control that?" Yanli steps forward, waving his hand to announce Zhang Ma has lost the ability to continue fighting. The match is over. The winner of this bout is Bai Dai. She descends from the arena with cold indifference, as if it were nothing. The crowd below erupts, "Long live the eldest miss. Her swordplay is truly formidable." Linggen strokes his chin in wonder. So this is what a fight between cultivators looks like. He catches a glimpse of someone behind the crowd, holding something enormous. A voice calls out, make way, please." Mu Rongchen struggles through the crowd, lugging a comically massive meat thigh. He glances over, and her face is awash with excitement and admiration. Is that really Miss Bai Dai, truly worthy of being the foremost female cultivator of the younger generation? Gazing at Bai Dai, who stands with eyes closed, she shouts, "If only I could be that strong too." Linggen's attention shifts to Mu Rongchen. His eyes go wide, as if beholding something far too grand. Xiao Yu notices, stunned by the sheer size. She blushes, smiling as she hugs her own and compares. Does Linggen Ji like them big? Mu Rongchen catches him staring at the meat thigh, drooling. She turns around and asks, "You look really hungry, want some?" Xiao Yu realizes in shock that he was lusting after the meat all along. His hand has already snatched the meat thigh, yet his mouth still mutters polite refusals. How could I possibly, making excuses all the while? But I did train intensely last night, so I really am a bit hungry. She goes pale with shock. He's actually hungry for meat. She bites her nails in distress. What do I do? What do I do? Linggen munches away happily amid Mu Rongchen's amused smile, and Xiao Yu's frantic anxiety. I can't believe I don't understand Linggen Ji as well as some strange girl does. Meanwhile, Yanli orders, carry Zhang Ma off the stage. Next competitor, prepare. He's being stretchered away, still clutching his crotch and groaning. Linggen eats while asking, right, I still haven't asked your name. Mu Rongchen points at herself, oh, me? She raises the half-eaten meat thigh, scratches her head and introduces herself. I'm Mu Rongchen, a student who passed into Xuanchen Academy last year. Xiao Yu exclaims, a student from last year. Then wouldn't that make you a senior sister? Did you come to watch the freshman tournament? Us? She gnaws on the thigh and says, well, it's not exactly. She lightly taps her own head and explains, actually, my grades were so poor I had to repeat a year. So I'm here to take the third-class placement exam. Linggen answers between bites, so that's how it is. Suddenly, she grits her teeth and tears into the meat with visible veins popping on her forehead. If my results this time are still not satisfactory, I'm afraid the academy will expel me outright. Xiao Yu narrows her eyes, thinking your eating manners don't exactly scream, desperately stressed. Tianjai beside them chuckles and speaks up about that. There's something you don't know, she exclaims as, following his narration, the silhouette of Mu Rongchen surrounded by floating pill elixirs materializes. Senior sister Mu Rong hails from a renowned alchemy clan. Members of such families command respect throughout the entire Jiazhu continent. She exudes the aura of a master refiner. The meat thigh before him as he continues his tale. Senior sister Mu Rong actually pioneered an entirely new path refining pills into food. Building upon traditional pill refinement, in simple terms, she transforms the very ingredients used in alchemy into delicious cuisine without diminishing any of their efficacy when consumed. She humbly waves it off. It's really not that amazing. Linggen's realization dawns, so what I just ate was actually spirit pills. He scratches his head, slightly bowing. I thought it was just regular meat. Eating your food like this, I'm truly embarrassed. Mu Rongchen beams, it's no trouble at all. Then she opens her eyes wide adorably and says, I just can't bear to see someone go hungry. He freezes in his tracks, a faint blush creeping across his face. Xiao Yu watches him anxiously, in the face of Mu Rongchen's radiant kindness. Linggen praises, she's truly an angel, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu fumes until steam practically pours off her. There's no need to exaggerate that much. Suddenly, several figures rush over from the other side. They bear flowers for Bai Dai, drawing everyone's attention. The senior sister is here. Senior sister, I love you. Someone tramples others flat just to push through. Out of my way, I loved her first. Mu Rongchen lifts her head, sensing something. It's Mu Rongchen, clutching a sheet of red paper, head bowed. Miss Bai Dai, I've always admired you. Could you please sign this for me? Her eyes sparkle with dazzling pink radiance. Bai Dai merely stares past Herat, Linggen, and Xiao Yu, observing them in silence. Then Bai Dai strides right past without stopping. A signature won't be necessary. Furthermore, I advise you to be more careful about the friends you keep. Mu Rongchen blinks, bewildered, huh? Finally, Bai Dai's face darkens. She whips around and points straight at Linggen, what you did to me last night. I will get to the bottom of it. She stomps away in a single furious stride. In the stunned silence, those behind begin murmuring about what happened last night. This Wu Linggendo's, he really have some kind of close relationship with Miss Bai Dai. Could what Tianjai said about them having an unusual relationship actually be true? Mu Rongchen's eyes morph into gleaming stars. You're really close with Bai Dai? He scratches his head, glancing away. We're just acquaintances, that's all. She seizes his hand. Please. You absolutely must introduce me to her. I desperately want to become as strong as she is. He squirms. Well, that's... Meanwhile, Instructor Yanli has been calling the name who knows how many times, Mu Rongchen. Mu Rongchen. He bellows in frustration. Mu Rongchen. Can you not hear me calling you? Get up on that stage and prepare for your match. She finally realizes and glances over. How embarrassing. I didn't hear you just now. She sprints toward the stage, not forgetting to turn back and shout. You absolutely must remember to tell her. This is extremely important to me. He can only reply, I'll try. Xiao Yu irritably picks apart the girl's flaws. This Mu Rongchen is seriously strange. And she's even a repeating student. Linggen Ji, you'd better keep your distance from her. He finds the hostility puzzling. But he answers honestly, she seems like a decent person to me. Recalling how in his previous life he was beaten to a pulp, Linggen rests his chin and ponders someone who can show such warmth to a stranger surely can't be a bad person. Instructor Yanli announces sternly, remember this is your last chance to retake the exam. Mu Rongchen scratches her head, I know. Then she lets out a long, deep breath. She clenches her fist tight, eyes blazing with fierce determination. I must win. Even if I only win a single match, it'll be enough to keep studying at the academy. The memories surface being bullied to tears by terrible people. She steels her resolve. I absolutely cannot go back to that place. Instructor Yanli shouts, Number 36, take the stage. A figure draped in a black cloak ascends slowly. Her eyes fly wide open upon seeing who it is. The figure pulls back the hood, revealing Hu's arrogant face. I'm here. Instructor Yanli stands between the two Mu Rongchen, and Hyun declares, both sides prepare. Her eyes burn with unyielding determination, while his face radiates pure disdain. Wu Tianxing strokes his beard, watching from above. Seems to be the Mu Rong family's girl. How did she end up in the class placement exam for newcomers? Lu Hong furrows his brow and sighs. Who told her to fail nearly every exam? He recalls how she cooked an entire table of meat and submitted it to the instructor, who bellowed, You're supposed to refine pills, not cook food. He lets out another long sigh. Even the pill refinement exam, which should be her strong suit, that girl managed to turn into a complete disaster. They had no choice but to have her repeat the year. He looks up and adds, if she doesn't win a single match in this placement exam, we'll have no choice but to expel her and send her back to the Mu Rong family. Wu Tianxing simply responds, is that so? Meanwhile, Tian Jai is sweating buckets on behalf of senior sister Mu Rong. Though she can refine pills into food, she possesses absolutely no combat techniques. This match is looking grim, far more likely to end in catastrophe. Linggen merely says, is that so? Yanli lowers his arm. The match begins. A signal tugs at the instructor's robe. The instant begin is shouted. Mu Rongchen surges forward at full speed. I absolutely cannot lose this time. Huo smirks, leaning slightly forward with a wolfish grin. He never expected his first opponent to be this adorable girl. Imagining her kneeling in defeat, his confidence swells, bolstered by countless real battle experiences. This match victory is mine, without question. His fantasies grow so vivid that blood starts trickling from his nose. After this match, this pretty girl will definitely be awestruck. Overwhelmed by my strength, she'll throw herself into my arms and soon become part of my harem. He daydreams of beauties flanking him on both sides as he sits in the center, laughing triumphantly. Mu Rongchen leans against Huo. Big bro is so amazing. Bai Dai seethes with jealousy. That wretched woman. Dodge it. From the stands come on our big bro. Show them what you've got. But while he's lost in reverie, Mu Rongchen has already closed the distance. She winds up and drives her fist straight into his face. His handsome features cave inward as Huo is sent crashing down. He slams onto the arena floor. Xiao Yu watches, drenched in cold sweat. That brainless foolwee, is he just standing there grinning instead of dodging? Linggen doesn't understand either. What expression? Maybe he's thinking about something that makes him happy. The pill elder flies out in alarm. Kid, what the hell are you spacing out for? Don't get yourself eliminated in the very first round. Despite blood streaming down his face, Huo remains arrogant. Relax. I am the protagonist after all. Mu Rongchen channels even more force, raises her fist high, then brings it crashing down toward Huo's face once more. This time he's focused. He catches her wrist effortlessly. She stares in shock, unable to wrench free. He tells her coolly, the same trick won't land on us twice. Then he casually flings her away. Mu Rongchen lands safely once more, and Huo is already back on his feet. Her face overflows with unyielding determination. She charges forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. Take this, but he weaves through every blow with ease, taunting as he dodges, give up. With those ordinary fists of yours, you'll never defeat me in this lifetime. From below the stage, Linggen cheers with clenched fists. Murong, go for it. Xiaoyu shoots him an annoyed glance. Murong Chan finishes her assault, heaving for breath then snaps with frustration. She pulls out 2 enormous drumstick-shaped pills and shouts, "Damn it. I absolutely cannot lose like this." She proceeds to devour both massive pill thighs, causing Hu's eyes to practically bulge out of their sockets. Tianjai cuts in, his expression grave. I see now senior sister Murong is using the spiritual chi from food to amplify her combat strength. Linggen's eyes widen in surprise, so it wasn't because she was hungry. His expression turns deadly serious. But every dish senior sister Murong prepares is a genuine medicinal pill. Consuming that much at Ansu would happen if he goes pale. It could just as Murong Chan finishes swallowing the last bite. Golden light erupts violently from her body. According to Tianjai's analysis, she'll literally explode and die. Hu, standing right beside her, throws up his arms to shield the blast end in a flash. Murong Chan emerges in entirely fresh attire. Her entire body radiates brilliance. She laughs. Every male present, Linggen included, tilts their head back as blood streams from their noses. Xiaoyu rolls her eyes. Did her body just explode, or was it her clothes? Hu's blood has already been flowing freely. Yet he still smirks, arrogantly reminding her through his own nosebleed, even with this last-ditch effort. You still can't defeat me. Where? The pill elder watches with a pale, terrified face. Maybe you should wipe your own nosebleed first. Murong Chan assumes a fighting stance. Her eyes razor-sharp. Even if I can't win, I still have to try. She stomps down hard, sending rocks and debris flying as she charges toward Hu. A thunderous punch slams into the arena floor, cracking the stone apart. He barely dodges in time. The pill elder rolls his eyes at him. Stinking brat, stop messing around. This girl's current strength is absolutely no longer at the chi refining stage. Hu furrows his brow, gritting his teeth. I know. She retracts her fist, preparing once more. It's not over yet. Tianjai raises his hand, summoning a weapon. I need to get serious too. Come. A massive black sword intercepts her punch, but his eyes suddenly fill with alarm, because Murong Chan's single strike sent both Hu and his sword hurtling through the air. Linggen's face flushes red with admiration. Senior sister Murong is incredible. Xiaoyu responds calmly. She's merely forcing her cultivation to surge beyond its limits. Under his stunned gaze, she explains with a serious expression, moreover, at her current combat output, she can't sustain it for more than a quarter hour. Staring at the thick dust clouds ahead, Murong Chan heaves for breath. She's nearly completely spent. Did I win? Yanli is confused, blurting out, that kid isn't beaten to death, is he? Tianxing's eyes sharpen. Don't rush. The match isn't over yet. As the smoke gradually clears, a silhouette emerges gripping a blade. It's Huo. He can't believe it. Here he is, a fellow transmigrator, pushed to this extent by a native girl. His face drenched in blood. He still grins with absolute confidence. It seems I'll have to show you my true power. Smoke billows across the viewing platform. After her punch, Xiaoyu stands tall, his great blade slung over his shoulder. It seems I must show you my real strength. He gently wipes the blood from his face. This time, I won't. His figure blurs, leaving behind only his words, hold back anymore. Murong Chan gasps. Xiaoyu circles around her at horrifying speed. She thinks in shock so fast, while she searches for his silhouette. He prepares a devastating strike from above. Below the stage, Xiaoyu grits her teeth with worry. Linggen screams, watch out above. Murong Chan looks up. A devastating blow crashes down onto the spot where she just stood. Before she can even process it, Xiaoyu has already appeared, giving Murong Chan no time to breathe. A cyan lotus blooms in Hu's palm. He laughs maniacally. Don't even think about running. He hurls the lotus forward. This technique is called Clear Heart Fire Lotus. Murong Chan has no time to dodge. She takes Xiaoyu's attack head-on. She screams in agony. Below, everyone tenses up. The flames have nearly incinerated every shred of her clothing. Murong Chan collapses onto the arena floor, desperately covering herself with her arms. Everyone erupts in nosebleeds at the sight. Someone stammers, pervert no wait. That's an incredibly powerful technique. Xiaoyu frantically covers Linggen's eyes. Linggen, don't look. He hasn't even figured out what's happening. Why is it suddenly all dark? Observing the match, Huang Luhang remarks, I didn't expect this young man could actually wield the Blue Lotus strange fire. Wu Tianxing responds, it seems this match's outcome is no longer in doubt. taking a blow of that magnitude head-on. Murong-chan's strength wanes. Xiao Huo stands across from her, watching. She can barely breathe. Well, he smirks mockingly, still won't surrender. Murong-chan's face twists with fury. Ah! She produces a crimson pill bottle. Without a moment's hesitation, Murong-chan uncorks it and downs the entire contents in one gulp. The bottle shatters at her feet. A tremendous surge of energy erupts around her. Watching this sequence unfold, Huo is utterly bewildered. Murong-chan advances on her opponent, her strength and speed seemingly fully restored. She unleashes a relentless storm of punches. Murong-chan strikes Huo without pause. He quickly draws his green blade to block. Wu Tianxing observes her movements. Has this girl gone mad? Below, Linggen asks. Senior Sister Murong's aura suddenly surged, so powerful it did she break through again. Xiao Yu refutes. How could that be? She explains. She used pills to forcibly stimulate her body's potential. Having already used pills to push past her limits, she'll now be even stronger than before. Her gaze turns razor-sharp. Right now, she's completely burning her life force on this arena. Murong-chan attacks without relent, driven by a single obsession: I cannot lose. I will not lose. Huo tries to evade the onslaught. He smiles grimly. If you refuse to come to your senses, then don't blame me. The instant those words leave his lips, he channels power into his move Blue Lotus. Explosion! A deafening boom tears through the air. Murong-chan is blasted backward. Huo raises his blade, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Seeing the match turn lethal, Huang Luheng surges forward. Stop this at once. This is about to become a death match. Wu Tianxing can stand idle no longer. Halt this match immediately. Now, Ma Yanli stands frozen, still dazed. All right. Huo unleashes his killing technique, Youth Annihilation Tempest. The saber in his hand flies toward Murong-chan. Having exhausted all her strength, her body can no longer move. Ma Yanli shouts to stop him. Halt. The match ends here. His face darkens. Damn it, too late. Watching the blade hurtling toward her, Murong-chan's heart fills with defiance. Is this truly where it ends? She recalls the pasta slab of meat slapped hard onto a plate, shattering it to pieces. Her father's furious scolding rings in her ears. Pathetic. Our Murong family is a noble house of alchemists. Studying these trash recipes, what utter disgrace. She protests, but the food I cook carries the same effects as pills. Why can't our Murong family break through the boundaries of alchemy? Her father strikes her across the face in fury. Girl, alchemy is alchemy. Cooking is a deviant, Patan evil road that will only tarnish our Murong family's reputation. Her siblings stand behind, chiming in. Father, why not just send her to Xuanshan Academy? If even Xuanshan Academy cannot straighten her out, then she is truly beyond all hope. When the time comes, we can still arrange a marriage alliance with the young master of another great family. They all sneer in contempt. Get lost. Truly, you bring nothing but shame to our Murong family. Don't let me see your face again, you good-for-nothing. Tears fall upon trembling hands. She tells herself, I must prove that the food I cook is no less than any pill. Back in the present, Murong-chan lets out a bitter laugh. Ever since that day, nothing has changed. The corners of Murong-chan's eyes glisten with tears. She closes her eyes and accepts death. A single finger suddenly appears, gently blocking the killing blow. Startled, Murong-chan feels no pain. She slowly opens her eyes and sees the one who shielded her. Wu Linggen holds the blade at bay and says, Senior Sister Murong is a good person. You will not harm her. Xiao Huo raises his hand. Questioning, you want to stop me? So what? Wu Linggen speaks. If you intend to kill Senior Sister Murong, then I will stop you. Xiao Huo tries to recall his blade, but it won't budge. He thinks Haikai won't retract. This kid's strength is truly monstrous. Xiao Huo grins provocatively. Kid, you've got some nerve. Ma Yanli descends and intervenes. Enough. The match is over. Step down immediately. He points and declares, the winner of this match is you, Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo rubs his nose smugly and lets out a cold snort. The moment Linggen releases the blade, Huo yanks it back and turns to leave. He tosses over his shoulder, you'd better win the next match. Otherwise, I won't get the chance to settle things with you personally. Linggen scratches his head and replies, sure, I'll do my best to pass the first round of assessment. Xiao Yu bristles with indignation. That guy was clearly threatening you, and you're still being this good-natured about it. He turns and asks, was he? Murong-chan sways behind him, on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. Linggen supports her and asks with concern, Senior Sister Murong, are you all right? She looks at him gratefully. Thank you for saving me just now. Murong-chan's voice turns melancholy. What a pity all that effort, and I still couldn't win a single. Before she can finish, she breaks into a fit of coughing. Blood spills from her lips, startling Linggen. Senior sister Mu Rong. Senior sister Mu Rong is injured. Zio Yu, hurry and fetch some healing pills. She responds at once right away. Mu Rongchen stops her. No need to worry, I'm fine now. She explains, I just ate too much earlier and threw up, that's all. Zio Yu stares at the mess on the ground in horror, her hair standing on end. Could you not make it look like you're coughing up blood? Linggen rises and steadies Mu Rongchen, then says, Senior sister Mu Rong, let me take you below to rest. Though covered in wounds and her robes torn in many places, she still answers, thank you. Ma Yanli steps in front and asks, Kid, where do you think you're going? The three of them turn in surprise. He continues, it's your turn for the next match. At his reminder, Linggen realizes it's his turn to fight. Ma Yanli instructs, you're facing Wang Taizhu. Then, turning to Zio Yu, take senior sister Mu Rong down first. Zio Yu nods, understood. Mu Rongchen turns and cheers, do your best. Zio Yu gives her an annoyed glance. She wonders why she even bothers looking after this foolish woman. Ma Yanli signals both sides to prepare. Linggen turns to face Taizhu. The latter sneers, you're still standing there. This is your last chance to forfeit and survive. Wu Linggen ignores his words. Ma Yanli ascends into the air, raises his hand, and declares the match begins. The instant the words leave his mouth, Wang Taizhu drives his weapon into the ground. He speaks with menace, since it's come to this. I'll have no choice but to kill you. What truly terrifies everyone is Wang Taizhu's sheer, bone-crushing weight. A single strike from Wang Taizhu sends everyone staggering absolutely beyond imagination. Mu Rongchen worries aloud, will Linggen be all right? Zio Yu glances over and replies, you truly don't understand how strong Linggen Ji is. Hearing this, Mu Rongchen turns back toward the arena. Zio Yu continues, no attack will ever bring Linggen Ji to his knees on this stage. Both fighters stand motionless. Linggen waits, but Taizhu makes no move. He wonders what kind of technique is this supposed to be. Taizhu takes a deep breath. His clothes explode off his body, revealing his true form as he bellows. Before Linggen's eyes, Taizhu's aura surges violently, shrouding his figure from view. A pair of powerful, muscular legs clad in pink socks step forth, followed by his gleaming, radiant body. He strikes a pose wearing a floral-patterned pink bikini of decidedly feminine design. Taizhu, Jingwu. Wu Linggen stands frozen in shock. The eye-searing spectacle before them, spectators in the stands try to process the horrifying sight. Hands fly to cover their eyes. The verdict is unanimous, so nauseating it could bring a man to his knees. Above, Lu Hong covers his mouth and begins his critique. Though using such a sight to assault people's eyes is certainly beneath the dignity of our Chuanshan Academy, Wu Tianxing chimes in, fool. The eye-searing assault is merely the surface. Lu Hong lets out a surprised oh. Wu Tianxing gazes down at the figures collapsed across the arena and explains, don't you notice something wrong with everyone's condition? Wu Linggen clutches his stomach, doubling over and covering his mouth, muttering so nauseating. Taizhu leaps high into the air, seizing the moment of distraction. He raises his weapon and roars, lie down and die. The weapon slams deep into the earth, shattering rock and soil. Wu Linggen barely dodges. Taizhu hoists his weapon and shouts, don't even dream of running. Taizhu charges forward at full speed. He unleashes his technique Taizhu whirlwind dance. Linggen manages to dodge once more. Blows rain down like a tempest. The spectators wail and retch, covering their eyes, utterly unable to endure the sight of Taizhu in that bizarre outfit. I can't take it anymore, me eyes are on fire. Everything I ate yesterday is coming back up. And out. Mu Rongchen's eyes widen in realization. I understand now. Zio Yu looks puzzled. Mu Rongchen looks up at the stands and explains, though his behavior is nauseating, it alone can't possibly cause this level of distress. In truth, his act is nothing more than a smokescreen. The real weapon is that weapon of Hissit's secretly releasing poison gas. Taizhu grips his weapon and lets out a cold laugh. Now you realize. Too late. Everyone surrounding the arena has already been engulfed by my poison. This match victory is already mine. Wu Linggen covers his nose, silently watching his opponent. Zio Yu sneers in contempt, resorting to poison behind the Sinisho despicable. Mu Rongchen nods in agreement. Taizhu doesn't care for their opinions. On the arena, any means of securing victory or survival is perfectly legitimate. Up in the observation deck, the viewing platform, Bai Kai thinks, truly worthy of the assassin I hired. Watching the people around him collapse, Bai Kai foams at the mouth, his legs buckling as he mutters, that was too close. I nearly got caught in it myself. Behind him, someone covers their nose and corrects, "You already did." Taiju raises his weapon high and brings it crashing down. Howling die in agony. Linggen coughs, struggling to evade the relentless blows as poison seeps deeper into his body. He thinks, "I can't circulate my chi." Everything hurts. His vision blurs, the world spinning and overlapping. Taiju's grip tightens until his massive weapon groans under the pressure. He advances with a sinister grin. "You can't even channel your chi anymore, and you still want to struggle to the bitter end." He surges forward, "Let me end your suffering." Swiftly, Taiju brings his weapon crashing down toward Linggen's head, sneering, "Take this." Linggen coughs up a mouthful of blood as the colossal blow connects. "Take this?" He lets out a pained groan, "Ugh." Taiju stares at his battered form and sneers coldly. He unleashes a relentless barrage Taiju chaotic dance. Taiju roars with manic glee, "Take this, and this." The unceasing blows batter Linggen without pause. Below, watching Linggen endure the endless onslaught, Mu Rongchen cries out in terror, "Linggen, stop. Don't fight anymore. This is insane." Who would have thought that Linggen-ji could be defeated so catastrophically? Xiao Yu bites her lip, unable to voice her worry. She can't bear it anymore. She shouts at those above, "Hey, stop the match already." Hearing her plea, Ma Yanli responds coldly, "Wu Linggen still has the capacity to counterattack. The match cannot be stopped." On the arena floor, Wu Linggen continues to endure the relentless barrage of blows. In the distance, Bai Dai watches the match unfold. Her expression carries a hint of disappointment, with only this much strength. "You have truly let me down." Taiju raises his weapon high and grins, the final blow. The massive iron pillar crashes down upon Wu Linggen's head, blood spraying in every direction. Xiao Yu, Murong-chan, and Tian Jai freeze in shock and terror. After delivering the final blow, Taiju senses something is wrong. Astonishment flashes across his face. Wu Linggen stands firm, gripping the iron pillar, his body drenched in blood, gasping from his wounds. Taiju sneers with contempt, "With just this little strength of yours, you still dare resist?" Linggen clenches his fist tight. He speaks calmly, "Precisely because I cannot use my spiritual power right now, I must pour everything I have into this single punch." Hearing this, Taiju erupts into laughter. "With such a puny little fist, do you really think you can hurt me?" Wu Linggen's fist lightly grazes Taiju's abdomen. Beads of sweat instantly drench his face. After that gentle touch, his entire body locks rigid, letting the force pass clean through him. A single touch unleashes a thunderous, earth-shaking aftershock. The impact is so devastating that he is sent hurtling several miles away. The three spectators below stand frozen before the tremendous force, utterly speechless. The blow is so violent that the clothes on his upper body are shredded to ribbons. Taiju's mouth foams. He speaks with impossible difficulty. "How is this?" His eyes roll white from the sheer agony. Barely managing 2 words, "It's possible." Wu Linggen watches Taiju collapse into unconsciousness. He wipes the blood from his face and declares, "I win." Taiju lies on the ground, foaming at the mouth, his voice laced with disbelief. "Impossible." He stares at Wu Linggen, demanding through gritted teeth, "Weren't you poisoned?" Linggen pauses, scratches his head, and replies with genuine bewilderment, "There's one possibility my power actually increases after I'm weakened." He then looks back at the arena. Behind Taiju, a single gentle tap has reduced the entire stage to a wasteland of rubble and ruin. Hearing Linggen's words, Taiju's face goes utterly dark, not a single word escaping his lips. Watching Linggen's retreating figure, Taiju mutters under his breath, "You monster." Yanli announces from above the match goes to Wu Linggen. Suspended on a hoisted rope platform, he looks down at the boy below, who cheerfully calls out, "Even though I got hurt and bled a lot. Thank goodness it's all over." Wu Tianxing tells Lu Hong, "Dispel Wang Tai's poisonous smoke." Lu Hong nods, understood. The moment she agrees, she releases a green circular disc downward. The disc spins several rotations, then streams of luminous water cascade from it. It circles overhead several more times, conjuring an antidote rain that showers over everyone below. The crowd erupts in jubilant cheers. "It's raining. It's the antidote. I can move again." Wu Linggen examines his wounds and sighs, "Unbelievable. My strength still hasn't recovered." From afar, Murong-chan runs toward him with arms wide open, beaming, "Linggen, congratulations." She happily tackles him into a hug, pressing his face firmly against her chest. "You're even more incredible than I imagined." He struggles to speak. Wait. At this moment, Xiao Yu is absolutely furious. Every strand of hair on her body stands on end as she watches the two embracing so intimately. Everyone around them recoils in alarm. She sprints over, hearing the approaching footsteps. Murong-chan. turns to see Xiao Yu about to pry them apart. Xiao Yu glares at Murong-chan with blazing fury. Don't you dare. Stay away from Linggen Ji. Murong-chan explains, I merely wanted to express my admiration. Xiao Yu cuts her off with a shout, no. You're just taking advantage. In the distance, Huo watches the scene of two girls fighting over Linggen, his face darkening with jealousy. He sees that damn guy. The one surrounded by beauties should obviously be me. Bai Kai raises an eyebrow. Why on earth would they surround you? He glances at Huo and continues, truly. That fellow's strength defies all imagination. Looking at Linggen's blood-soaked body, Bai Kai asks, how about you and him? Huo blinks, huh. He snaps his fingers, scorching heat radiating outward. Huo declares with absolute confidence, the word defeat doesn't exist in my dictionary. Mid-sentence, someone claps a hand on his shoulder. He turns around in confusion. Tidus stands behind him, holding up a citation slip. Setting fires within the academy grounds. Find 500 spirit stones. Huo stares at the slip, stunned. He protests indignantly, who do you think you are? Dare to find me. Bai Kai quickly pulls Huo back, whispering urgently, calm down. Huo snaps Bai Kai. What are you? Bai Kai grabs his shoulder and introduces in a hushed voice. You don't want to mess with this man. He's the academy's disciplinary enforcement officer and the dean's own son. Tidus eyes the two of them with undisguised disdain. Always causing trouble, the lot of you. Bai Kai glances up at Tianxing and murmurs, I can't believe the dean himself came all the way here. Huo, still not fully grasping the situation, just lets out a confused oh. After hearing the explanation, Huo finally understands the gravity of the situation. He clutches a bag of spirit stones, and through gritted teeth, pushes it forward. It's only 500 spirit stones. Here, take it. Without warning, Tidus slaps yet another citation slip right on top, leaving Huo utterly stupefied. Malicious insults directed at academy management staff. Additional fine 1,000 spirit stones. Huo cries bitter, suppressed tears inside his heart. Bai Kai stands behind him, trembling with fear. His hand shaking, he reaches out, fine. I'll pay. Having collected every last spirit stone, Tidus departs. Huo stares at his emptied money pouch and sits there sobbing, muttering through his tears, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Dean and you old man remember this. I swear I'll get it all back tenfold. He lifts his head to glare at Linggen's group in the distance, trembling with resentment as he mutters, and you. Wu Linggen. Meanwhile, Linggen suddenly shivers as if sensing someone cursing him. Muttering what the, his whole body trembles. Xiao Yu immediately asks, what's wrong, Linggen Ji? He answers, I suddenly felt a chill run down my spine. Tianjai's eyes are filled with pure adoration. Boss Linggen is incredible. Even a 5-star king-level assassin was defeated effortlessly. Linggen scratches his head modestly. It wasn't exactly effortless, though. But Tianjai holds up a notebook with starry eyes, following boss's orders. I've compiled extensive intelligence on Taiju. Cost me a fortune on the black market. Linggen replies, then you deserve praise. From afar, Yanli calls out to the chubby boy, what else are you planning to stir up over there? Tianjai startles with a yelp. Yanli continues, you're up next for the first match. Only then does realization hit him. His eyes widen. Oh, right, 2 fighters and a referee take the arena. Tianjai's red-haired opponent is named Wu Jiaxu. Lu Hong murmurs in surprise, isn't that young man? Dean. Wu Tianxing replies flatly, correct. He is my grandson. He sighs, the boy was born stubborn, refuses to learn the clan's secret cultivation techniques. I had no choice but to send him to the academy. The crowd erupts in murmurs. So he's the dean's own grandson. Quite handsome too, I'd better get on his good side. Linggen shouts across to Tianjai, he's the dean's grandson, don't beat him to death. Tianjai grins confidently, just watch me, boss. He clutches his intelligence notebook, his expression brimming with self-assurance. Sure, my combat ability is average, but I hold every piece of intel right here in my hands. The gap in raw ability isn't that far apart. He eyes Jiaxu. Even if you're the dean's grandson, I have no shortage of information on you. Jiaxu remains silent. Tianjai continues his boast, combined with the Tianji Gate Formation's secret technique you have already lost. The rope hoists Yanli upward as his voice thunders, begin. The match begins. Tianjai channels his spiritual power. The third eye on his forehead cracks open. Divine technique, third eye open. Linggen offers his opinion. Tianjai's technique looks formidable. Xiao Yu responds, it's more than that. This is the Tianji Gate's secret technique, can perceive the very mechanisms of heaven. Among the Tianji Gate's disciples, mastering this art is extraordinarily difficult. That chubby kid actually has real talent. Tianjai assumes his fighting stance. Jiaxu charges forward. Not a bad opening, let me see what this third eye can really do. Tianjai activates celestial mechanism deduction. Before his eyes, a translucent information panel materializes Wu Jiaxu. Identity grandson of Chuanshan Academy, Dean Wu Tianxing. Age 18. Cultivation base early foundation establishment. Spiritual root fire-earth dual. Analysis unwilling to learn fire attribute cultivation techniques. Lineage ordinary clan. Primarily earth attribute cultivation techniques. Proficient in hand-to-hand combat. After reading the panel, Tianjai runs the celestial mechanism deduction. His footwork draws upon only 10% fire attribute power. His strikes carry 50% earth attribute force. Technique proficiency 85%. Jiaxu unleashes his attack, roaring earth rock eruption myriad peaks. Masses of earth erupt upward, blazing with fire as they surge toward Tianjai. Jiaxu looks up and stares in disbelief at Tianjai's unscathed silhouette. Tianjai taunts an earth rock eruption. I predicted that ages ago. You couldn't even touch me. Linggen observes from the sideline. The chubby one's agility is actually pretty impressive. Xiao Yu explains that's likely the effect of the third eye. At its core, the third eye is a medium for channeling the divine sense of the Tianji patriarch. What Tianjai is doing right now is essentially inviting a god to possess his body. At this very moment, behind Tianjai, the spectral silhouette of the Tianji patriarch looms. Jiaxu prepares his next strike. Crimson spiritual energy wraps around his limbs. Tianjai forms a sword seal, calculating, with the third eye's perception, the probability of him launching a ranged fire attribute attack is 100%. After closing distance with an earth attribute technique, the probability of him following up with hand-to-hand combat is 90%. Spiritual energy erupts beneath Jiaxu's feet as he unleashes his ultimate technique, Earth Surging Wall. In the blink of an eye, he materializes directly before his opponent. Tianjai has already mapped the trajectory. He raises his hand to block, no need to panic. Just raise his hand to this exact position, and the incoming punch will be intercepted. His face lights up with excitement. He should be able to stop the attack, but despite clearly blocking it, the fist still slams squarely into Tianjai's face. He goes flying, bouncing off the ground several times. Jiaxu stares in disbelief. His opponent was far too weak. Tianjai lies motionless on the ground, completely unconscious. Linggen's face tenses with worry. Tianjai, wake up! The fact that Tianjai is still scribbling notes infuriates Linggen. Next time, schedule it on your calendar, and you don't need to record the difference in our power levels. In the end, Tianjai loses consciousness amidst everyone's desperate calls. Jiaxu, wary of causing trouble, asks Yanli, who is fawning over him with exaggerated concern. Are you all right, young master? Congratulations on your splendid victory. Meanwhile, Lu Hong praises Jiaxu even as the dean laments. That kid Jiaxu has improved tremendously solid technique, but he still refuses to use the Wu family's cultivation methods. Jiaxu unconsciously glances up at Tianxing, but quickly turns away. Yanli continues to fawn. You may leave the arena first, young master. On the other side, Tianjai slowly opens his eyes. He comes to and realizes Linggen is carrying him on his back. Boss Linggen, I didn't expect you to be this strong too. Hey boss, are you mocking me when you say that? I'm being completely honest, you really do look incredibly handsome right now. Linggen sighs, unfortunately my talent is too poor. Otherwise, I definitely want to learn that technique. Tianjai disagrees vehemently. Boss doesn't need to learn any of that, you are already this powerful. Yanli returns to his role as referee and announces loudly, all right. The second round of matches will be drawn at random. When your name is called, step directly onto the arena. Tianxing and Lu Hong discuss. The second round will draw opponents randomly. Who knows? Instructor might probably prepared it on the fly. Hu grows anxious, but Bai Kai reassures him what's wrong. With random draws like this, when will they finally pair me against Linggen? Relax, he gazes. The man on the stage speaks again. The one Wu Linggen has offended is not just the two of us. Referee Ma Yanli announces that the first match has been determined. Glancing at the name on the slip, he declares, this match Wu Linggen versus Xiao Hu. Xiao Yu and Mu Rongchen protest in unison. Unacceptable. How can opponents be arranged at random like this? Big bro Linggen has to fight that Xiao Hu. I've never even heard of this person before. The second round is supposed to be randomized. Xiao Yu demands loudly, are you sure this random arrangement of yours isn't rigged? Holding the slip bearing Wu Linggen's name, he dismisses her, don't be ridiculous. We are the Xuanchen Academy. How could we possibly single out newly enrolled disciples? Hugh steps onto the stage. I agree with the referee. What he says is not wrong. I trust instructor Mai would never be biased. Sai, no matter who it is. His provocative words make Xiao tremble with rage. He continues, is that hesitation because you fear my strength? What brat, what exactly are you so arrogant about? Wu Linggen cuts in, no need for more words. His expression is utterly serious. I want to advance to a better class, I cannot back down. Big bro Linggen, both girls are totally smitten. Robbed of her lines, Xiao fumes inwardly. Linggen's serious expression is so handsome that's what I should have said. Tianjai quickly jots this down. Senior sister Mu Rong and Guardian 2 Shan both seem to have their eyes on Boss Linggen. Gotta remember this. The two contestants face each other. Hugh taunts, I can't believe you actually dared to come up and fight. He places his hand on the weapon slung behind his back. Then let me, a strike descends without warning. Wu Linggen barely dodges, pulling back just in time. Might as well settle the score while we're at it. Xiao screams furiously, you haven't even announced the start of the match. This is clearly an ambush. Mai Yanli simply looks the other way, is there a problem? Xiao is seething but she can only curse silently in her heart. Everyone at Xuanchen Academy seems to be targeting Big Bro Linggen. So-called righteous cultivators are nothing but two-faced scoundrels. Wu Linggen effortlessly dodges every strike then suddenly vanishes. Mai Yanli senses something and shouts, watch out, he's behind you. Wu Linggen circles behind his opponent, fist cocked and ready. The punch surges toward Hugh's face, yet Hugh remains perfectly calm. Your speed is indeed impressive, brat. What a pity. Azure flames erupt. Even Mai Yanli is caught in the blast. Wu Linggen leaps clear, his striking arm still ablaze. He stands amid the ethereal blue flames, facing Hugh. Hugh looks incredibly composed. I have completely figured out your fighting style. As long as I don't let you close the distance, you have no answer. Wu Linggen finally extinguishes the flames on his arm. Wu Linggen thinks to himself, it's so hot. Burning, he stares at his opponent. The flames in Hugh's hands shift and transform, dropping into a horse stance. The azure fire condenses into two serpentine dragons, their blazing eyes locked on the enemy. Azure Flame Dragon King. Wu Linggen dodges one dragon but the other lunges from a different direction. The temperature of these azure flames is unbearable, even his hardened body cannot endure them. Mai Yanli shouts with excitement, that's it. Corner him. Bai Dai watches the scorched arena floor with narrowed eyes. I suspect Wu Linggen is about to reveal his demonic cultivation methods. Wu Linggen's back reaches the edge of the arena. He murmurs, dead end. Hugh thrusts both palms forward. Die. 2. The intertwining dragons charge forward as one. Twin dragons entering the sea. Watching the roaring dragons hurtle toward him, Wu Linggen remains utterly calm. It seems I have no choice but to go all out. Mu Rongchen sways back and forth, swooning with admiration. Big Bro Linggen is finally getting serious. As expected, Big Bro Linggen at his most intense is the most handsome. Meanwhile, Tianjai eagerly awaits an explosive finish. What technique is Boss Linggen going to use? Wu Linggen curls all 10 fingers inward and recites an incantation. He seizes both dragon heads in a crushing grip and wrenches them together. Seeing the two dragons drawn into his hands, Wu Linggen shamelessly boasts, this is an immortal technique I developed by fusing it with my own exercise regimen. Impressive, isn't it? Hugh twitches with irritation. That is absolutely not an immortal technique. He regains his composure, and yet, you caught my Azure Flame Dragon King barehanded. You do have some skill, but my repertoire doesn't end there. Suddenly, the chi in Wu Linggen's hands begins to disperse. Before he can even react, Hugh unleashes countless fire lotuses that swarm around him, then detonate into a blazing sea of liquid flame. With this density of attack, let's see you block with your hands now. Wu Linggen dodges the incoming lotuses one after another. He has no choice but to employ a stronger immortal technique. Landing firmly, he unleashes a technique named left-right horizontal leap. He rockets left and right at blistering speed, simultaneously evading the demon-sealing fire lotuses. Someone watches in disbelief, nearly weeping, impossible. How does he know the phantom shadow Iron Mountain lean of our Hehuan sect? Another observer snaps to attention, wait, that's not. High-speed movement, nothing at all like your phantom shadow, Iron Mountain lean. Getting roasted again? You should rest a bit more. Wu Linggen continues his steady left-right footwork, evading every attack effortlessly. All that's visible are afterimages flickering back and forth. Hugh seethes inwardly. He actually used the wind pressure from his high-speed movement to blow away my fire lotuses. What a troublesome native. I see it's time for my next move. Besides, the area around you is already saturated with fire spiritual chi. Hold my technique. With Wu Linggen at its center, the ground beneath his feet splits apart. Stone walls erupt from the earth, encasing him in a prison. The crowd murmurs in confusion as the fire rock prison closes in amid swirling fire spiritual chi. Doesn't Zio Hu only have a metal fire dual spiritual root? Then how can he use an earth element technique? Mu Rongchen has gone deathly pale. This technique is strangey. I can't sense any earth element fluctuations at all. My Yanli exclaims with glee, there it is. Zio Hu's signature move, 5 elemental root swap. Hearing this, Hu grows irritated. Stop making up random names for my techniques. He sneers, these natives look down on me. Yet they truly have no brains. They don't even understand the principle of the 5 elements mutual generation and overcoming. Lu Hong furrows her brow and calls out, Academy head Tianxing. He immediately understands. I know what you're about to say. That young man's techniques truly defy comprehension. No one can see through them. Let's get back to the matter of the stone. Unfortunately, you've guessed wrong. That's not what I meant. He blinks in confusion, gazing at the destroyed arena floor. Lu Hong reminds him gently, if I recall, that spirit rock is a crystallization of stone essence. Its value is at least. Wouldn't you need a spirit grinding stone to replicate it? The academy head nearly coughs up blood on the spot. Hu calmly gazes at the earthen prison before him. I have already grasped the principles of this world, even though I possess only a dual-element spiritual root. My unawakened roots contain 10,000 transformations. He presses both hands to the ground, a smirk curling across his lips. His next technique activates fire, generates earth-rock bombardment art. A barrage of jagged stones erupts upward, sealing the pit's opening, attempting to bury Wu Linggen alive. Tianjai's face darkens. Boss Linggen. Mu Rongchen cries out in panic, Linggen. Tianxing clutches his chest in agony, my spirit stones. Lu Hong chides him, so impulsive. Something's wrong, Academy head. Mu Rongchen, in a frenzy, grabs a giant chicken drumstick and charges forward. Zio Yu blocks her. Hey, where do you think you're going? She doesn't care. I can't just stand here and watch Linggen die. This time I have to save him. Zio Yu swiftly snatches the crude weapon and holds Mu Rongchen back. Stop causing more trouble for big bro Linggen. She struggles wildly. Why are you stopping me? Would a guardian like you just sit back and watch Linggen die? Zio Yu places a firm hand on Mu Rongchen's shoulder. Relax. That level of attack won't trouble big bro Linggen. Hu dusts off his hands, gazing at the freshly constructed tomb of stone. I may be slightly surprised, but in the end, no native of this world can be my match. His satisfaction is short-lived. The mound of earth suddenly trembles. From above, it resembles a volcano on the verge of eruption. The crowd is thrown into bewilderment once more. Tianjai shouts, what now? Mu Rongchen is baffled. An earthquake. Only Zio Yu clenches her fist with delight. As expected, big bro Linggen is invincible. The boulders are blasted apart by the sheer force of Wu Linggen's power. Wherever he surges, stones explode into dust. Every step forward, another rock reduced to rubble. Zio Hu stammers in disbelief at the ultra-high-speed immortal technique. That's impossible. Wait, didn't he used to train by carrying boulders on his head? Zio Yu boasts proudly. This is nothing compared to the training big bro Linggen does every day. Those stone slabs aren't even worth mentioning. Mu Rongchen gasps in awe, so Linggen really is this powerful. Wu Linggen emerges, casually brushing dust from his clothes, and that weight was still a bit too light. Hu refuses to accept it. Impossible. No one in this world can force me to admit defeat. He frantically snatches up his weapon. Take this. As a child of heaven, I will never lose to anyone. He channels spiritual chi into the blade and raises the azure saber high. Metal borrows. Earth's might. Earth generates metal. Golden heavy cliff 10,000 jun. The attack locks onto Wu Linggen as Hu prepares to unleash his thunderbolt slash. Tianxing senses danger. Wait. Rage has completely clouded his judgment. Lu Hong hesitates. Oh, Tianxing adds, he's even forgotten what his opponent's greatest strength is. Wu Linggen drops to one knee, fist clenched tight. As the technique closes in, he throws a bare-handed punch, cleaving the saber in two. The blade shatters, embedding itself deep in the ground. Hu recoils in horror. My black mysterious blade. But before he can recover, a fist hurtles toward him, filling his entire field of vision. The punch carries such devastating force that it tears through the air, dragging a massive shockwave of energy in its wake. It slams into the ground, sending stone fragments flying in all directions. Hu freezes Wu Linggen's fist, had deliberately struck inches from his face. As Hyo crumples to his knees, Wu Linggen declares calmly, "You lose." Mu Rongchen erupts in cheers of victory. Linggen is so strong. Xiao Yu is overjoyed. That punch from big bro Linggen was so cool. I want to bear his children. Watching the scene, my Yanli grits his teeth. What trash. Don't tell me he can't even beat someone without a shred of cultivation. Wu Linggen says nothing. He walks away, leaving Hyo still kneeling behind. But Hyo refuses to accept defeat. "You bastard, stand still." He rises slowly, stubbornness blazing in his eyes. "I will not accept defeat like this. Elder Dan, lend me your strength. Have you lost your mind? It's just an entrance exam, and you want to burn through my remnant soul for this." Hyo's face darkens. "You talk too much." He turns back, gritting his teeth. "If I can't even pass a simple entrance exam, did I come to this world? For nothing." He sighed softly. Little Hyo. On modern Earth, a kid with a backpack stood reading a comic book right out in the open. I was just a nameless nobody in school. To make things worse, my love for comics turned me into the butt of every classmate's joke, the laughingstock of everyone around me. Hey, isn't that little Hyo, reading out on the street like that, without a care in the world? Look at him reading comics. A real oddball, that's what they called me. But inside, I was cursing those good-for-nothings 100 times over. What right did those bastards have to mock me? Was it not enough to judge me by grades and test scores? Did they have to police my personality, too? If only I had a golden finger like the protagonists in those comics, I'd make every last one of them eat their words. A voice shouts, "Hey, watch out, kid." He freezes, A truck hurtles toward him at full speed. Fortunately, the heavens above hear his silent plea. He thinks my chance. The driver screams in terror, "Kid, get out of the way or you'll be killed." Then blood everywhere. He wakes up, face blank with confusion, staring up at 2 golden oxen looming over him. He's covered head to toe in filth. It hits him he's truly entered the world of a comic book. And worse, he's become the clueless young master of the Xiao family. 3 young masters stand before him, using him as a target for their bullying. Hyo looks at the ring on his hand with newfound satisfaction. But now that he's here, he swears he will never let anyone look down on him again because he possesses a ring. An old man materializes from within it, his lower body trailing wisps of ethereal smoke, like a genie emerging from a lamp. Just like in the comics, the ring contains the remnant soul of a mighty immortal cultivator. His name is Elder Dan. He watches Hyo train with quiet satisfaction. In life, Elder Dan was not only a cultivator of immense power, but also a grandmaster alchemist. With Elder Dan's guidance, Hyo swiftly breaks through to the chi refining stage. He hunts down every last one of those bastards who bullied him and beats them until their asses are sky-high. Once he seizes overwhelming power, every single person who ever wronged him pays the price. The cheers of others fill Hyo with joy. He rises to become the most promising junior in the clan, earning the reverence of all around him. He lays out his plan to become the clan leader. He needs more supporters. He must prove to everyone that Hyo is no ordinary weakling. The flashback ends. Hyo speaks to Elder Dan with absolute confidence. "With this golden finger in my hand, I cannot lose to anyone." Elder Dan sighs helplessly. "Truly, there's no reasoning with you." Spiritual chi surges. Whoosh! Elder Dan's hair stands on end. "My remaining spiritual chi is only enough for half an incense stick's time, you brat." Golden light engulfs Hyo's entire body as the spiritual chi floods into him. Elder Dan warns, "Use it sparingly." Hyo replies, "Just leave it to me." Spiritual chi erupts from his body, as if a Super Saiyan undergoing a transformation. Lu Hong takes notice. "Dean, the spiritual chi on that Hyo kid is no ordinary thing." Wu Tianxing nods indeed. Elder Dan's final words from when he still lived echo in Hyo's mind. "Although I possess the power of the deity transformation realm, the strength I can lend you now is only at the golden core realm." Hyo couldn't care less. That doesn't matter. What matters is that he can wield Elder Dan's 5 elements exotic flames. 5 flames of 5 distinct colors fused together, merging into a brilliant azure. Metal generates water. He hurls a torrent of water straight at Linggen. It wraps around him like an inescapable death cell. Water prison. Trapped inside the water bubble, Linggen cannot speak, cannot breathe, only gurgle helplessly. Dung Chan gasps, "What's going on? How does he suddenly have this kind of combat power?" A student nearby turns pale. Not only that his cultivation has reached the golden core realm. Xiao Yu shouts at Yanli. He's a brand new student. How could he possibly have golden core realm power? He must be cheating. But an elder dismisses it coldly. "Without evidence, don't spout nonsense." Hyo stands outside the water prison, smirking triumphantly. Even if your raw strength is formidable, inside water you're at a disadvantage. 5 razor-sharp black objects condense in his palm. Earth generates metal. He hurls them forward, targeting Linggen, who's desperately pinching his nose shut. Black mysterious shattering iron thorns. To evade, Linggen resorts to his ultimate immortal technique. Hyperswim. Hugh extends a finger and roars, trying to run. Water generates wood. Countless vines erupt outward, coiling around Linggen and locking down his movement. Vine entanglement. He struggles violently but can't break free. He mutters to himself, these branches are sturdy as hell. Hugh stands outside, radiating arrogance. Now do you feel it? This is the true power of a golden core realm technique. Linggen bites down on his own finger until blood spurts out. Elder Dan erupts in fury. You actually used your essence blood for a technique. Don't you know it will damage your cultivation foundation? Hugh ignores him. The remaining spiritual chi is only enough for one move. I have to make sure he can't escape. A star formation materializes behind his head. Each petal represents one of the 5 elements. Hugh chants the incantation, metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal. The 5 elements cycle in endless rotation. I borrow the power of mutual creation. Massive energy converges upon his palm. It solidifies into a weapon of pure destruction. His aura blazes as if capable of cleaving the heavens themselves. Primordial unity, chi heaven dominating slash. The arena erupts in flames. The spectators below scatter in a blind panic. This is no longer a chi refining battle. I don't want to get caught in this. Someone save me. Wu Tianxing makes a split-second decision. He clasps his hands together and leaps down from the stands. A torrent of crimson spiritual chi erupts from his joined palms, engulfing the entire arena like a dome. Suppress! The Dean's grand technique forms a cage-like barrier, shielding every last spectator. Someone shouts from the crowd, as expected of a tribulation transcendence realm master. A single move to suppress the shockwaves. Another exclaims, coming to Xuanchen Academy was the right call. A third murmurs, I can see the Dean's true power now. But flying that high and revealing it like that, is that really okay? Will there be consequences? Hugh brings the slash, crashing down with a roar full of desperate conviction. I refuse to remain ordinary any longer. I will win. The colossal wave of spiritual chi cleaves, forward a blazing light, piercing through the abyss. Linggen reaches back, channeling force into his fist. Sorry about this, Hugh. Hugh's eyes widen in shock. He thinks of the simple-hearted men from his past life. So this is what a spiritual root can do. His resolve hardens compared to you. I have even less reason to lose. He swings his fist a plain, ordinary straight punch. The 2 techniques collide. The water bubble shatters. Hugh's face warps from the sheer wind pressure. The impact sends him hurtling across the arena. Only his scream echoes back, impossible. The collision continues, sending shockwaves, ripping through the battlefield. Blinding light forces every spectator to shield their eyes. Thank heavens the Dean protected us. Without his barrier, we'd all be dead. Against an attack this terrifying, even Xuanchen Academy itself would be caught in the devastation. Wu Tianxing watches as dust and debris continue to billow upward. He remarks that punch had no spiritual chi fluctuation whatsoever. With mere physical strength, a human can unleash a technique of this magnitude. This kid, where on earth does he come from? A foot lands on the arena. Hugh sits slumped on the ground, utterly spent. Elder Dan materializes and says quietly, Little Hugh, we lost. Hugh's face darkens, impossible. He stubbornly summons his remaining energy, impossible. A transmigrator like me cannot lose. Elder Dan grabs him, stop, don't be so stubborn. Linggen walks up to him, raises a finger and says gently, Really, I'm sorry about this. He flicks Hugh's forehead hard. Hugh crashes face first into the arena floor. Smoke rises from his head, foam bubbles at his lips. His eyes roll back white. Linggen gazes down at him and reveals the reason is, because I'm also a transmigrator. Yanli grits her teeth in contempt. That bastard. Just how strong is he exactly? The announcer declares, the winner of this match, Wu Linggen. The crowd in the stands erupts, Linggen, Linggen, Linggen. He scratches his head, smiling bashfully. Xiao Yu clings to his arm, chirping excitedly, Big bro Linggen, you were so cool back there. Dung Chan calls out with sparkling eyes, Big bro Linggen, you're incredibly strong. Can you teach me? Linggen heh. Right at that happy moment, Linggen's stomach growls so loud it freezes everyone in place. He sweats. I used up a bit too much energy back there. Dung Chan, don't worry about it. I've got something delicious for you. She fishes out a massive drumstick from somewhere. Here, this is for you. Xiao Yu's face twists in disgust. Can you not store your storage bag in such a bizarre place? Deng Chan smiles as if nothing is wrong. I'm really sorry. Linggen stares at the meat, drooling uncontrollably. He asks Bazaar, how so? Deng Chan tugs at her clothes shyly, but the space in there is the biggest, you know. Xiao Yu is so furious she could cough up a mouthful of blood. Linggen takes a huge bite of the meat, chewing happily. Deng Chan watches him with fond eyes. If that's not enough, there's more where that came from. Xiao Yu bites her nails in a jealous rage. That green tea bitch definitely has the hots for big bro Linggen. I need to learn how to cook. I can't give her any excuse to get close to him. Yanli cuts in irritably. The match is over. Are you lot going to come down from the arena or not? Other contestants still need their turns. Linggen apologizes sheepishly. Sorry, we're coming down right away. Xiao Yu snaps back angrily. What's the rush? How come I never see you rushing the other people off the stage? Linggen is eating happily when something suddenly occurs to him. He hops down from the arena in a flash, still holding 2 chunks of meat in both hands, leaving Huo utterly bewildered. He offers Huo a large piece of meat and asks kindly, you must be starving too. You should eat something. Huo stares at the greasy slab of meat and clenches his jaw. He slaps it away, saying through gritted teeth, I don't need your pity. He turns his back and storms off without another word. Xiao Yu shouts furiously, how dare he disrespect big bro Linggen like that? Today I'll make sure to. Linggen stops her. Forget it. If I'd lost, my mood wouldn't be any better. Deng Chan gazes at him with admiration. Big bro Linggen, you're so magnanimous. Linggen waves it off. Not really. It's just that we're fellow countrymen, you know. I really didn't want to fight him in the first place. Xiao Yu and Deng Chan don't understand, both tilting their heads in unison. Fellow countrymen. Meanwhile, Bai Kai spits on the ground, tooey. And he dares call himself the chosen one? He spins on his heel. Looks like he'll need to come up with a different strategy to deal with Wu Linggen. The very second he finishes badmouthing him, a fine ticket smacks him square in the face. Tai Dak grimaced, spitting out bitter words, littering in public, a fine of 100 spirit stones. Watching someone demand money so brazenly, he demanded, who is this now? The elder stiffened, glaring at him. Bai Kai instantly turned docile as a puppy. Yes, I shall pay, my lord. Clenching his hatred spirit stones, he cursed Wu Linggen silently. This fine you will pay it back, I swear. Slandered by others, Linggen suddenly sneezes loudly. Xiao Yu asks with concern, brother, are you catching a cold from sweating too much? Deng Thien pulls out a medicine vial and says, I still have this cold-expelling pill. Linggen rubs his nose and replies, it is nothing. Someone must be missing me. As the 3 of them chat, a voice rings out from behind Wu Linggen. He blinks in confusion. Linggen turns to look Bai Dai. She stares at him coldly with a sharp snort. Seeing who has arrived, Bai Kai sidles up and says, Big sister Bai, I recall you were not supposed to be in this round, were you? She ignores him entirely, raising her voice. I acknowledge you possess some strength. Bai Kai is baffled. She continues, are you really fine ignoring him like that? Bai Dai sneers. You actually dealt with Xiao Huo so easily, you truly surprised me. Huo feels a sharp sting in his heart. The crowd begins to buzz with gossip. It is a pity that the eldest young miss has offended 2 people with a single sentence. She points her finger directly at Linggen. Since they have no way to force you to reveal your status as a demonic cultivator, then I shall do it myself. Linggen widens his eyes, feigning innocence, and asks Bai Dai back, demonic cultivator, what are you talking about? Bai Dai glances coldly at Bai Kai. I want to go next. Is that allowed? Bai Kai, afraid to offend her, nods. That is no problem. But I still have to find an opponent. Before he can finish, Bai Dai shouts without caring, no need. She raises her sword and declares, except for Wu Linggen, all remaining disciples, come at me at once. The crowd below erupts. Whispering, she dares to fight them all alone. Even if her cultivation base is higher, this is too much. Sorry, even with a high cultivation base, I wouldn't dare. Huo smirks, looking at his little wife. As expected of the woman I chose, she dares to challenge everyone at once. Elder Dan reveals a cruel truth, but the woman you chose has eyes only for that brat Linggen. He barks a reminder, did you not hear clearly earlier? Linggen, he is also a transmigrator. Stop daydreaming about being the son of destiny. Practice with reality in mind. Huo ignores him, smiling coldly, his heart filled with defiance. Elder Dan asks, confused, why? Huo, possessed by arrogance, declares to his rival, since he is also a transmigrator, then the title of Son of Destiny is surely mine. Elder Dan sighs, how did this brat get so twisted? Huo sneers in challenge, Just wait, the outcome will be different. I will cultivate hard and trample all of you beneath my feet. Lu Hong watches the combative youngsters from above. Dean, this seems contrary to the rules. Wu Tianxing answers with understanding. Very well, the young always have vigor to spare. He turns to Bai Dai. Little girl Bai, you wish to challenge all the others? She replies without hesitation. Yes, I do not wish to waste any more time. Wu Tianxing declares resonantly. Very well. Let me see what you youngsters are capable of. Bai Kai yells. The match begins. As the command falls, a mob of people charges with a flurry of techniques and colors. They roar, we are the geniuses of our respective clans. Do not be so arrogant. Taste this. Bai Dai does not take them seriously, sweeping her sword coldly, child's play. She unleashes the 100-sword guardian technique, channeling potent spiritual energy into a barrage of strikes. One disciple, seeing the aura shielding her, leaps down, sword blazing with purple lightning. He screams, witness my brute force breaking all techniques. He slams his blade toward her. Begone. Bai Dai sneers with contempt, battling with physical strength. Her sword erupts with brilliant light and ferocious power. The two forces collide, sending shockwaves across the arena. The sword arts clash, creating a massive explosion that sends the other disciples flying, howling in agony. The disciple who was just so valiant, challenging her, has been blown away. He collapses like a charred husk, foaming at the mouth. A bystander gasps. As expected of the #1 genius among the youths, one move, and the young master of the Wild Blade sect is sent flying. Dean Cat observes Bai Dai's majestic figure emerging from the smoke. The sword control art is not bad at all, is it? He notices G.I. Hawk still standing still, surprised. Didn't you also level up? Why not join the fray? G.I. Hawk sneers, are you trying to make me laugh? This young master does not bother with such petty brawls. Dean Cat darkens. Irritated, is there really such a type of arrogant person? A gap appears in the thick smoke, and Bai Dai senses it immediately. A figure lunges from behind, delivering a downward strike. Bai Dai reacts with agility, dodging effortlessly. She coldly unleashes a wave of sword energy, blasting him away. The remaining disciples close in, shouting, now is the time. It still does nothing. Two of them leap in simultaneously, everyone all together. Bai Dai springs backward, chanting, true heart connects to the mystery, using chi to command the sword. She soars into the sky, creating a long trail of shimmering light, as spiritual energy envelops her. Those below cry out, she's flying. Isn't that only possible at the Golden Core stage? Has she reached the Golden Core stage? Dean Cat, being quite knowledgeable, realizes this is not the flight of a Golden Core expert, but a technique utilizing the sword control art to lift the user. G.I. Hawk confirms, correct, I read about such techniques in the archives of the Xuantian Academy. Bai Dai hovers, looking down at the crowd. One disciple points at her, screaming, despicable, having to fight at such a crucial moment. You see something? The others mock him for being shameless. Bai Dai closes her eyes, focusing on the mantra 10,000 swords rise. Countless ethereal swords form from her spiritual energy, swirling around her. She shouts, all living things perish. The sword rain descends instantly, pinning every opponent to the ground. The bystanders gape in terror, their faces drained of all color. Dung Thien gazes in admiration. No wonder she's the eldest daughter of Bai Dai. A single move, and every challenger is finished. Wu Linggen sighs in wonder. Is the Foundation establishment stage really that powerful? He thinks to himself, I need to get my hands on a spirit tool as soon as possible. Xiao Yu protests indignantly. Sure, she's got some skill, but compared to big bro Linggen, she's not even close. Meanwhile, a man drenched in his own blood trembles and stammers. I was just watching, and 2 swords got planted in my skull. He demands, why did you hit me? A kind-hearted bystander chimes in, how could she not? That's the hostility of Miss Bai Dai herself. Another one pipes up, who told you to sneak peeks at her? Bai Dai descends gracefully into the crowd. A mysterious silhouette draws near. Sima Yue speaks in a low voice. The eldest miss has grown even stronger. Bai Kai points at Bai Dai on the arena platform and shouts, the winner is Bai Dai. She shows no surprise. Then her gaze lands on Wu Linggen and 2 others watching from the stands below. Without hesitation, she levels her sword directly at him. Wu Linggen, time has come to settle the grudge between us. He scratches his head, utterly bewildered. Sure. He approaches the stands casually. You just finished fighting. Don't you want to rest a bit? She replies coldly, I don't need to. She casts a disdainful glance at the challengers. She left sprawled across the ground. Dealing with them had barely cost her any effort at all. She simply made them cough up mouthfuls of blood. Wu Tianxing strokes his long beard. These 2 brats must be the strongest of the bunch. Let this old man see how their rivalry plays out. Lu Hong at his side answers, yes, sir. He flicks his fingers, and several dozen creatures resembling mechanical constructs zip out at blistering speed. He commands go. The constructs fly to the downed fighters pierced by swords, reach out, and drag them by their hair into the air. My hair, it hurts. Meanwhile, Wu Linggen, he sweats bullets and stammers, Hey. Seeing the blade aimed straight at his throat, he hastily says, there's no need to be so hostile toward me. Bai Dai ignores him entirely, shouting, enough talk. I will force you to unleash everything you have and expose your true identity as a demonic cultivator. Wu Linggen raises both hands in surrender. You've definitely misunderstood. I don't even have a shred of cultivation base. How could I possibly be a demonic cultivator? He averts his gaze. Guilty-eyed, even if I really were a demonic cultivator, we don't have any grudge between us. Surely it doesn't need to come to life and death, right? Her eyes darken as she grinds out, not to that extent. Remembering everything from the past, you have no idea what I went through. Her spiritual power surges forth, even denser and more suffocating than before. Wu Linggen inches backward, thinking, why does it feel like she's getting even? Angrier, Bai Dai gnashes her teeth, Jiang Nianyu sword art. She roars, sky-rending sword chi. An immense surge of spiritual power erupts, forcing Wu Linggen to stagger back several steps. The sword hurtles toward him. Wu Linggen's eyes widen. This spiritual power is insane. I can't take it head-on. He leaps skyward, relying on a basic primal evasion technique to dodge the incoming strike. A direct hit in the ground. He slams a palm strike downward, propelling himself clear. He thinks he's escaped, but the torrent of spiritual energy chases him straight into the air, catching him completely off guard. A moment of life and death. Wu Linggen narrowly dodges the oncoming blade. His face turns ashen. Damn. A spectator watching from below exclaims. He can soar that high with just the strength of his legs. The crowd erupts in delirious cheers. No wonder he's Boss Linggen. Watching the spiritual power dissipate harmlessly into the sky, Wu Linggen mutters, I suppose that counts as dodging. Suddenly, Bai Dai attacks from behind with a flying sword. She screams, let's see where you can run in midair. She grips her sword and channels her will with fierce intensity, sword control art. Then she roars, one sword cleaves the heavens. Maximum spiritual power warps the blade as it cleaves straight toward Wu Linggen. He whips his head up in shock, too late to dodge. This strike is even more devastating than the last. It tears the arena floor asunder, sending a massive cloud of dust and debris billowing into the air, swallowing Wu Linggen whole. Lu Hong grows worried, fighting like this isn't it too dangerous below. The dean watches with undisguised glee, testing these newcomers so entertaining. Under such crushing pressure, Wu Linggen catches her sword bare-handed. Bai Dai's eyes fly wide open in disbelief. As the dust clears, they see him pinned to the ground, clamping down on the sword. This is the bare-handed blade seizure. Deng Thien's jaw drops. She can barely believe her eyes. A sword of that magnitude, and he just caught it with his bare hands. How is that even possible? Xiao Yu beside her grins proudly. Big bro Linggen's strength is beyond anything we could ever imagine. Bai Dai snarls through gritted teeth. You wretched demonic cultivator, still not enough to force you to reveal yourself. Spiritual power gathers and coalesces, transforming into thousands of swords, all hurtling toward Wu Linggen on the ground. 10,000 swords shatter the void. The sword formation surges forward like a raging gale. Wu Linggen shows not a trace of fear. He draws a deep breath, celestial art. Then he spins like a tornado, meeting the 10,000 swords head-on. This is the chain bare-handed blade seizure. He sits there with an air of leisure, dodging and snatching every single blade end, even catches one squarely in his mouth. Bai Dai exclaims in disbelief. Even that got blocked. Bai Kai watches the entire spectacle unfold. His expression turns ugly. He thinks, why does this scene feel so familiar? She leaps down with a heavy thud. Wu Linggen scoops up every last one of her swords, crumples them together, and compresses them into a ball. Then he casually hurls it back. You're no match for me. Won't you admit defeat already? He even dusts off his clothes with leisurely ease. Bai Dai's face turns black as she stares at Wu Linggen's handiwork. Damn it! Bai Dai suffers a crushing defeat, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet she speaks with fierce resolve. I will never surrender to the likes of you, demonic cultivator. Time rewinds to 10 years ago. At sword riding peak, a little girl's voice rings out, Mother, Mother. This adorable child is Bai Dai at 5 years old, her face beaming as she rushes to show off her spirit sword. Little one, you've already sensed the spiritual chi, her mother exclaims. My dear. Mother and daughter embrace warmly. The mother says, no wonder she's our little Dai, only 5 years old and already able to draw chi into her body. She laughs, hee hee. Bai Dai's mother is Hua Yue. She pats her daughter's head. Mother believes you'll definitely become a powerful cultivator someday, and make sword riding peak even greater. The girl beams with joy. Yes, I'll definitely do it. The mother smiles radiantly. Dai is the best. Then, a voice rings out from behind. I've already said, stop spoiling Bai Dai like this. Hua Yue spots Jianren approaching. Bai Dai's father, Bai Jianren, speaks. Just now she only sensed qi. You can't officially call it the qi refining stage. If she stays this arrogant, how can she ever lead the entire sect in the future? This angers Hua Yue. She rises to defend her daughter. You old fossil. If I remember correctly, when you were 5, you were still wetting your pants. What's wrong with Dai being a little proud? Jianren relents helplessly. Fine. I suppose you can only say the child's talent is exceptionally high. Moreover, without a strong heart, all of that talent would be utterly pointless. She takes Bai Dai's hand and leads her away. Dai, let's go. Today is your birthday. Mother will prepare something delicious for you. Bai Dai freezes. Mother. She speaks earnestly to her mother. Father is right. I'm a girl. I need to work even harder if I'm to take charge of the sect someday. Hua Yue gazes at her daughter. Dai. Bai Dai crosses her legs and exclaims, I must work hard. I'll break through to the qi refining stage as soon as possible. The innocence leaves Hua Yue utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Jianren watches from the shadows. Very well, father will be watching your cultivation progress too. Immediately, he ducks behind a wall, buries his face in his hands and weeps. My dear Dai, such an understanding child. Were my words just now too harsh? Hua Yue approaches with arms folded. I heard every single word, you know. This startles Jianren. Wife. Why are you here? She reprimands him sternly. You clearly can't bear watching our daughter train herself half to death, so why force yourself to play the strict father? He deflects. What do you know? I have the dignity of a father and the authority of a sect master to uphold. Only this way will she not stray from the right path. She counters. Your so-called dignity is sneaking out here to cry and snot all over yourself. After a moment, Jianren composes himself. In the immortal cultivation world, dangers lurk at every turn. A bit of hardship now means her life will be far more secure later. He speaks with conviction. He looks at his wife, but I believe it, daughter of Bai Jianren, will absolutely be the most outstanding prodigy of her generation. Hua Yue sighs. I truly can't deal with you. The night is cold and windy. I need to bring Dai some extra clothes. Under a canopy of stars and a waning crescent moon, Bai Dai still sits in meditation, streams of spiritual qi swirling around her. Just a little more, and I can break through to the qi refining stage. Though exhausted, she perseveres. I must become stronger so father and mother won't argue anymore. Suddenly, Bai Dai fails to notice a dangerous creature closing in from behind. Fortunately, Hua Yue arrives to check on her daughter. Dai shouldn't push herself this hard. First, let me give her a rest. She steps forward to call out, but she suddenly discovers a creature erupting with crimson qi. Seeing the creature perched atop the wall, Hua Yue freezes in shock. That's a demonic cultivator. The dishes in her hands crash to the ground instantly. Bai Dai remains utterly oblivious, her eyes still closed in concentration. Just a little more behind her, Hua Yue battles the demonic cultivator without pause. Bai Dai doesn't realize she's on the verge of the qi refining stage. The aura on her body erupts, breaks through. The instant she opens her eyes, she sees Hua Yue gripping her shoulders. She exclaims joyfully, Mother, how did you know I broke through so quickly? Right behind them, the demonic cultivator charges forward. Hua Yue grips her daughter's shoulders, coughing blood. Dai. Run now. Bai Dai stares, stunned. Mother. Hua Yue blocks the blow while shoving her away. Go find your father. Bai Dai is thrown back. Her mother convulses violently, smoke billowing from her body. Jianren hears the commotion and rushes out. Everyone follow. Muhat's happened. His eyes widen in absolute horror. The demonic cultivator has pierced clean through Hua Yue's body as she shields Bai Dai. He screams, Yuer. Chains of green qi surge forth with his shout. Heavenly cycle sword extermination chain. The demonic cultivator is instantly bound. Jianren soars into the air, executing the sword riding art. His blade cleaves downward, single breath demon slayer. The creature howls in agony. Jianren rushes to catch his wife. It's all right. I'm here. Bai Dai desperately calls out Mother, seeing the wounds on her body. Hua Yue. She panics. Father. Mother is bleeding so much. Jianren himself is shaken. Father knows. Hua Yue whispers weakly, I'm sorry. Her gaze drifts to Bai Dai's worried eyes. She trembles. It's because I couldn't take good care of Dai. In the end, her wounds are too severe. Her eyes close and her hand falls limp. Mother. Bai Dai screams. Jianren fights to contain his grief as she cries, "Mother, wake up! Please wake up!" He lowers his head and asks softly, "Today is your birthday, isn't it?" She stares in confusion. Jianren clenches his jaw, then draws a sword, tears streaming down his face. With trembling hands, he places the blade in his daughter's grasp. "From now on, without Mother by your side, you must use this sword to protect yourself." Bai Dai raises the sword before her. "I will absolutely never surrender to the likes of you, demonic cultivator." Linggen protests. "I've already told you I'm no demonic cultivator." But she insists with iron resolve. "I swear upon this blade I will slaughter every demonic cultivator in existence." This startles him. Why is she suddenly crying? "I didn't even bully you or anything." Linggen looks bewildered. Bai Dai declares, "I know ordinary techniques won't work against you, but don't think this is all I'm capable of." She raises the sword before her. "Although my father warned me never to use this technique before reaching the golden core, realm against a demonic cultivator this powerful, I have no other choice." Cyan Chi blazes brilliantly, swirling around Bai Dai, heavenly cycle Chi convergence myriad demon annihilation art. Lu Hong frowns, Academy Dean. "This girl's dormant power." Wu Tianxing strokes his beard. "If I'm not mistaken, this is her killing technique. The sword riding peak's ultimate technique to counter demonic cultivators." His expression grows deadly focused. But then Bai Dai coughs up blood. Linggen panics. Why is she spitting blood? "Maybe I should go find a doctor." A chain of green chi wraps around him. "She is stubborn. I don't need a demonic cultivator like you to care about me." Then Bai Dai launches herself skyward. Sword riding art, a devastating cleave crashes downward. Single breath demon slayer. A tremendous wave of energy erupts outward. Rongchen raises her hands to shield herself. Such a powerful attack. Will Linggen be all right? Xiao Yu says calmly, "Relax. An attack like that? Big brother Linggen doesn't even bat an eye." Thick smoke billows, engulfing the entire arena. Bai Dai descends, the single-breath demon slayer, a technique specifically designed to exterminate demonic cultivators. One strike is enough to kill you. However, through the dissipating smoke, Linggen's figure still stands, coughing slightly. Her eyes widen in utter disbelief. His body bears nothing but a thin layer of dust. Linggen scratches his head. "Are you done yet?" Bai Dai's jaw drops, not a single scratch. She roars furiously. "What manner of high-level demonic cultivator are you? Why aren't you hurt at all?" Linggen rubs the back of his neck. "Well, there's one other possibility." He sighs, "that I'm simply not a demonic cultivator." She grits her teeth and growls, "There must be something wrong with my technique." Recalling her father's teachings and the ancient texts, she shouts, "Stop ignoring what I'm saying." She glares, pondering, could it be because she hasn't reached the core formation stage? So her technique is incomplete. Is there some flaw in my execution? Bai Dai murmurs to herself, "If I had the cultivation of the golden core realm, I could definitely kill this demonic cultivator. It's all because my strength is too weak." Wu Tianxing watches from afar. "This girl, could it be?" She raises the sword high, muttering, "I must break through. I must exterminate every demonic cultivator." Suddenly he places a hand on her shoulder. Bai Dai startles. He frowns, his voice low and firm. "The match ends here." She turns in surprise. Academy Dean. Below the arena, Dianji whispers, "Why did Dean Wu stop the match?" Jiaxu also wonders, could he really be worried Bai Dai might kill Linggen? Her aura just now was truly terrifying. Sima Yue channels his technique while thinking, stopping it now is already too late. He points his finger and commands, "Go." Crimson chi shoots out instantly, burrowing into Bai Dai's back. She suddenly bows her head, red chi radiating from her body, catching Tianxing's attention. Alarm flashes across his face. This is bad. Suddenly a blazing red arm bursts from the earth. A massive creature slowly rises, unleashing a thunderous roar. Gh. Tianxing curses under his breath. "Damn it." Seeing the enormous creature, he exclaims in alarm, "When did demonic cultivators infiltrate this place?" He sweeps his hand in command. "Instructors, escort all students to safety immediately. I will handle this demonic cultivator." Bai Kai, Yanli, and Lu Hong respond in unison. "Yes, sir." Bai Dai collapses to her knees, bewildered. "What's happening to me?" The massive creature raises its claw high. The image of a demonic cultivator flashes through her mind. Bai Dai stammers in terror. Is that a demonic cultivator?" Her body trembles as she stares. "Why? I swore to exterminate every last demonic cultivator. Then why is my body shaking so badly I can't even move?" Tianxing blocks the blow for Hirsch's frozen in terror. The crowd shouts, "Get up, stay calm." Sima Yue smiles with satisfaction. The chaos here still isn't enough. He strips off his outer robe and erupts with crimson chi. Beginning his assault, go! A horde of demonic cultivators advances with sinister grins. Lu Hong gasps, there's more than one demonic cultivator. Yanli shouts, let me hold off these demonic cultivators. Get the students to Safatino. Lu Hong worries. But you, Yanli declares with confidence, I possess the sacred sandbag. Physiqueth's demonic cultivators can't do a thing to me. He tenses every muscle, executing the immovable Vajra art, roaring, come ATME. Zio Yu looks back in surprise. Although Instructor Mai seems a bit rough around the edges, when danger strikes, he's truly magnificent. Jiaxu chimes in, Xuanshan Academy is the strongest academy in all of Jiazhu. How could its instructors be weak? She glances at Yanli's explosive stance, then pauses, puzzled. Why do I feel like watching his bulging eyes and the smoke rising from him? She grimaces, he's fainted while still standing. Jiaxu gapes, how the hell did he even pass the instructor selection? He surveys the chaotic scene. We can't let any students get hurt. The demonic cultivator roars in fury, sweeping everything aside. Tianxing bellows, celestial radiance golden seal. His eyes blaze with power. Burning blood divine art, he swings his arm, unleashing a massive dome of brilliant light that crashes down upon the arena. The demonic cultivators wielding the falling flame art go wild, exclaiming excitedly, your old man is way too overpowered. The student replies dejectedly, he only knows how to play with fire, that's all. Tianxing glances down and catches something. A demonic cultivator lunges to ambush Bai Dai. He panics, you fool. She grips her sword tight, snarling, this time I will kill you. He watches the creature lunge toward her. She's too late. What did she sense that made her turn around? Linggen throws a single punch, intercepting the demonic cultivator mid-charge. Don't you dare bully a girl. The creature shrieks, ah. Bai Dai stares in shock. Wu Linggen, why did you step in to fight them? Why would you want to save me? Linggen speaks up, bewildered. He scratches his head, embarrassed. Why can't I hit them? Are they your pets or something? She yells furiously, what? You fool, do you see everything as a pet? Bai Dai scratches her face, explaining, what I mean is I've always targeted you, assumed you were a demonic cultivator, and yet, why did you still want to save me? He smiles brightly, because whether someone is a demonic cultivator or not doesn't matter. What matters is whether there is goodness in your heart. My old man taught me these things, and I think he was absolutely right. He explains gently, I think you're a good person, so you can't just be killed like that. She gasps in shock. She spots two demonic cultivators scrambling back up. She screams, watch out behind you. Linggen stands there, bewildered, not understanding what's happening. He suddenly whips around, immortal technique. He strikes instantly, his body pivoting with fluid precision. The demonic cultivators howl in agony as a whole cluster of them is sent crashing into the ground. Tianxing watches, stunned so. He can actually defeat those things. What an interesting kid. He unleashes his divine ability, roaring, I need to clean up these demonic cultivators fast. Orbs of golden light rain down from above. Suddenly the creatures rise again, howling in maddened frenzy, causing Bai Dai to grimace in pain. Linggen gasps. The demonic cultivators have transformed into even more monstrous forms. He quickly unleashes another immortal technique, without hesitation. The white-robed demonic cultivator tries to lift its sword but fails. Bai Dai snatches it up, her expression deadly serious. I can't just stand here, I have to fight too. She plunges the blade into the demonic cultivator. Drawing a shriek of agony, she roars, stop right there. Bai Dai has successfully severed one of its arms. She exclaims with joy, I did it. Watching the one-armed creature, he can't hide his smile, remarking, I wasn't wrong about her. She really is a good person. Poison seeps from the severed arm, drifting outward like dust motes. Bai Dai freezes in alarm. Her knees buckle beneath her. She screams a warning, watch out, this creature is venomous. Linggen says gravely, this bone poison compared to what Wang Taizhu used before, it's far more potent. His body locks up rigid. The creature seizes the chance to reclaim its sword, swinging the blade down toward him. She screams, be careful. Linggen grits his teeth in fury, his body won't move. She raises her sword to block. He watches from beside her, desperate with worry. He shouts, Bai Dai. She's collapsing, blood pours endlessly from her legs. She can't hold on any longer. He dashes forward, scooping her into his arms and sprinting away as dust and debris erupt behind them. Linggen, panting, demands you can still move. This poison mist has no effect on you at all. She wipes the blood from her lips, murmuring softly, I don't know why either. Bai Dai pauses, thinking back, maybe it's because I developed immunity before. He asks, surprised, immunity. Linggen's face turns grave. So you've encountered these monsters before. She snaps angrily. Now is not the time for that. They stare at the colossal creature. She says coldly, even though the bone poison doesn't affect me, against a demonic cultivator of this caliber, I have no confidence of victory. He asks curiously, a demonic cultivator? His father materializes from nowhere, laughing boisterously. He breaks into a cold sweat. Demonic cultivators can't really be this big, can they? The demonic cultivator swells larger and larger, roaring at her before swinging its sword furiously at the two of them. Isn't your one chi demon slaying slash incredibly powerful? Quick, use that technique. She falters. She clenches her fists, seething. My hands won't listen to me anymore. Huo smirks, watching them struggle against the demonic cultivator with satisfaction. Standing from afar, he declares smugly, at times like these, you obviously still need me, the hero, rescuing the beauty. Both of them blurt out, huh. He grins with delight. That little scene just now was only a rough draft. In the end, it all comes down to me finishing off the demonic cultivator. Elder Dan appears out of nowhere, barking, you brat, be careful this time. I won't be able to bail you out again. Huo ignores him, continuing, by die, watch my performance. She looks annoyed, honestly. How insufferable. The demonic cultivator suddenly surges upright with a thunderous roar, knocking her stumbling back. Huo clasps his hands together, reverse fire metal refining. He raises his sword high, now. Chuanshan heavy halberd ironcast curse. Huo charges straight at them. He roars, you demonic cultivator trash, die. He rushes in and slashes with devastating force, severing the creature's arm clean off. Linggen, he shouts, watch out, its severed arm can release toxic gas. He grins smugly. You think I didn't know that? Huo strikes the creature's body. Wood generates fire. A blinding flare erupts, flame dragon devouring. A massive explosion rocks the area. Huo leaps upward, raising his sword. Final blow, earth generates metal. He brings the blade crashing down. Screaming, earth-shattering, heaven-opening halberd. His sword is blocked instantly. Huo's eyes go wide. What? He's blasted away, slamming into the ground. Huo curses through gritted teeth. Damn it. Elder Dan's voice booms. You'd better rest now. He refuses to yield. Surrender. I am the son of destiny. I will fight to the bitter end. The demonic cultivator swells to monstrous proportions, swinging its sword relentlessly. Bai Dai gasps, this is impossible. Linggen gapes, oh. A realization strikes her. That's clearly a technique from our sword riding peak. Could that demonic cultivator be a spy from within? But I know everyone in sword riding peak. Who on earth is this creature? The demonic cultivator swings again. Linggen charges in to shield her, shouting, don't lose focus. She stares in shock. Wu Linggen. He responds immediately. This is me repaying the debt for when you saved me before. Tianxing ignites with fury, roaring, you wretched scum. How dare you lay a hand on students of Chuanshan Academy? Die. Fire. His divine ability activates a colossal fire. Titan charges forward, engulfing the entire horde of demonic cultivators in searing flames. He surveys them, still burning. More of these wretched fiends. Damn these demonic cultivators. Sima Yue watches from the side. Satisfied, the game hasn't even started yet. How dare he interrupt? Bai Dai turns to Linggen, worried. How do you feel now? Linggen replies weakly, I can't use my strength anymore. But if I hadn't been poisoned, I could definitely break free. She panics, voice urgent. Then how do we cure your poison? Recalling vaccination principles, he answers. As long as there are antibodies, the poison can be neutralized. She blurts out desperately, my blood has antibodies. Let me cut myself and give you some to drink. Linggen startles, huh? Is that really necessary? A shadow flashes past. A demonic cultivator lunges at them from the darkness. She moves toward him, but she's too late. She grabs his collar and presses her lips against his. Linggen's eyes go wide with shock. Huo sees the scene and collapses. Elder Dan. Little Fire, his father. Mu Rongchen gasps, that was Bai Dai's kiss. Bai Kai clutches his head in despair. My goddess. Why would she do such a thing? Frenzied, he calmly jots it down. Indeed, just as I predicted, Bai Dai has long been smitten with Wu Boss. Mu Rongchen is stunned. Why does my chest hurt so much? Zio Yu seethes with rage. You shameless hussy, how dare you kiss Linggenji? Let him go this instant. The monster swings its sword toward them once more. Linggen's hands channel an immortal technique, the Surekill palms slamming into the attack and blocking it dead. The creature crashes to the earth. He exhales in relief then. Smiles, my strength is back. Bai Dai is cradled protectively in his arms. Her face flushes crimson and her heart suddenly flutters wildly. What is this feeling? Looking up at him from this angle, she can't help but notice that this jerk is actually somewhat handsome. Sensing something off, Linggen asks gently, "Why did your face suddenly turn red? Are your injuries that serious?" She turns her face away shyly, coughing, "Why yes." Up above, Tianxing sees that his two Xuanchen Academy students are safe. He breathes a quiet sigh of relief. Thank heavens. Nothing happened. Then he counterattacks. A blazing golden aura wraps around the demonic cultivators, explosions ripping through them without end. You demonic cultivator scum, prepare to pay the price. Every single one of them is blown to pieces. They scream in agony as chunks of demonic flesh rain down near Sima Yue. Annihilate every last one of them. Tianxing descends, standing before Sima Yue. Their forces clash, one radiating gold, the other shrouded in black polar opposites. He speaks, "So you're the ringleader." He swings a palm toward Sima Yue. Die. A colossal, flame-wreathed hand crashes down. Yet Sima Yue shows no intention of dodging. He simply stands there. A terrifying boom echoes as the ground warps and distorts, but something is off. Tianxing's eyes narrow. He mutters, "Wait." This is. The smoke dissipates. All that remains on the ground is a paper talisman in human form. Sima Yue has vanished. Tianxing stares, just a body substitute. His aura fades. He gazes into the distant horizon, cursing through clenched teeth. What are these demonic cultivators plotting? Back to the library pavilion. A stream of crimson bloodchi flies in from nowhere, slipping through the doors. The energy coalesces into a solid form. Sima Yue sneers. These brainless righteous path fools, did they actually think I would attack head-on? He conjures a black void, and countless small spiders pour out from within. He gives the order, "Go." He watches them scatter, a smile curling his lips. He murmurs to himself, "Now, I just need to find that thing, and everything falls into place." The spiders scurry in every direction. Suddenly, one discovers something and carries it back to its master. Its mouth chirps non-stop, chirp, chirp, chirp. Sima Yue takes the book and laughs. The treasures of Xuanchen Academy aren't exactly well hidden, are they? Suddenly, an old man's voice thunders from the shadows, delivering a warning. The library pavilion is a restricted zone. Xuanchen Academy. Unauthorized trespassers shall be fined 1,000 spirit stones. The old man grips a broom, ready to strike down the intruder. Sima Yue recognizes the speaker. It's the pavilion guardian elder. Sima Yue speaks with contempt. "I thought it was someone important, just some Tai Dak who commands the wind and rain." A once great figure, now reduced to sweeping the doorstep. The old man grows somewhat irritated and replies, "Those matters have nothing to do with you. My only duty is to ensure the library pavilion's rules are upheld. I suggest you return everything to its original state. Otherwise, the punishment will only grow heavier." Sima Yue taunts, "And if I refuse?" The old man lunges at blinding speed. "Then don't blame me for not warning you." Sima Yue fails to react in time, yet cannot help but secretly marvel so fast. The old man swings onto severing an arm. His arm, that single strike, carves a sizable crack through the library pavilion. Wu Tianxing, standing far away, senses the disturbance on that end and thinks the library pavilion is in trouble. He shouts, "I'm heading over to check. You three must protect the students." Bai Kai, Mai Yanli, and Lu Hongtong answer in unison, "Understood." Zyro Yu watches him leave and cannot help but sigh. It seems the world will not know peace anytime soon. Back with Sima Yue, covers the severed stump with his remaining hand and mocks. "You open your mouth about protecting the library pavilion, yet you destroy it far worse than I ever could." Tai Dak still stands there with his broom, towering amid the dust and debris, and retorts, "For that, finding you 10,000 spirit stones will more than cover the repair costs." On the ground, his severed arm is enveloped by a stream of crimson energy. The red chi suddenly surges back toward the severed stump, rapidly reattaching. Sima Yue, calm as if losing an arm were nothing, reproaches, "Old man, after all these years, you still haven't learned to reason with anyone." Seeing what just transpired, Tai Dak is utterly stunned. He charges forward, roaring furiously at the demonic cultivator. What need is there for reason? Sima Yue immediately channels spiritual energy into his own arm to block the incoming attack. Now Sima Yue and Tai Dak face each other head-on, neither's aura yielding an inch. Suddenly, Tai Dak sees the other's remaining arm morph into a razor-sharp blade, but it is too late to dodge. He is sent flying, and those razor-sharp strikes rain down relentlessly. He raises his broom to block the entire ground quakeswell. The crimson aura engulfing Sima Yue's body spreads outward. The entire library pavilion has felt it now, hasn't it? The power I've accumulated over these years has far surpassed your imagination. Sima Yue clutches the book in his hand and says, I still remember your indomitable will from back then. You nearly killed me. He recalls the scene from that time. Tai Dak stood before Sima Yue with blade in hand, his aura blazing. His body was covered in slash wounds, blood flowing everywhere, followed by a scene of corpses strewn across the ground. He speaks with difficulty. I could only offer my entire family as a sacrifice to barely elevate my own strength to match your realm. Though I succeeded in repelling you that time, you seized half of the secret manual. After that battle, my blade shattered, leaving behind only a fragment, the remaining piece of that blade. He takes the half-secret manual and tucks it into Sima Yue's robe. He continues, today, I've finally reclaimed it. At last, the half-secret manual has returned to its rightful owner. He taunts again, why so silent? Or have you finally understood the gulf in power between us? Tai Dak grits his teeth and forces out the word, you, but then continues. To Sima Yue's astonishment, destroying Academy property, that's a fine of 20,000 spirit stones. Don't think you can skip out on your penalty. Ignoring the old man completely, Sima Yue raises his arm and lunges. Old fool, go collect your fines in the underworld. The attack tears apart yet another section of the library pavilion floor. Fortunately, Tai Dak dodges in time. That terrifying hand reaches for him once more. Take this. Seeing the situation, he has no choice but to draw his blade. He twists the broom, shaft revealing a hidden blade within. Old friend, it seems I must call upon you once more. With that, he leaps forward and swing-severing the arm clean off once again. The arm regenerates instantly, the immense force generating a thunderous boom that shakes heaven and earth. Sima Yue is pushed back, and upon recognizing the familiar blade, he curses, damn it, that's. In Tai Dak's hand is the very blade that once nearly claimed his life. Dan Huo. A surge of memories floods his vision. It is an all-too-familiar blade. Tai Dak commands Tan Hyunsheath. A crimson aura erupts around him, and the surrounding space fills with swirling dust and debris. Sima Yue is stunned, so it truly is this blade. He recalls the image of the old man and the broken Tan Hue from the past. I remember this blade was severed by me. I never imagined you could. And preserve a broken fragment. Tai Dak opens his eyes. The crimson aura around him continues to surge without end. Tan Hue, truly just a broken fragment. With that, he charges without hesitation, bellowing, try it and find out. Before Sima Yue can react, the tip of Tan Hue pierces straight into his face, cracking it apart. Tai Dak swings with full force, cleaving half of Sima Yue's skull clean off. The body collapses, still frozen in disbelief. Tai Dak wipes the sweat from his chin. It seems this is finally over. On the ground lies Sima Yue's corpse, missing half its skull. But nothing is ever that simple where the brain should be. A writhing mass of parasites squirms. Tai Dak recoils in shock, unable to comprehend what he is seeing. Suddenly, Sima Yue's body vanishes, leaving behind only his clothes and half a mask. He shouts, what is this? What manner of abomination is this? The crimson aura that Sima Yue had been releasing coalesces into something behind Tai Dak. Sima Yue lets out a sinister laugh. His severed half-head has regrown, now bearing the face of a demonic cultivator. 2 arms sprout from his temples, serving solely for locomotion. He says with delight, you truly are no easy opponent, old man. Tai Dak stares in horror at the monster on the ground and screams, all these years, you. What kind of demonic art have you been cultivating? Sima Yue does not answer. He clutches the secret manual and flees, calling back, however, today's objective has been achieved. Once I've fully mastered this manual, I'll come find you again. Though he moves using only his arms, he is astonishingly agile. Tai Dak fails to react in time and can only shout, what? Tai Dak channels his spiritual energy into Tan Hue, intending to strike him down once more, his voice dripping with resolve. This time I absolutely will not let you escape. Sima Yue does not look back, but threatens, are you certain you want to continue chasing me? If so, the library pavilion you've always sworn to protect will be destroyed. At Sima Yue's words, Tai Dak finally notices behind him. A chaotic mass of crimson demonic chi has materialized out of nowhere. Tai Dak cannot help but curse heavenly tribulation. With that, he drags the blade across his own palm. Blood gushes forth and is absorbed by the blade. He executes the blood-forging blade technique, raging inferno reforged. He roars, I will never forgive you. Tai Dak leaps up to intercept that thing. Thunderous explosions boom without end. Meanwhile, Sima Yue laughs with glee. Then we'll see how many lives you still have, Wu Tianxing. Wu Tianxing arrives at the library pavilion only to find it blown to pieces. He shouts, Second Elder, I've sensed your aura. Are you all right? Tai Dak half kneels amid the blast's aftermath, reproaching with difficulty, How old are you? And you're still this reckless. He picks up his blade and says with suppressed fury, if it weren't for protecting the academy, I would have slaughtered that wretched scoundrel. Seeing his condition, Wu Tianxing cannot help but cry out with concern, second elder. The moment his feet touch the ground, Wu Tianxing rushes to old Tai Dak's side and asks with concern, who on earth wounded you to this state? Tai Dak coughs weakly before answering, the great demonic cultivator who invaded Jiazhu 1,000 years ago, Sima Yue. Wu Tianxing is stunned. What? He freezes, the scene of mountains of corpses from the past flashing through his mind, and cannot help but break into a cold sweat. According to legend, in order to cultivate his demonic art, he slaughtered hundreds of thousands Sima Yue. He continues to slay him, the Righteous Alliance, sacrificed over 30 deity transformation realm powerhouses. The scene from that era unfolds. A crowd of cultivators encircles a single figure, every one of them radiating killing intent. The ground is awash with blood. They surround him, and with the sacrifice of more than 20 deity transformation realm powerhouses, they finally manage to kill Sima Yue. Tai Dak stares at Wu Tianxing with a grave expression and says, in truth, you've probably already noticed what he cultivates is no ordinary demonic art. He continues, he cultivates a technique that controls inner demons. Images flood Wu Tianxing's mind of those he had previously encountered who practiced this technique. He suddenly realizes, indeed, my senses weren't wrong. Those who attacked all displayed clear signs of inner demons. He turns around, resolute under no circumstances can we allow the spread of inner demons. I must kill Sima Yue. Tai Dak hastily stops him. Don't waste your energy. Even if you catch up, you won't be able to stop him. What we must do now is alert the Righteous Alliance. Sima Yue will surely ignite a war between the righteous and demonic factions. They must assist the Xuanchen Academy. Wu Tianxing grips the blade so tightly that blood seeps between his fingers. After all, I no longer have the strength to protect the Xuanchen Academy alone. With that, Tai Dak watches the blade in his hand slowly dissipate, then adds, right, these inner demons may erupt at any time. Is there any trouble at the martial arts tournament? Wu Tianxing replies, rest easy. I've already suppressed all of those inner demons. Suddenly, Wu Tianxing remembers something crucial. Wait. He immediately flies back toward the Aranather. Is still one person who hasn't been dealt with. Tai Dak curses, damn it. At least find me a physician before you run off. Meanwhile, the townsfolk below continue their tirade. To think there were so many demonic cultivators. Thank the heavens the instructors intervened. All demonic cultivators deserve death. The demonic cultivators have been corralled together, bound in golden chains. The townsfolk remain unsatisfied, hurling curses. Why don't they all just die? Exactly. They're as hateful as fleece. Let me catch one, and I'll burn it alive. Wu Linggen hears the venomous remarks and thinks everyone harbors such deep resentment toward demonic cultivators. Bai Dai, standing beside him, blushes and calls out to him, Wu Linggen, you, he responds. She turns even redder, her surroundings seemingly tinted pink, thank you. Then she turns even more crimson, points straight at his face, and declares loudly, I admit it was you who saved me just now, but I still need to investigate whether you're truly a demonic cultivator or not. He scratches his head, somewhat bewildered, and mutters, isn't this what they call Tsundir? Suddenly he spots something behind her emitting a red glow. He rushes forward to shield her. Wu Tianxing also happens to arrive at that moment, shouting, get down. A massive explosion erupts. Wu Linggen uses his body to shield. By Dai's clothes on his back are scorched with a gaping hole. She, nestled in his arms, asks anxiously, why did you rush in like that? You could have just left me alone. He lets out a soft groan. NGH. My back stings a bit. He reaches around and feels the large hole burn through his back, then answers uncertainly, I think I'm fine. She stares blankly, then huffs HMPH. She punches his chest in a fit of anger and scolds, you jerk. You did that on purpose to make me worry. Wu Linggen scratches his head and comforts her. It's really okay. Don't cry. Two menacing figures suddenly appear. Xiao Yu, her face full of fury, yanks him away. If he's fine, then stop clinging to him like that. Mu Rongchen comes over, links arms with Bai Dai, and pulls her away with a smile. Bai Dai, shall we get you something to eat to recover your strength? Wu Tianxing lands on the ground and hastily intervenes. Wait. He walks over, places a hand on Wu Linggen's shoulder, and says solemnly, let me examine your body. Xiao Yu looks ready to bite the old man alive and snarls, you stinking old man, what do you think you're doing? His eyes flash with brilliance, and within his pupils, Wu Linggen's reflection takes shape. He freezes, his brows furrowing so tightly they nearly fuse together, and mutters, as I suspected. A tiny crack appears within the young man's chest cavity. Something seems to have been planted inside Wu Linggen. He continues, "Your body has been implanted with the seed of an inner demon." Wu Tianxing gnashes his teeth, consumed by fury. He glares at the thing residing within Wu Linggen and roars, "To plant the seed of an inner demon inside my student's body, Sima Yue. I will never forgive you." Confused by his behavior, Wu Linggen finally cannot hold back. "I'm sorry, Dean Wu, but could you please let go of me first?" Wu Tianxing startles, releases him, and then begins circling around him like a bewildered child. How strange. Wu Linggen calls out to him again, as if to remind him, "Dean." At that moment, Xiao Yu appears out of nowhere and pushes the two apart. She glares fiercely at Wu Tianxing. "Let go of him." Then she positions herself protectively in front of Wu Linggen, her expression full of vigilance. Glancing at Wu Tianxing behind her, she warns, "Linggen Ji, stay away from that old man. I can sense he's got some seriously questionable intentions." Hearing this, Wu Linggen, a flicker of doubt surfaces. "No way, right?" Tianxing catches the wariness in Xiao Yu's eyes. He pays no mind to his own condition, asking only with concern, "Classmate, do you feel anything amiss?" Linggen startles, answering blankly, "No." Tianxing strokes his beard, furrows his brows, convinced. "That's not right. Demonic seeds and inner demons are both lethal to cultivators. How can he be completely unscathed?" After a moment of thought, he calls out loudly, "Wait." Suddenly, Tianxing rushes over and claps Linggen's shoulder, beaming with warmth. "How could I have forgotten this? You're an ordinary person with no spiritual root. Thighs is actually wonderful news." Xiao Yu feels he's mocking Linggen's innate talent and snaps furiously. "How dare you ridicule Big Brother Linggen's gifts? Do you believe I won't fight you to the death, you old fossil?" Only the person in question stands there, bewildered. Tianxing ignores it all. Xiao Yu bites her lip, a pleased expression flickering across her face. Without spiritual qi in his body, inner demons cannot take root and grow. A blessing in disguise, truly. Yet she alone remains fuming, that perverted old fossil. "Let go of me at once." In the end, after all that, he says nothing more and soars into the sky. Linggen stands there dumbfounded. He flew away. Xiao Yu cranes her neck to follow his ascent. Didn't he push off a bit too hard? Everyone present stands frozen, bewildered. They all gaze skyward. Tianxing has soared so high that only a tiny silhouette remains. "Everyone, please pay attention." His voice thunders down. "Though we have weathered many storms today, this assessment has officially concluded. Every student present will be ranked according to today's performance." He sheds his playful demeanor. Speaking with utmost gravity, "You shall be assigned dormitory rooms and classes accordingly." As his words fade, rays of light burst from his fingertips. One beam descends upon Linggen. He and Xiao Yu flinch slightly. Tianxing continues his reminder. "All arrangements have already been inscribed upon your examination tokens." Linggen picks up his card and examines it. So that's how it is. His expression betrays no surprise. This is his class and dormitory assignment. The card displays Wu Linggen, Class D, Student ID 1, South Dormitory, Bed 1. After giving everyone time to read, Tianxing's voice thunders once more, "All students, report to your assigned dormitories based on your information and prepare for tomorrow's lessons." The students respond in obedient unison, "Yes, sir." Xiao Yu clings to Linggen's arm, beaming, "This is wonderful, Big Brother Linggen." "Brother, let's head to the dorm." He nods gently. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he asks with concern, "Right, did the academy head assign you a room?" Hearing this, Xiao Yu pouts. "Am I not a student? Of course I got an assignment." She pauses mid-sentence, a sly grin creeping across her face. "But," bashful expression aside, her entire being practically radiates with floating hearts. "Love cannot be hidden. As your sworn protector, it's only natural that I share your bed." Linggen stammers, caught off guard. Is that all right?" He scratches his head, answering honestly, "I recall the dorms come with a roommate. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to stay with me." But Xiao Yu remains adamant, declaring with confidence, "What's wrong with that? At worst, we'll just throw him out." The two converse animatedly, oblivious to the figure behind them. Bai Dai clenches the card in her hand, her expression dark and brooding. Xuanshan Academy, South Dormitory. Despite the late hour, lights still flicker here. Linggen hauls a mountain of belongings on his back as he trudges toward the dormitory. South Dormitory number 8 is farther than I thought. Xiao Yu scans the surroundings, immediately deducing this is the most remote location from the main peak where spiritual qi is at its most scarce. Fury ignites in her eyes. That perverted old fossil. Assigning big brother Linggen to such a desolate corner, did he not see how brilliantly he performed in the exam? But Linggen merely smiles, unfazed. I'm just a new student after all. After quite the trek, the two finally arrive. This must be the place. Linggen pushes the door open and remarks, there's a light on inside. The roommate must already be here. Xiaoyu wrinkles her nose in disgust, scorning how filthy the place is. Linggen steps inside, flashing a friendly smile, hello. I'll also be staying at South Dormitory number 8. My room. He falls silent, his entire body locks up. The scene before him is far beyond what young eyes should witness. Bai Dai has just finished bathing. A single towel drapes around her neck and nothing else. Linggen slams the door shut, spinning away. His face burns crimson as he gasps for air. Xiaoyu blinks in confusion. Big brother Linggen, what happened? He glances up at the room number on the door. No, Mr. Kethis is South Dormitory number 8. Recalling what he just witnessed, he silently reassures himself, it must be the martial arts display that rattled my brain. Just an illusion. Having steeled himself, he pushes the door open once more. Surely it'll be fine this time. This time Bai Dai has only just pulled on a pair of trousers. Their eyes lock, both freeze. The exact same scene repeats. Linggen's face flushes red as a monkey's behind. He mutters under his breath, have I fallen under some kind of illusion technique? Xiaoyu grows even more curious what on earth is going on. Suddenly, Bai Dai strides out from the room, now fully dressed. I don't know. This is definitely South Dormitory number 8. Xiaoyu shrieks in shock, Bai Dai. She points at the room in utter disbelief. Why are you in big brother Linggen's room? Bai Dai answers matter-of-factly, does that even need asking? Because I live here, obviously. She confidently presents her assignment card before the two of them. The card reads Bai Dai, Class A, Student ID 1, South Dormitory, Bed 2. She states coolly, if you don't believe me, see for yourself. Only now does Linggen truly accept it. She is really my roommate. Xiaoyu is even more astonished. This is clearly a men's dormitory. Could she be some kind of hearing this? Bai Dai's face flushes red as she fires back. You're the one with that kind of disposition. Linggen, meanwhile, recalls the scene behind that door, blood trickling from his nose, face burning. He affirms solemnly, I can confirm Bai Dai is definitely a girl. Xiaoyu sees his demeanor and fumes. How exactly can you prove that? Noting their suspicion, Bai Dai clarifies, I'm rooming with him because I exchanged rooms with his original roommate. He's now enjoying the finest accommodations in female dormitory number 1. Linggen is taken aback, huh? He asks curiously, but why do you insist on living with me? Bai Dai steps forward, her expression unwavering, because I intend to observe you closely, of course. You are the first person my age who has ever managed to land a blow on me. I must uncover how you became so powerful and learn from it. Therefore, living with you presents no issue whatsoever. Her expression is so resolute that anyone would believe she harbors no ulterior motives. Hearing this, Linggen's expression shifts to surprise. Even Xiaoyu turns to stare, bewildered. He murmurs, same age. Well, technically I am 0 years old. He hauls his luggage into the room, pondering aloud as he walks, but living together will be quite troublesome. For instance, just now Bai Dai's face suddenly flushes crimson as she cuts him off. That was merely an accident. We'll just be more careful from now on. Then, she points towards Xiaoyu behind him. Besides, if you can live with that fox spirit, why can't you live with me? The one suddenly named erupts in fury. I am a fox demon, not a fox spirit. Bai Dai maintains her composure. In any case, I will only observe quietly. I won't cause you any trouble. Linggen shrugs easily, fine by me. Only Xiaoyu remains irritated, truly shameless. But she soon flops onto the bed cheerfully, calling out to him, big brother Linggen. Just ignore her. We have class tomorrow, don't we? Come on, let's sleep. Linggen hesitates. Do we really have to share a bed? Despite his reservations, he lies down. Xiaoyu rolls over and wraps her arms around him, answering contentedly, it's been so long since I've slept beside big brother Linggen. Besides, there's nowhere else to sleep here anyway. Just go to sleep already. Linggen considers for a moment and finds no further objection, fair point. Yet both unconsciously glance toward Bai Dai, lying on the adjacent bed. They cannot shake the feeling that something sharp is aimed squarely at them. The candle flame gutters out, plunging the room into darkness. Bai Dai lies still with her eyes closed, whether she has truly fallen asleep. Neither can tell. Linggen turns to whisper to Xiaoyu. By the way, Xiaoyu were those who attacked the library today truly demonic cultivators? He asks with some curiosity. Their techniques didn't quite resemble father's. Xiaoyu answers honestly, now that they've revealed themselves. There's no longer any need to keep this secret from you, big brother Linggen. She recalls the silhouette of Sima Yue. They are no ordinary demonic cultivators, they are inner demons of the highest order. On a silent moonless night, a voice rings out in shock. What? A grand formation materializes, 7 figures standing within its glow. One of them speaks. Sima Yue attacked Xuanchen Academy. The Grand Elder's expression is grim to think that a cursed demon still lives to this day. The figure beside him seethes with rage. Furthermore, he injured Elder Wu and seized half of the sacred tome that Xuanchen Academy had sealed away. Another voice, laden with threat, we cannot allow these demonic cultivators to run rampant. The Alliance must strengthen its protection of Xuanchen Academy. At this, Wu Tianxing raises his hand to propose. We could also pool our strength to eradicate the demonic cultivator threat. But there is an even more pressing issue, he continues, his expression grave and resolute. Inner demons have already manifested among the students. He recalls a certain individual, his brow furrowing deeply. The so-called inner demons are manifestations of malevolent energy born when cultivators attempt to shatter the limits of the heavenly Dea cast off. Impurities purged from the self during breakthrough. Thus, the higher one's cultivation, the more inner demons one generates. To preserve the stability of the immortal cultivation world, we must keep this secret sealed at all costs. Another raises the concern. But with the wild card that is Sima Yue now in play, how much longer can we keep this hidden? The Grand Elder speaks with iron authority. No matter the cost, the current order must not be allowed to crumble. Someone echoes in agreement. Indeed. If that is the case, then allow our Longteng Academy to lend its support. Let us handle this inner demon matter together. After all, both our academies serve as the educational pillars of the Righteous Alliance. The others nod in approval, finding the proposal sound. When facing hardship, it is only natural to stand united. The Grand Elder issues his command with solemn gravity. The task of suppressing all information regarding the inner demons shall fall to Wei Wang and Tianxing. The rest of you, Dojther, you will hunt down Sima Yue and the remaining demonic cultivators. No one voices further objection. They respond in unison. Understood. With that, the group disperses, each returning to their own quarters. A black-clad shadow emerges, muttering, "To think the Xuanchen Academy could be infiltrated so easily. How can it possibly deserve its title as the greatest of the orthodox path?" The Dean of Longdeng Academy. Dai Vuong speaks coldly to the jade stone before him. Our Longdeng Academy must seize the lead this time to become the primary orthodox academy. In dormitory room number 8, Xiao Yu explains with a tense expression to the person lying next to her. That is exactly how inner demons are born. That is why they are the greatest. Taboo in the cultivation world. She speaks on, but when there is no response, she calls out in suspicion, "Brother Linggen?" Instantly, a distinct snoring sound rings out, making her tremble with rage. "Do not go to sleep while I am talking to you." Yet, after watching him for a moment, her expression softens. "Forget it. Brother Linggen, knowing too much isn't always a good thing." Finished with her thoughts, she closes her eyes and drifts into sleep. But at this moment, Bai Dai beside them suddenly bolts upright, her eyes glowing red, her expression looking extremely dangerous. She stares at the two. The next day, Linggen wakes up groggily, muttering, "Has the sun already risen?" He stretches, and 2 voices sound at the exact same time. "Last night." That sleep was quite good. Both startle, staring at each other in confusion. "Huh!" Bai Dai turns red and screams, "You wretched lecher! Why are you in my bed?" Linggen is equally dazed, only able to stammer out apologies. "I am sorry, truly sorry. I have no idea how this happened." The volume of their voices is not low, attracting the attention of others outside. Xiao Yu is burning with fury, grinding her teeth. "You are truly a scheming bitch. How dare you slander Brother Linggen here?" Bai Dai is also stunned. Xiao Yu points a finger at her face, shrieking, "It is clear that you climbed into Brother Linggen's bed yourself, and you even pushed me onto the floor." Bai Dai turns away, stammering and refusing to admit it. "How could I ever do such a thing?" She then shouts to assert her innocence. "I am certain that in the middle of the night I was still in my own bed." The students outside have not left, all eager to hear the drama. Sounds dramatic, doesn't it? I truly admire him. The top male contestant is quite the playboy. Suddenly a hand rises to suggest, that. Linggen points honestly toward the other bed. "Is there a possibility that you, Bai Dai, were sleepwalking in the middle of the night, which is why you ended up in my bed?" Bai Dai stammers, This. She waves her hands hurriedly. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have never sleepwalked in my life." Xiao Yu, furious at having her spot taken, retorts, Don't you dare play innocent. To end the awkwardness of the topic, Bai Dai feigns a cough and turns away. Forget it. Today is the first day of class. We shouldn't be late. Linggen scratches his head. Oh right. That is true. Zyro Yu seems unwilling to let it go. But Linggen trusts Bai Dai. I am sure she isn't lying. Besides, being late for class is not good. Suddenly, Bai Dai flings the door open, speaking coldly to the crowd outside. What are you people standing here snooping around for? The crowd, caught off guard by her sudden movement, cannot scramble away in time, looking fearful and stammering. Seeing her expression, they can only force a laugh. No, nothing at all. We were just passing by. Right. We just happened to overhear by accident. Whatever. With that, they dash away, muttering to reassure themselves. It is time for class. Let's go quickly. Oh right, we are nearly late. See you later. Once ready, the three depart together. Linggen and Zyro Yu walk ahead, with Bai Dai following behind. He turns to ask her, Bai Dai, it seems you are in the same class as me, are you not? Bai Dai responds as if it were obvious. Since there isn't much to learn at the academy anyway, keeping an eye on you will be more useful. Only Zyro Yu remains angry and guarded, scolding, don't you dare dream of clinging to brother Linggen. This time, Bai Dai cannot stand it and retorts loudly, what qualification do you have to talk to me? It is obvious who is trying to get closer. Zyro Yu also screams, I am brother Linggen's protector. How could you be like me? Seeing the situation turning sour, Linggen hurriedly steps in. Stop arguing, it is Class D. Having arrived at the classroom, Linggen glances worriedly at Bai Dai and Zyro Yu, who are still glaring at each other, thinking in the end, we are all in the same class, and neither of them is happy. Just then, Dean Cat walks in from outside, startled. Linggen, boss, why are you studying in this class too? Linggen answers honestly, oh, is there a problem with this place? Dean Cat's expression turns grave. Classes are based on the results of the previous assessment. The best students are assigned to Class A, and following the order, Class D is for the weakest students. Hearing this, Linggen hangs his head, looking dejected. So that is it, my aptitude. I truly only belong in the worst class. Seeing him about to collapse, Zyro Yu scolds angrily, bastard. It is clear that brother Linggen was the top of the assessment. Wait, suddenly, an authoritative voice booms from outside, silence everyone. Nganla walks in, frowning angrily, a bunch of noisy brats. Once you enter this classroom, keep the order. The short Dean Cat tries to stand on tiptoe, whispering to Linggen, teacher, to think he is our class head. This is truly unexpected. Linggen nods in agreement, that is right. Nganla's gaze is sharp and warning. On this first day, I must use you, little brat, as an example to warn the rest. Do you hear what I am saying? Did you hear me? Class begin, no talking out of turn. The moment he finishes speaking, he hurls the book in his hand straight at Tianjai. Stunned, a hand reaches out and catches it effortlessly. This surprises him. Wu Linggen says honestly, my apologies, sir, it was just a reflex. I truly meant nothing by it, sir. The instructor stares at him, silently appraising on the very first day. This kid is already giving me trouble. This brat is truly a disaster of disasters. He growls, HMPH, this teacher is aware. Tianjai's eyes fill with admiration. Thanks, boss Wu Linggen. Wu Linggen smiles back. It was really just instinct. With that, the instructor slams down a thick stack of books. All right, settle down. His expression hardens. Now then, you shall learn your very first lesson since entering the Xuanchen Academy. The books instantly fly into every student's hand. He raises his copy and announces, this book is the introductory Qi refining technique of our righteous alliance. You are to follow the illustrated diagrams within to guide Qi into your bodies. Suddenly, Zhang Ma shouts from the back, this is merely a Qi refining technique. Where do we? There isn't a single cultivator below the Qi refining stage among us. Wu Linggen blinks in confusion because he is the only one here below the Qi refining stage. A book flies straight into Zhang Ma's face, and the boy cries out in pain. Yan Li scolds furiously, your previous cultivation techniques cannot even begin to compare with this one. Zhang Ma collapses to the ground, muttering through gritted teeth, why didn't you block it for me? Wu Linggen answers, equally bewildered, oh right, I didn't react in time this time. Yan Li clenches his fist and speaks with severity. For all of you students, the primordial unity art is the safest and most stable cultivation technique the Righteous Alliance has ever developed. Therefore, every student who enters the Xuanchen Academy must use the primordial unity art to guide Qi, regardless of whatever technique you practiced before. The students' expressions all turn grave, since you've all already had experience with Qi refining. Then today's lesson He points at the students with a snarl. Anyone who fails to use the primordial unity art to guide chi into their body's eye will expel them on the spot. Bai Dai smirks and glances over. With a spirit root like mine, it'll only take a minute. Tianjai also grins, just studying the principles of the primordial unity art. No problem at all. Only Wu Linggen stands there dumbfounded. How I think I understand. What everyone means. He bites his lip, breaks into a cold sweat, and stares anxiously at the book in his hands. What do I do now? Bai Dai takes a deep breath and closes her eyes. Power gradually radiates outward. As she chants, "Heaven and earth as 110,000 laws return to the source." She snaps her eyes open. Energy condenses at her fingertip, and she thrusts it forward. Her power instantly shatters the object behind. Everyone who witnesses it can't help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of the Bai family's young mismastering the primordial unity art after a single glance, Xiao Yu grits her teeth. What a show-off. Yanli also praises Bai Dai. Well done. But then he adds, remember to pay for the damaged desk after class. She accepts with a casual, sure. He then turns back, casting a contemptuous glance at Wu Linggen, thinking silently. This stinking brat has no spirit root. Guiding chi into his body within a single class is utterly impossible. Yanli sneers at him without reservation. Just wait to be expelled. But he fails to notice that people are already talking about him behind his back. Should someone remind Instructor Mai to keep his pants on? Who knows, maybe he has some peculiar hobbies. Seeing Wu Linggen's distress, Xiao Yu speaks up to comfort him. Wu Linggen, don't push yourself too hard. He furrows his brow and replies, it's fine. I will sense the spiritual chi. Wu Linggen sits down to cultivate. Bai Dai watches from afar, musing so he's finally begun cultivating. I must uncover how he intends to grow stronger. He channels all his energy and shouts, I can feel the chi now. A burst of air escapes, but it's merely a fart. The two onlookers are left utterly speechless. What was that? Wu Linggen slumps over in despair. As expected, I still can't sense it. Seeing the situation going nowhere, Bai Dai asks, how do you normally cultivate? He springs to his feet and grabs her shoulder, his face deadly serious. How do you sense it? Spiritual Kipley's teach me? She stammers, let go of me first. Bai Dai then instructs him earnestly, listen carefully. Imagine yourself as a vessel of water. Spiritual chi is like water, feel the current flowing into the vessel. How did I end up teaching him? She can't help but wonder. She says, give it a try. He nods. Okay. Wu Linggen focuses with everything he has, imagining himself as a vessel of water. He repeats Bai Dai's instructions, feeling the current of water flowing into the vessel. Then he speaks up. I think I'm starting to feel something, but once again. He farts again. Bai Dai covers her nose and says, then perhaps my method was wrong. Try something else, just sense the spiritual chi directly. Wu Linggen can't help but feel wretched. Damn it, even after entering the Xuanshan Academy, I still can't guide chi. Every other student has already succeeded. Tianjai cheers, I did it. Meanwhile, she wonders, could it be that Wu Linggen truly can't sense spiritual chi at all? Just what method does he rely on to be so formidable? Yan Li speaks in a solemn tone. Those of you who succeeded in guiding cannot celebrate too early. He produces a luminous sphere and asks, do you see this spirit chi orb? The surrounding people wondered, where did this ball come from? Suddenly, Yanli hurled the ball straight toward Trung Ma. Catch, he responded in bewilderment. All right then. He snatched the ball out of the air. Instantly, its weight became unbearable, crushing down upon his arm. He was forced to scream, my hand. Only then did Yanli explain, this was specially designed by the Righteous Path Alliance to train students. The more spiritual chi you channel into it, the lighter it becomes. Trung Ma groaned through clenched teeth. Why didn't you say so earlier? He desperately mustered his strength. Damn it, tries, channel the spiritual chi, Yanli added casually. Oh, let me mention one more thing. That's right, the spirit ball only responds to the spiritual chi of whoever channels into it. Pour in anyone else's, and it grows even heavier. Trung Ma erupted once more. I want to kill someone. Dean Cat began explaining to Linggen, the spirit ball tournament is the most popular sport in the cultivation world. Our academy regularly hosts competitions as well. Linggen observed and remarked, looks a lot like basketball. Yanli tossed out more balls while saying, here, channel the spiritual chi you've personally absorbed and fill the spirit ball. That is today's lesson for all of you. The spirit balls landed before each of them. Bai Dai lifted hers effortlessly. This is quite light. Dean Cat grew slightly nervous, still a bit heavy. Yanli watched Linggen preparing to pick up his ball and thought, this brat's spirit ball isn't something you can lift with brute strength alone. Linggen steeled his resolve. I absolutely cannot be expelled from this academy. I must give everything I have. Spiritual kipper it all in. This ball will rise. Outside, Tianxing was adjusting his hair when suddenly he spotted a ship soaring through the sky and muttered, "They arrived right on time." The ship hovered motionless in midair. Wei Wang, imposing and majestic, stood upon it and declared, "Xuanshan Academy. We have arrived." A figure shot toward Wei Wang and landed gracefully. Tianxing greeted him courteously. Dean Shen arrives from afar without so much as a word of notice. I haven't even had time to prepare a welcoming ceremony. Wei Wang replied, "I wouldn't dare trouble Dean Wu. Haven't we heard that Xuanshan Academy faces a crisis? Naturally, I came to offer aid." Tianxing's tone sharpened. "Idiot, you bring so many escorts and even fly an airship here. Dean Shen's methods are quite impressive." Wei Wang countered, "When offering help, one should naturally go all out. By the way, I also wish to seek some pointers from the #1 Academy of the Righteous Path." Tianxing immediately saw through his true intent and sneered, "So that is your real objective." The airship hung motionless against the azure sky when a voice suddenly thundered, "Rise for me." Wei Wang whipped his head around in shock. Tianxing recognized the voice instantly. A ball rocketed from nowhere and pierced clean through the airship. The people aboard scrambled in chaos. "Someone is attacking the ship. Prepare defenses now. Demonic cultivators, could it be demonic cultivators?" The ball lost its momentum and plummeted, smashing directly into Wei Wang. Everyone cried out, "Dean Shen, over here." Linggen stared at the ceiling he had just destroyed. "I'm done for." Yanli berated him without mercy. "What do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea how much money it costs to build a classroom?" He rubbed his head sheepishly. "I used too much force." Tianxing stood on the wrecked airship and thought, could it be that brat causing trouble again? He turned and asked, Dean Shen, are you all right?" Wei Wang replied, "I am the Dean of Longteng Academy, how could a mere?" But as the smoke cleared, they saw he had been battered by the ball. Wei Wang maintained his dark expression and tried to explain, while everyone around grew increasingly worried. "Dean Shen, hurry, bring healing pills. Those damned demonic cultivators, we shall not share the same sky." Tianxing quickly fabricated an excuse. "This likely has nothing to do with demonic cultivators. It was probably just one of our spirit balls that malfunctioned and exploded." But internally, he cursed under his breath, "You damn brat, I can only cover for you this far." Wei Wang, his expression unreadable, reached up and pulled the ball off himself. He spoke, "Quite the exploding spirit ball." The others worriedly fussed over him. But the dean seized upon this as a pretext to challenge Xuanshan Academy. He proposed enthusiastically, "In that case, let's settle this with a spirit ball match." Tianxing hastily interjected, "Perhaps you should treat your wounds first before we discuss this." Tianxing asked in bewilderment, "A spirit ball exchange tournament between students?" A voice confirmed, "That's right." Then with clear severity he declared, "And so the matter stands as such." After a moment, he announced his decision. "For this spirit ball exchange tournament between Academies U5 shall serve as our representatives." Dean Cat raised his hand. "Dean, I have a question." Tianxing answered, "Speak." Dean Cat voiced his concern, choosing the others. "I can understand thee all ranked at the top of the grand examination." He scratched his head sheepishly. "But my strength is among the weakest of all students. I'm afraid my participation will embarrass the academy." Seeing his demeanor so much like his own former self, Tianxing called out gently, "Dean Cat." Linggen comforted him, "Don't sell yourself short. I believe that as long as you give your all, results will follow." Dean Cat's spirits lifted instantly. "Boss Linggen, you really mean?" The green-haired youth sneered from the side. "If effort alone could produce results, then you would have cultivated a spiritual root long ago." Tianxing nodded in agreement. "Wu Linggen speaks the truth. Dean Cat, your heavenly eye divine ability can foresee the future tremendous advantage in the tournament." Dean Cat raised his hand once more. "Sorry. I have one more question." "Speak," Tianxing answered. Linggen scratched his head innocently. "How does the spirit ball tournament actually work?" Bai Dai also let out a surprised "huh." Before explaining, "It's a 5 versus 5 format. You control the ball and launch it through the stone goalposts into the gate suspended in midair to score." In his mind, Linggen thought basketball. "Football?" Bai Dai continued, "During the match, cultivators on both sides may not directly harm the opponent, but they may use spiritual chi to clash against each other. That's why one's spiritual chi is crucial for this competition." Linggen processed this and said, "So in this tournament, it seems I can't really contribute much. How about I just sit this one out?" Tianxing jabbed a finger at him and roared, "This tournament was started because of you." Before turning to leave, he added one final reminder. "The match is set for 3 days from now. Use this time to train." Suddenly, Tianxing recalled something, right since this tournament concerns the honor of our Chuanshan Academy. He dangled a generous reward before them. If we achieve victory, I will award each of you a golden Chuanshan medal. Linggen asked naively, what's a golden Chuanshan medal? Ji Hawk answered for him, it is the highest honor of Chuanshan Academy. With this medal, you receive double the cultivation resources. Linggen's eyes blazed with excitement, double the resources. Doesn't that mean my chances of successful cultivation just doubled? He blazed with fervor. Now that I think about it, what are we all standing around for? Let's start training right now. Huo sneered. He has no interest in training with someone who can't even use spiritual chi. Ji Hawk also showed no enthusiasm. My family basically runs this academy. Double resources mean nothing to me. Bai Dai walked past the two of them and said, ignore them. The two of us can train together. He replied hesitantly, all right then. Dean Cat panicked. Am I seriously just going to be sidelined like this? Being left out, he listened as Bai Dai taught him the theory behind the spirit ball, while accepting the spiritual chi that others channeled into it. The more spiritual chi you pour into the spirit ball, the greater your advantage in direct clashes. He spoke honestly, though I have no spiritual chi, I understand the principle. Bai Dai, seeing mere words weren't enough, proposed talking as Uselestry snatching the spirit ball from my hand. He answered, since you put it that way. Linggen charged straight at her, then don't mind if but the ball was suddenly pulled away. Once spiritual chi was channeled into it, the spirit ball could be freely manipulated at will. Catching it barehanded was no simple feat. Bai Dai thought gleefully, just like this reveal more of your cards. I will absolutely uncover the method behind your power. Linggen surged forward, then I'll go even faster, she praised, so fast. Bai Dai hurled the ball high into the air. I won't let you take it that easily. He reached it, but his hand slipped and grabbed her chest by mistake. Both of them froze. Huo erupted, Wu Linggen, you beast. Bai Dai scolded him relentlessly. You scoundrel, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Linggen bowed frantically in apology. It was truly an accident, I swear. Dean Cat watched with a grin. Love is in the air. Linggen asked foolishly, does it hurt? Do you want me to rub it for you? Bai Dai turned away in embarrassment. I'm fine now. But her thoughts told a different story. That feeling wasn't half bad. She gazed into the distant Setwo figures were watching them. If only those people weren't ruining the atmosphere. Zio, you fumed, you scoundrel, stay away from Linggen. Mu Rongchen offered food while flattering, you should really eat something. She turned away and said, enough, let's continue training. Next, he agreed, all right. Bai Dai began her technique, sword control art. She pointed upward, see these spirit swords I've formed into a ring serve as the goalposts. Give it a try. He answered, no problem. Only then did Dean Cat realize, you guys are actually serious. While Linggen, blazing with determination, calculated this spirit ball isn't as heavy as I imagined. I just need to practice making accurate throws. As he threw, the girls below watched with delight. Linggen, your aim is pretty good. But the ball veered off and struck somewhere else entirely. Yanli instantly berated him. You fool, you've damaged academy equipment again. Don't even dream about claiming those cultivation resources. Linggen hastily bowed, I'm sorry. Bai Dai, ever perceptive, noticed something, did you just hear that? He answered, bewildered, hear what? That ball had struck Dean Shen Weiweng. Again, Chuanshan Academy truly has some nerve. The green-haired man rushed over, Master. Weiweng spoke with surging fury. Provoking me twice in a single day, it seems they truly hold neither Longteng Academy nor me in any regard. The man hastily said, let me treat your wounds, Weiweng cursed, you fool. How could a mere spirit ball injure me? He then reminded him, rather than worrying about me, focus your efforts on preparing for the match in 3 days. The green-haired man scratched his head, understood. Weiweng's gaze fell upon a written pledge of determination. In this tournament, he and I both stake everything on the line of the future of our academies. Zifeng blazed with an unyielding will to triumph, and declared, I, Liang Zifeng, swear Longteng Academy will crush Chuanshan Academy. Weiweng felt reassured. Excellent. You live up to being my true disciple. Zifeng thought ceaselessly, I absolutely will not let Master down. His resolve was unshakable no matter the cost. 3 days later, a banner read, warmly welcoming Dean Shen and the students of Longteng Academy to Chuanshan Academy. Tianxing stood before the entire student body to deliver his address. Every student in the academy had gathered. He proposed, let us welcome Dean Shen with a round of thunderous applause. Weiweng appared, his face still covered in injuries. Linggen noticed and wondered, why does Dean Shen's complexion look so terrible? Bai Dai shared his suspicion. That can't be. Could someone have actually beaten him up? All right. Yanli turned back and reminded them, stop whispering among yourselves. Wei Wang stood before the students and began his address. Esteemed students of Chuanshan Academy, good morning. Regarding today's spiritual Qi ball tournament between our two academies, I shall keep my remarks brief. He says one sentence, and his speech drags on endlessly. Today, we gather here together to celebrate the grand opening ceremony, the spiritual Qi ball tournament between Chuanshan Academy and Longteng Academy. On behalf of all students and faculty, I extend our warmest congratulations to all esteemed leaders and distinguished guests. All students, please offer your most respectful salutations. The spiritual Qi ball is a time-honored tradition of our cultivation world. It not only enhances our physical fitness, but also strengthens our coordination and teamwork. On this grand stage, we shall together witness power and might, the culmination of both academics witnessing the perseverance and tenacity of every student in the matches ahead. It is my hope that everyone will unleash their full strength, fear no hardship, and never yield. Compete in peak form, regardless of the final results, regardless of ranking. We must maintain a positive attitude and strive ever upward. At the same time, I hope all referees will uphold fairness and safeguard the integrity of the competition. All staff members must take their duties seriously, managing competition logistics, officiating, and support services to create the finest possible playing environment. Wu Linggen cannot help but feel stunned. Even academy deans in the cultivation world give speeches this long-winded. Dean Dai Vuong continues his endless speech. Finally, I wish to say that this tournament is not merely a competition, but a grand feast of fellowship. Let us deepen our bonds of friendship through competition, strengthen our unity, and help one another advance. Let us embody the spirit of camaraderie through our actions. First, compete with honor. Second, he then notices the audience's restless behavior, and it infuriates him. How dare they ignore their dean's speech. The freshmen of Chuanshan Academy truly grow more disgraceful with each passing year. Very well, then let this old man show you a thing or two. Dean Dai Vuong gestures toward the field and addresses Director Wu. Your academy's grounds look rather humble. Wu Tianxing responds, our funds have all been allocated to cultivation resources for the students. Dean Dai Vuong then unleashes his power. Then allow me to build you all a proper arena. Dean Dai Vuong extends his hand. The earth erupts beneath. Wood spirit art. The students cry out in alarm. Is it an earthquake? No, it seems the dean has made his move. Such a massive disturbance. Is he trying to demolish Chuanshan Academy? Everyone is stunned as a foreign structure bursts forth from the ground. Heavens above, something is rising from the earth. Wu Linggen watches in astonishment as a magnificent, newly constructed arena materializes before the eyes of every student. Bai Dai's voice carries unmistakable awe. To conjure something this vast in the blink of an eye. Just how much spiritual qi does the dean of Longteng Academy possess? Gazing upon the towering coliseum that has risen from nothing, Wu Linggen marvels. So this is the power of immortal cultivators. Truly, it fills one with envy. The ground where the two deans stand begins to rise skyward. Wu Tianxing announces in a booming voice, all participating students, prepare yourselves. The remaining students, take your seats in the observation area. Both teams have taken their positions, ready for battle. Director Wu silently prays, you wretched lot, you had better not embarrass me. Then he raises his voice. Now, allow me to introduce the competing participants for today's match. Standing on this side of the arena are the competitors from Chuanshan Academy: Wu Linggen, Jixu, Zairo Huohao, Bai Dai, and Tianjai. Wu Linggen silently resolves, this time, we must win. I need to secure as many cultivation resources as possible. Jixu brims with excitement. This young master is going to dominate. He turns to Linggen with a grin. Victory is all but assured. Although both you and I are transmigrators, I will absolutely crush you beneath my heel. Just you watch. A sudden chill races down his spine, causing him to let out a soft grunt. Wu Tianxing continues. And standing on this side are the participating students from Longteng Academy. Zai Feng's imposing figure appears. Wu Tianxing introduces the roster one by one: Zhu Shi, Li Luoying, Wan Ping, Zhen Lingyu, and Liang Zaifeng. Zhen Lingyu pats his shoulder. Senior brother, make sure you perform well this time. Let them know the true might of our Longteng Academy. Zaifeng warns, don't be careless. We absolutely must win this match. He gazes toward Dean Dai Vuong with iron resolve. I will fulfill Master's long-held wish, I swear it. Wan Ping sees the intensity burning in his expression and says dismissively, don't overthink it. We've trained long enough for today. Besides, those Chuanshan Academy students are nothing but a bunch of trash. Wu Linggen pays no mind, but Tianjai fires back boldly. We are not trash. At the very least, Boss Linggen certainly isn't. Wan Ping points and taunts, especially you, fatty. One glance is all it takes to tell you're a weakling. Tianjai's fists tremble with rage, his teeth clenched. You. Zai Feng turns and interjects, Wan Ping, that's enough. Defeating them in the match will settle things, won't it? Wan Ping smirks. Tisk, boss, you're far too kind. Aren't you just giving them a sliver of hope for victory? Bai Dai grits his teeth. Why is every single person from Longtang Academy so arrogant? Wu Linggen has to admit, but they do look like they've been genuinely trained. Jiksu strokes his chin thoughtfully. Indeed. The three turn to look at him, and he continues. They say these people are all hand-picked elites specially cultivated by Longtang Academy, with extensive long-term training experience. In spiritual chi ball matches against same-level opponents, they have never once lost. Tianjai complains, such crucial intel are you only telling us now? Jiksu replies nonchalantly, well, none of you asked. Zio Huohao draws his sword with a flourish. Zio Huohao declares, what is there to fear? Don't forget a young master is right here. He lowers the tip of his sword, pointing it straight at the opposing team. The challengers from Longtang Academy speak up in a provocative tone. Listen well, I Zio Huohao will defeat every last one of you today. He smirks. My blade says otherwise. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Mai Yanli walks over and confiscates his sword. Huohao protests, hey, what are you doing? Yanli answers coldly, in the spiritual chi ball tournament, the use of any artifact or spirit tool is strictly prohibited. Hearing this, Huohao is stunned speechless. The opposing team sneers with contempt. Zhu Shi casually munches on food. You don't even understand the rules of a spiritual chi ball match. Zai Feng sneers as well. This is truly a bit embarrassing. Zhen Lingyu covers her mouth, laughing. This match won't be difficult at all. It's sure to become quite the spectacle. A fine showcase for senior brother. Dean Dai Vuong turns to taunt. Director Wu certainly knows how to pick his students. Director Wu doesn't take the bait, HMPH. Whom I choose is none of Dean Dai's concern. Dean Dai Vuong's gaze sharpens. I couldn't care less about that. I merely hope Director Wu is prepared to accept defeat after this match. Wu Tianxing responds with a knowing smile. Don't underestimate these kids. He looks down at the arena, his voice full of conviction. I believe they can win, that's why I brought them here. Meanwhile, Yanli searches through the remaining items on Linggen's person. His voice exasperated. Also, you are not permitted to carry these on your person. Linggen scratches his head sheepishly. Ahaha, it's just force of habit. I forgot to take them off. Wu Tianxing shouts furiously, don't you dare. Embarrass yourself over those lumps of iron. Where on earth do you keep getting those things? Yanli briefly goes over the match rules. The game lasts for 2 hours, with a 15-minute intermission between halves. The team that scores the most goals wins. Then he holds up the spiritual chi sphere and asks, now then, has everyone finished their preparations? The Longtang Academy team stares with intense focus. Yanli raises his voice. Spiritual chi ball match. Both teams have completed their preparations. Let the battle begin. As soon as the words leave his mouth, the spiritual chi sphere is tossed high. A foot pushes off the ground and a figure leaps up lightly. Wu Linggen reaches toward the sphere, must seize the ball. Seize the initiative. But before he can react, a foot stamps down on his shoulder. Jiksu uses the momentum to spring higher, his hand closing in on the target. He says arrogantly, fool, without spiritual chi you'd best stay out of my way. Scoring a goal is something only I can do. Suddenly the sphere falls into someone else's hands. He frees it. Zai Feng. Zai Feng cradles the sphere with both hands, a triumphant smile on his lips. Don't even dream about it. Then he hurls the sphere toward Wan Ping with all his might. Catch! The sphere rockets forward at lightning speed. Wan Ping extends his hand. Leave it to me. Tianjai watches Wan Ping's figure charging forward and declares, even if it costs me my life, I will stop you. Wan Ping smirks. Can you really pull that off? Tianjai spreads his arms wide, but before he can react, something blazes past him. In that instant, Wan Ping has already slipped past him and plants the sphere down. Too slow, fatty. Everything happened far too fast. Tianjai stands there in shock, still not recovered. So fast. Way too fast. Yanli announces the score in a booming voice, 0-10. Dean Dai Vuong laughs victory. Tianxing snorts coldly. Zai Feng fist bumps Wan Ping, praising, that was a beautiful goal. He says disdainfully, it's because these people are far too weak. Linggen responds, understood. Jiaxu grits his teeth. What? Bai Dai leaps to her feet and begins assigning roles. I'll take point as the main striker. You two hang back and provide cover. Both answer in unison, roger that. She locks her gaze on Zai Feng, who stands blocking the way, analyzing the situation before her. Her spiritual chi reserves are unquestionably the strongest among those of the same rank. But then Bai Dai realizes that, at some point, she has already darted past behind Zai Feng. No one can snatch the spiritual chi ball from her hands. Seeing her closing in, Zai Feng bellows, "Deploy the defensive formation." The group responds instantly. Jiaxu rockets into the air, peers down at the opponents and shouts, "Get lost." This young master is right here. He lands and throws a devastating strike. Don't even dream of getting past Zio Dai. The others are sent flying, groaning in pain. My Yanli holds up a yellow card. Xuanshan Academy's Zio Hu malicious intent to injure. Yellow card warning. Jiaxu asks in disbelief, "Sir, just which academy's instructor are you exactly?" My Yanli says gravely, "On this field there are no factions, only justice." Jiaxu screams internally. Why does he have to play the righteous arbiter at a time like this? Indeed, Bai Dai surges toward Zhuxi at full speed. Though Hu committed a foul, she absolutely must score this goal. She leaps up, ball in hand, preparing to shoot. Yet Zhuxi remains utterly nonchalant. He pulls out a slab of meat, his tone a casual reminder, "Don't you dare underestimate me." He gnaws on a drumstick. He takes a bite. Bai Dai hurls the ball with all her might. At that very instant, a massive black shadow materializes, a colossal creature blanketed in scales, its enormous claws snatching the ball clean out of the air. Bai Dai's eyes go wide with shock. What? She springs upward to reclaim it, but she freezes midair. An elongated shadow has already swept in and seized the ball. It is Luo Ying, who has manipulated an extended arm to bat it away. The ball rockets toward Zai Feng. He sees it coming and praises, "Beautiful work." Zai Feng snatches the spiritual chi ball from the air and grins. He rockets forward at blistering speed. Diane Jai braces for combat, shouting, "He's coming. This time we absolutely have to stop him." Yet Zai Feng flings both of them aside with contemptuous ease and casually places the ball down. Yanli announces a goal for Longteng Academy. Score 0-1. Yu Ling watches the scene, her cheeks flushed red as she cheers. "Senior brother scored. He's so handsome, I love it. You're courting death." Zai Feng gazes into the distance, letting out a long breath. He glances up at Linggen and Hu in the stands and calls out, "Hey, Xuanshan Academy?" The two look up, asking in return, "Huh?" Zai Feng points at them, a grin splitting his face, his manner supremely provocative in this match. "I'm going to make sure you lot don't score a single point." Zio Yu is driven to fury. She grips the wall rail with crushing force, cracks spiderweb across its surface. She leaps to her feet, ready to vault over and scream. How dare he say something like that to Linggen Jij? "I'll smash his skull to pieces right now." Mu Rongchen grabs her leg to hold her back, her voice helpless. "Don't lose your temper. If you do that, Linggen will be disqualified outright." Zhangma stands nearby, frowning as he observes. That said, Longteng's people really are formidable. Hu suddenly raises his hand. "Wait a moment. I have a question." Yanli inclines his head. "Go ahead." He points at Zhuxi. His doubt plain. Wasn't it stated that using props during the match is forbidden? Then why was he allowed to eat and transform into that massive form just now? Zhuxi remains as detached as a bystander, still gnawing on the chicken leg in his hand. Yanli sidesteps the question, answering with breezy indifference, "Food is not a prop, therefore it does not constitute a foul." Hu erupts in fury. "What the hell, isn't this just blatant sophistry?" Zio Yu hears Yanli's twisted logic and grinds her teeth. "What kind of home field advantage is this?" Mu Rongchen says with regret, "If I had known, I should have brought Linggen and the others some food too." Dai Wang glances at Tianxing, his tone thick with mockery. The students under Dean Wu are truly nothing to speak of. Tianxing fires back without restraint. The match has only just begun. Right at that moment, to Diane Jai's utter astonishment, Yu Ling streaks forward and places the ball down. Yanli announces a goal for Longteng Academy. Score 0-3. Instantly after, Zhuxi's impossibly elongated claw stretches out once more, dropping the ball across the line. Yanli continues another goal for Longteng Academy. Score 0-10. Diane Jai and Jiaxu desperately rush to intercept, but the massive hand brushes them aside effortlessly, pushing the ball past the line. Accompanying it is the announcement goal for Longteng Academy. Score 0-10. Zai Feng fist bumps Zhuxi's enormous extended claw, praising, "Now that's what I call beautiful." Yanli steps forward and declares, "The first half has ended. Please take a few minutes to rest." In one corner of the field, Diane Jai braces himself on his knees, panting heavily. The rest stand staring at one another in eerie silence. Dai Wang slaps his chest and laughs uproariously. The match has reached halftime, and your students still haven't found their fighting spirit. Tianxing stands nearby, brow furrowed as he watches Linggen's group, those kids. What exactly are they planning? After a short while, inside the rest room, Bai Dai finally loses her patience and demands, "What do you all think you're doing?" Jiaxu, refusing to cooperate with your teammates is one thing, but why is Hu also making trouble for Linggen? Hu replies flatly, "Either way, there's no chance of scoring. Why not let me have a little fun?" Jiaxu couldn't care less. "I don't want to exert myself for that old man. I'll play however I please." He then glances at Diane Jai beside him and bluntly disparages him. Besides, with the weakest link in the team like this, he's not worthy of coordinating with me. Diane Jai knows he performed poorly. Zairo Ko here. Sorry about that. Bai Dai waves him off. Now is the time, and you're still worrying about what? Jiaxu says coolly, "I'm just stating the facts." Yu Ling and Zai Feng approach the front of the room, while Diane Jai, disheartened, murmurs, "Maybe it would be better if I withdrew from this match." Yu Ling smiles softly, "Senior brother, those good-for-nothings are fighting among themselves. Looks like we'll take this one easily." Zai Feng responds with an impassive face, "Don't let your guard down. The match is far from over." His brows arch high, a shadow passing across his features as he thinks Xuanchen Academy is nothing more than a bunch of all name and no substance. The preparations I've made probably won't even be necessary. Linggen suddenly raises his hand. "I have a proposal." Everyone turns to look at him. "Oh," he scratches the back of his head, flashing a grin. "If none of us can cooperate, then let's just treat this as an individual competition." The others echo in confusion. "What did you just say?" Linggen explains, "No need to coordinate, just lock down your assigned opponent one-on-one, block their movements, then find an opening to score." The four of them fall silent. Each harbors their own thoughts. The battle resumes. Both teams take their positions. Yanli's voice booms across the arena. "Everyone, you've been waiting, haven't you? The second half begins now." Wan Ping can't resist taunting. "You lot still refuse to surrender. You're actually going to keep playing." Diane Jai fires back fiercely. "Just you wait. Boss Linggen already has a plan to deal with you." Suddenly, a figure appears in the stands, shouting, "Linggen, wait." He looks up in surprise. Mu Rongchen hurls down armfuls of drumsticks. "Take these." Linggen snatches each item out of the air one by one. Rice balls. Buns meet the works. Bai Dai watches him catch the food and gives a thumbs up. "Nice one." Diane Jai follows suit. "Perfect score." Wan Ping rolls his shoulders and scoffs. "Fattening up like cattle. Just you wait, soon you'll all know what despair tastes like." Yanli raises the ball and shouts, "Both sides ready." The second half begins. The instant he finishes, the ball is tossed skyward. Zai Feng sprints forward, commanding, "Keep the pressure on them, seize the ball." Wan Ping charges ahead first. "Leave it to me." He leaps high and snatches the ball. Glancing down at the motionless opponents, "Have you given up already? Not even bothering to put up a fight?" Wan Ping hurtles forward at full speed, "Then sit back and witness my brilliance." Jiaxu eyes him. "This one's mine." He presses both palms together and bellows, "Earth escape." Before him, sand and soil erupt from the ground. Wan Ping's eyes go wide. "What?" Dai Wang watches with veiled amusement. "Your nephew actually turns out to be an Earth attribute user. Was he really born into your family?" Tianxing erupts in rage. "Do you believe I won't smack you dead with a single palm right now?" Wan Ping has no choice but to pass the ball elsewhere. "There's no breaking through here, it's on you, Yu Ling." She snatches the ball and snaps back. "Only senior brother gets to call me Yu Ling." Bai Dai locks onto her target and unleashes her sword chi, form convergence. The moment the words leave her lips, blades of sword chi streak forth. The ball ricochets away from the impact. Yu Ling is knocked staggering backward. Before she can recover and retrieve the ball, Bai Dai can only watch helplessly as Zhu Shi's elongated arm swings Luo Ying in to snatch it. He shouts, "Leave it to me." Hu swoops in beside him, his expression darkening. Finally, it's this young master's turn. He roars out his technique, Azure Radiance. The instant he finishes, the elongated arm dissolves into nothing. Luo Ying shields his face, blinded by the searing light. Unable to hold onto the ball, it slips free and plummets. Luo Ying crashes to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Zai Feng materializes and catches the falling ball. He realizes at once, so that's their game. The one-on-one strategy is meant to restrict us. His eyes flash with a glint of triumph as he thinks a pity, then, that Diane Jai stands in the way. One hand clasped behind his back, the other held before him. Zai Feng roars, "Your weaknesses are far too obvious." But then a crimson light erupts from his opponent's body, the divine ability, heavenly eye opening. The caster's expression brims with elation indeed. The future has been laid bare before his very eyes. Zai Feng immediately recognizes it as the heavenly eye divine ability. Yet he shows no trace of panic. He leaps skyward, his voice dripping with contempt. Even if you can foresee my every move, so what? With your meager strength, you couldn't stop me even if you tried. Right at that moment, Linggen appears before Diane Jai, who declares, "I'll admit I'm not your match." But Boss Linggen is a different story altogether. Zai Feng is stunned. What? Linggen charges forward, grab that ball. Zai Feng feels the crushing pressure, gritting his teeth. What terrifying brute strength. Linggen orders, hold on tight. Diane Jai scrambles up and clamps onto his shoulders. Got it. At the same instant, Zai Feng is sent hurtling through the air. Sensing the situation turning dire, Zai Feng shouts, form a defensive line, stop him. Wan Ping and Luo Ying charge in simultaneously. Diane Jai observes for a brief moment, then speaks up if he tries to dodge to the upper left. Use your strength and leap. A bit to the left. In the end, he sidesteps 2 paces to the right, narrowly dodging the shadow cast upon the ground. Under his guidance, you dodge it with ease. Zai Feng snarls through gritted teeth, so he can actually use the heavenly eye divine ability to predict attacks. Yet he remains confident, but with Zhu Shi's massive frame, there's absolutely no way you lot will get past him. In a flash, Linggen surges toward the towering silhouette of Zhu Shi. The latter, already transformed into a beast-like form, spots Linggen approaching and lets out a cold snort. Linggen narrows his razor-sharp gaze and speaks in a frigid tone, "Well then, my apologies. Consider this an offense." He clenches his jaw and hurls the ball with every ounce of force. Take this. The ball rockets toward Zhu Shi in an instant. Though Zhu Shi snatches the ball out of the air, a tremendous force slams through him the very next moment. His entire body is hurled backward, crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom. The announcer declares Xuanchen scores. The score is now equal. Both Linggen and Tian Jai can barely contain their elation. Cheering in unison, "We did it." Zai Feng strolls forward and speaks with an air of composure. It's merely a single point conceded. Regroup the formation and resume the attack. His teammate answers, understood, Huo Huo. He crosses his arms and smirks. Now, remind Muho was it just a moment ago who boasted they wouldn't let us score even a single point. And yet here we are, having scored one. What do you think about that? Yu Ling refuses to be outdone, snapping back furiously. It's not like you were the one who scored. What are you making such a fuss about? Zai Feng grips the ball and commands in a glacial tone, attack formation. We break through with speed. His teammates behind him respond in unison. Yes. He charges forward, but Tian Jai intercepts him with a clever maneuver. A burst of force slams into him, and the ball is snatched clean from his grasp. Wu Linggen and Tian Jai seize the ball and sprint away. Once again, Zhu Shi is sent flying. The two land the ball safely in the goal. The announcer declares Xuanchen scores. The score is now 2-0. Zai Feng is staggered, his disbelief written across his face. How is this possible? Tian Jai and Linggen glance back at Zhu Shi, who lies sprawled on the ground, having failed yet another block. The announcer declares once more Xuanchen scores. The score is 4-0. Time and again, Linggen's throws find their mark. The announcer's voice rings out continuously. The score is 6-8-10. The score is 10-0. Tian Jai whoops with glee. We've tied it up. Wang Dai roars down from the stands with fury blazing in his eyes. Get your heads back in the game. Don't you dare embarrass this old man. Dark green veins bulge across Zai Feng's face as his expression turns grim. He absolutely cannot allow his master to lose this match. Yu Ling watches him with visible worry. Big brother, he gazes at the shell-like object in his hand and makes his decision. It seems I have no choice but to use this kind of energy after all. With that thought, he tilts his head back and gulps it down in one swallow. Zai Feng's body is instantly laced with faint purple meridian lines, his muscles bulging and swelling with raw power. Yu Ling, standing behind him, is utterly bewildered. Zai Feng has become a completely different person. He raises both hands before him and murmurs, "This power, I can feel it now." Yu Ling stares at Zai Feng's silhouette, now wreathed in dense purple energy. Tianxing senses something amiss and turns to the man beside him. Don't you feel that trace of inner demon energy? Wang Dai dismisses him with a wave. Has this old fool developed trauma after getting thrashed by a demonic cultivator? He speaks with absolute certainty. With us standing guard, even if Sima Yue himself showed up, he wouldn't dare make a move. Zai Feng senses the immense power surging through every fiber of his being. This energy is absolutely impossible to fully absorb. Just a fraction of it will be enough to secure victory. Yu Ling asks anxiously, "Big brother, are you all right?" Zai Feng, brimming with energy, responds, "I'm fine. Continue the match." He mutters under his breath, "The match time is almost up. I cannot give them even the slightest opening ever again." Beside the announcer sits an hourglass, its sand nearly depleted, proof that precious little time remains. Tianjai, riding on Linggen's back, exclaims excitedly to no one in particular, "We can definitely win this." Unable to contain his own joy, Linggen replies in a giddy voice, "Yeah, the golden Xuanchen medal is waiting for us." Huo grumbles with a scowl, "Damn it, all the glory has been snatched by this guy." The announcer raises the ball high and signals. The match continues. The ball is tossed high into the air. Tianjai spots Huo leaping up to snatch the ball and shouts his name, "Zyro Huo." Bai Dai asks, "What are you trying to do now?" Huo explains, "Their stamina has already been drained considerably. Why not let me carry the ball while Wu Linggen and the others provide cover for me?" With that, he shoots forward with a triumphant grin. Zai Feng's gaze darkens ominously. Huo looks down at his opponents falling behind and laughs. "Just as I thought, the bow with no arrows left." Wu Linggen voices his thoughts. "The students of Dragon Soaring Academy were inherently a notch below us in cultivation. They only managed to gain the upper hand earlier through teamwork. Now that their spiritual chi is nearly depleted, that's right, even if Zyro Huo goes in alone, they shouldn't be able to stop him." Linggen pieces it together, "That's right. Let's cut in and support." To put it precisely, aside from Huo himself, everyone else on the Xuanchen side boasts a higher cultivation base than the Dragon Soaring students. Bai Dai shoots him a sharp glare and snaps, "If you don't know how to talk, then keep your mouth shut." Huo, utterly pleased with himself, surges toward the scoring zone. The entire arena watches as Zyro Huo rides the wind forward. At that very moment, Zai Feng grins and clasps his hands together, chanting, "Great Earth with divine technique." In the blink of an eye, a massive slab of solid earth erupts from below, slamming into Huo and knocking the ball clean out of his hands. His face is twisted to one side from the impact as he yelps, "Ow." "Ouch." Tianxing strokes his beard, perplexed. "The Great Earth with divine technique. You said he hadn't learned that move yet, didn't you?" Wang Dai responds with a self-satisfied chuckle. It seems that under such pressure, even Zai Feng's latent potential has broken through. In Tianxing's heart, a seed of doubt takes root. A true breakthrough under pressure, is that really what this is? Huo tumbles down from the earthen wall that had risen to block him. Zai Feng has already reclaimed the ball. His expression hardens as he grips it tightly. "My condition is stable now, and time is running out." Yu Ling gazes at him adoringly and coos, "Big brother is so cool I could just die." In the next instant, Linggen with Tianjai on his back appears directly in Zai Feng's path, blocking his advance. Zai Feng narrows his eyes in contemplation, calculating. Then his arm is encased in layers of rock forest heavy armor. "Don't even dream of stopping me." He lunges straight at Linggen. The two forces collide head-on in a devastating clash. Seeing how easily Linggen blocks him, Zai Feng is taken aback. How can he stop me so effortlessly? His foot pivots slightly. Ready to spring upward then, he resorts to his old trick, Great Earth with divine technique. An earthen mound surges from the ground. It lifts Zai Feng skyward, sweeping past the two of them before they can react, carrying him dangerously close to the goal. Zai Feng cocks his arm to throw and declares, "Don't even dream of blocking me." Below, Bai Dai and Jiazu are charging in. "Block him." Suddenly his movements freeze. He stares downward in stunned disbelief. Zai Feng scowls, "Damn it, we can't advance any further." The truth is, below him, Tianjai and Linggen have devised a countermeasure. Rethi raise a stone pillar upward, severing the earthen wall's energy flow and halting its ascent entirely. Tianjai says, "We can't directly attack you, but summoning a stone pillar, that shouldn't be a problem." Linggen digs his hands into the earthen mound and lifts, following Tianjai's commands to the letter. Linggen brothats it, "Hurl him toward our goal." He summons every ounce of strength to grab the earthen platform and flings it toward the opponent's goal. Zai Feng sees the situation turning dire. This is bad. He watches himself hurtling toward his own goal, veins bulging across his face as anxiety creeps in. If this continues, it'll be an own goal. I can only push one step further. At that moment, the purple shell within his stomach cracks further. The earth surges higher and longer, colliding and melding together. Linggen, hefting the earthen mound, gasps, "It's gotten so heavy." Both of them look Yupen, their eyes widen in shock. Tianjai exclaims, "That's..." Linggen murmurs in awe, "No wonder it became this heavy." Before them stands Zai Feng, perched atop the shoulder of a colossal earth golem, the ground trembling beneath its titanic weight. Tianxing gasps, He only just learned the great earth would divine technique. How can he manipulate it to this degree? Wang Dai also muses with furrowed brows. The amount of spiritual qi he's expending is considerable. Indeed, the earth golem raises its massive foot and stomps down toward where Linggen and Tianjai stand. The two leap aside just in time, narrowly avoiding the blow. The strike leaves nothing but a crater of pulverized ground, spraying shards of rock and rubble in all directions. Zai Feng stands upon the golem's outstretched palm as it reaches downward. Vanish from my sight! He readies himself on the back of the golem's hand. Bai Dai and Jia Zhu fly in to intercept. Jia Zhu drives her kick into the colossal earthen palm, yet it doesn't budge an inch. Meanwhile, Bai Dai wastes no time, bringing her sword slashing down. Zai Feng sneers wickedly. Jia Zhu is forced to retract her leg, and Bai Dai's sword is deflected with a resounding clang. Linggen clenches his fist tight, eyeing the golem's impossibly dense armor of earth and stone. He swings his arm in a slow rotation, preparing to unleash a devastating strike. A full-powered punch erupts forth. Linggen pours every last drop of his strength into a single blow. A blinding light bursts from his fist. The impact rings out. A deafening explosion tears through the air. Shattered fragments rain down as the entire arena descends into chaos. Zai Feng is forced to land on the ground, glaring at Linggen with undisguised hatred. Damn you! Why do you keep blocking me? Linggen replies simply, his voice steady as steel, because I want to win. Zai Feng lets out a cold snort and charges forward with the ball in his arms. Victory belongs to me. The two forces collide once more. Dust and stone explode in every direction, raw power erupting in devastating waves. Between the swirling debris, two figures clash with ferocious intensity. Mu Rongchen watches from a corner of the stands, awestruck. Just what level of power is this? Xiao Yu, watching from beside her, is equally astonished. He can actually go toe-to-toe with Linggen on this battlefield. All she sees is the ball soaring high into the air. Zai Feng sent hurtling backward with a howl. Yu Ling rushes over, breathless with worry. Big brother, please don't push yourself so hard, forcing your body like this just to steal the ball. Zai Feng grits his teeth, blood already smeared across his body. Meanwhile, Linggen invokes the immortal technique primordial earth soaring. Flighthand launches himself skyward, rocketing toward the ball. Yu Ling looks up, eyes wide with alarm. He sees flying. Zai Feng hangs his head, gnashing his teeth as a dark, sinister aura billows from his body. He refuses to let his master lose face. By now, the purple shell within him has nearly shattered completely. Yu Ling stares at Zai Feng. Frozen in disbelief, his entire body radiates a chilling, ominous presence. Tianxing's eyes widen as realization dawns. This is the aura of an inner demon. Wang Dai's expression flickers with sudden alarm. Zai Feng now resembles a bloodthirsty beast, his eyes burning crimson, consumed by an insatiable hunger for victory. Yu Ling turns pale and whispers, "Big brother, what's happening to you?" Zai Feng can no longer hear a thing. He drops into a low stance, his body coiling like a predator about to strike, muttering a single phrase, "I must win." Before anyone can react, a plume of dust erupts as he rockets toward Linggen. In the next heartbeat, he materializes directly above Wu Linggen's head. His fist already descending, "All who dare stand between me and victory." Tianjai screams, "Linggen, bro, watch out. They'll all die." His words barely leave his lips before the devastating punch crashes down. Blood sprays through the air. The ball is launched skyward. Linggen is driven into the earth with bone-crushing force. Tianjai, hurled from his back, can only muster one final cry, "Linggen, bro." Zai Feng's devastating punch slams into Linggen, sending him crashing to the ground. A massive cloud of dust erupts. Bai Dai cries out anxiously, "Linggen." He lies on the ground, gritting his teeth, staring up at the shadow looming over him. Zai Feng clutches the ball, his eyes cold as ice as he glares down at Linggen. "Don't even think about stopping me." Then, he lunges forward. Linggen's expression shifts, and he resolves himself, "For cultivation resources I absolutely cannot lose." With that, he springs to his feet to see a dark shadow hurtling toward his face. Zai Feng is taken aback. "What?" Linggen blocks his path, standing firm. "Don't even think about taking this last point." Zai Feng's crimson eyes burn with murderous intent, and he snarls through clenched teeth, "You are courting death." He smashes the ball into Linggen's body with brutal force, roaring, "Get out of my way." Linggen fights to hold his ground, but its futile Zai Feng's power is overwhelming. He gets hurled into the earth, a deafening explosion erupting as dust and debris billow around him. Deem Cat calls out in alarm, "Linggen." "Boss," Bai Dai demands anxiously, "What's happening?" Within the swirling dust, Linggen grips the goalpost, using his chest to block the ball. He speaks through gritted teeth, If I can't use my hands, then so be it. Then I'll use my own body to block this ball. Zai Feng roars with fury, shoving him with all his might. Give it to me. Linggen holds his ground until he coughs up a mouthful of bloody yet still. He refuses to retreat. Xiao Yu flies into a rage, wanting to charge, and he's blatantly violating the rules. Mu Rongchen says uneasily, if this continues, Linggen will be in danger. Deem Cat can no longer hold back and curses, despicable and shameless. Linggen shouts, don't come here. Xiao Yu freezes for a moment. Then Linggen manages a smile and says, the match hasn't ended yet. Linggen straightens his body, and a flash of light erupts. Ball in Zai Feng's hand is snatched away in the blink of an eye. Zai Feng stares at him in disbelief. You actually managed to take the spirit ball from my hands in such a state. His spiritual power, could it be, even stronger than mine now? How is that? Linggen hurls the ball skyward and shouts, all right, watch this shot. The ball rockets forward in a blazing straight line, a truly spectacular sight. It hurtles toward Zhuxi, trailing streaks of light. Zhuxi is sent flying, crashing into a massive crater. The crowd stares in wide-eyed shock. How could someone shatter a wall with a spirit ball? Even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't possibly generate such spiritual power. Why does it feel like he threw it with pure brute strength, without a shred of spiritual energy? Dust rises as the ball, radiating overwhelming pressure, buries itself into the earth, cracking the crater wide open. The last grains of sand fall. Yanli announces Chuanshan Academy scores. The score is 111,111. The hourglass has run out. He declares the match over. Bai Dai rushes over and shouts Wu Linggen. Deem Cat cheers excitedly. Boss is the strongest. Zai Feng clenches his fists, his gaze darkening as he stares at Linggen. Dai Yang still can't believe it. I actually lost. Have I brought shame upon my master? Linggen asks, did we win? Bai Dai places a hand on his shoulder. How can you be thinking about winning or losing at a time like this? Tianxing glances over. Your disciple has already been consumed by an inner demon. The old dean falls silent, sinking deep into contemplation. Suddenly, he coughs up a mouthful of blood. Tianxing calls out in alarm, Elder. He reaches out to support him. Are you all right? The old dean slams his fist on the railing, blaming himself. I was always strict with him. Always told him to be careful in his training. Did this still happen? Tianxing speaks his mind, perhaps. You were too strict after all. Zai Feng turns his back to the stage, his expression gloomy. He stares at his own hand. Have I disappointed my master? A thought flashes through his mind, this ending. His heart screams endlessly. He absolutely refuses to accept this. A dark, sinister crimson chi seeps from Zai Feng's chest. A burst of light erupts from his body, suddenly breaks through to the golden core realm. Tianxing is even more stunned. He actually broke through to the golden core realm while harboring an inner demon. It seems he truly cannot be saved. The old dean coughs up another mouthful of blood. Tianxing orders in a loud voice, Instructor Mai, I need you to look after the elder. Go stop him at once. Yanli hears this, freezes for a moment, then smirks, straightens his collar, and lets out a cold snort. Yanli leaps in front of Zai Feng. Leave it to me. His robe tears apart, revealing a muscular, rock-hard physique. He declares confidently, let me show you the power of the sandbag holy body. My strength is... Zai Feng's brow furrows, electricity crackling around him. Without even changing his expression, he delivers a palm strike straight to Yanli's face. Half of Yanli's face contorts as he lets out a pained groan. His entire body collapses to the ground. Zai Feng raises his hand and picks up the ball. His intentions unclear. Suddenly he roars, the match hasn't ended yet. Continue, Bai Dai says worriedly. I never expected people from Longteng Academy to have a demonic cultivator hiding among them. That bastard Jia Zuisant, he going to force us to keep playing against him. Deem Cat senses the danger and urges, hurry. Let's get out of here. Bai Dai refuses outright, no, I'm staying here to protect Linggen. Hearing this, Deem Cat is at a loss. Xiao Yu has already leaped down from the stands, retorting, I don't need you. I can protect Linggen on my own. Mu Rongchen watches the surroundings warily. I'll also do my best. Bai Dai says, so you're a fox spirit, huh? Xiao Yu snaps. How many times do I have to tell Yao stop calling me a fox spirit? Mu Rongchen steps in to mediate. Now is not the time to argue about names. Zai Feng looks at the group blocking his path. His gloomy voice rises, all of you want to stop me from claiming victory. Whoever stands in my way, he drives his hand into the ground. Lightning crackles across the earth. Must die, then, he unleashes the grand earth technique. A divine ability. Chains imbued with weapons surge forth, catching Linggen and the others completely off guard. Weapons fly through the air, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Everyone is pinned down by the chains, pressed flat against the ground, unable to move. Only Linggen remains standing in the center. Rongchen also holds his ground, unmoving. There we go. Zai Feng looks at him. All the troublemakers have been dealt with. He grabs Linggen by the collar, his grip iron-tight. He lifts him into the air and smiles. You must continue competing with Muntal. I claim victory. Then a soft voice murmurs, Senior brother. Zai Feng glances sideways with a grunt. Yu Ling has already latched onto his arm, pleading, please stop frightening us, won't you? It's just one loss, don't push yourself like this. At that moment his eyes grow even darker. He asks coldly, just one loss. Her eyes shimmer with tears as she gently persuades, that's right, we still have chances in the future. Hearing this, Zai Feng hurls her aside and roars, it's because of you worthless trash that I lost this match. Wan Ping catches Yu Ling and calls softly, Yu Ling. Zai Feng hoists Linggen high into the air. He's lifted up, dangling in midair, fists clenched tight. He listens coldly as Zai Feng says, now, all those who stood in our way have been removed. I want to compete against Yualon. Zai Feng cradles the ball in his left hand, his right gripping Linggen's collar, holding him aloft. Now, all those who stood in our way have been removed. I want to compete against Yualon. Linggen's expression turns grim. From behind, Zai Feng, Yu Ling's voice rings out, Senior brother, please stop frightening us. You must be under the control of demonic corruption, aren't you? She turns to everyone and says, hurry and think of a way to help Senior brother regain his sanity. Wan Ping stammers, we. He steps forward a bit, scratching his head awkwardly. Senior brother, look, isn't it, before he can finish. Zai Feng roars, shut your mouth. Wan Ping collapses to the ground in terror. Zai Feng turns back to Linggen, now then, let's continue. Suddenly a voice rings out from behind, catching his attention, you're going too far. It's none other than Bai Dai. She can no longer stand to watch this bullying. Don't think that just because you defeated Instructor Mai, you can do whatever you please. From the distance, Yanla battered into the ground chimes in, even if you're angry, please don't step on me again. Bai Dai points at Zai Feng, then turns to everyone, let's all go stop him together. Deem Cat hears this and responds with fierce determination. All right. An elder crosses his arms and speaks to Huo. Didn't you say he's your fellow townsman? You really don't care at all. Huo hides behind a large boulder, watching the scene unfold in the distance. I'm not risking my life to save him. His face is filled with scheming calculation and smugness. Only when he dies will I officially become the chosen one. On the field, Bai Dai takes the initiative, calling out her technique, Sword Chi Manifestation Charge. Zai Feng looks thoroughly impatient. HMPH, you don't know when to die. He roars, shattered rock wall. As he speaks, all of Bai Dai's Sword Chi is blocked by the earthen wall that surges up before him. Deem Cat presses two fingers together, eyes narrowed in focus, and warns, watch out, he's feinting east, striking west. Beneath the ground where Bai Dai stands, jagged stone spikes suddenly jut upward. Without warning, they lunge straight for her. Bai Dai dodges swiftly. She curses under her breath, damn it, if only my spirit sword hadn't been taken. Suddenly her eyes dart toward Yanli. She immediately rushes over to him, shaking his shoulders desperately. Give me back my spirit sword. Yanli replies helplessly, it's not on me. Zai Feng glances toward the two. He utters a single word, noisy. Instantly, the rock-earth giant python, he unleashes, hurls both of them into the sky. Yu closes in on Zai Feng. Warning, don't think that borrowing the heart demon's power lets you do whatever you please. She forms a hand seal and blows a heart-shaped kiss toward him, chanting softly, charming bone. Bang. Zai Feng takes the hit. Wave after wave of hypnosis slams into him. The heart demon Yu summoned whispers in his ear. You still have a chance to turn backdrive the heart demon within you out. But if you don't, there will be no turning back. Zai Feng retorts, I am not controlled by any heart demon. Yu presses on, that's right. Remember, there are so many important things in this world. Don't lose yourself because of. A moment of impulse, Zai Feng, as if hearing Yu's words, he repeats what matters most, yet immediately. He seems to unleash his full power, shoving Linggen and Yu back with a roar, I must win. That is the most important thing. Yu raises her arms to shield herself. Your inner knots are truly bizarre. Zai Feng clasps his hands together once more. He chants the great earthwood divine art. Instantly, earthen walls erupt from the ground. The walls rise in 2 rows, sealing only Linggen and Zai Feng inside. He declares the narrow path is complete. Outside, Bai Dai furiously commands her sword to strike the walls, trying to shatter them, but the walls don't budge an inch, standing unmoved. She grits her teeth, damn it. Even my sword spirit can't break through. Zio Yu on the opposite side places her hand on her forehead, looking up. Gazing at the massive wall, she exclaims, "This rock wall is far too enormous and there's no foothold to speak of. There's no way to climb over it." Inside, Zai Feng stands before Linggen and declares boldly, "All the troublemakers have been swept clean." He thumps his chest and roars, "Now continue our match, it doesn't stop until I win." Linggen says nothing in the face of those words. He slowly picks up the ball and stands, drawing an exclamation from Zai Feng, but then his knees buckle and he collapses to the ground. He groans, "It hurts so much." Zai Feng's face splits into a triumphant grin. "Seems I overestimated you." He leans down to take the ball from Linggen's hand. "In that case, just watch me claim the final victory." But the ball remains firmly in Linggen's grip. He doesn't budge. Zai Feng's face goes blank. Linggen looks up at him. "I scold. My apologies, but I absolutely must win this match." Zai Feng blinks. "What?" Then a cunning grin spreads across his face. "Fine, this works too." Instantly, a barrage of earth stakes erupts under Zai Feng's command. Earth stake technique cages Linggen within, and the ball is snatched from his grasp. He says, "I'll make you watch with your own eyes. I claim victory." He holds the ball aloft and stands before the goal. Done. Linggen's expression unreadable. He speaks, "The match between students is already over, isn't it?" Zai Feng glances back. He raises the ball and grins. "That's right. Now it's a one-on-one duel between you and me, and victory or defeat, that's all that matters." Hearing the answer, Linggen says, "If it's already over, then good." Zai Feng sighs amid the stone pillars, but Linggen's voice rings out, "Even like this, I can still smash through this dirt cage." The earth stakes shatter apart instantly. Linggen rises, his powerful frame towering, and stares Zai Feng down with unwavering confidence. "So I'll settle this with my fists." Zai Feng can't believe his eyes. How is this possible? The two stand facing each other. He launches an attack. Massive chunks of earth hurtle toward Linggen. "You're just bluffing. Taste my 1,000-hand chain link." Layers of rock and earth slam down on Linggen's position in unison, crashing together and leaving nothing but a billowing cloud of dust. Believing he's won, Zai Feng sneers, "I actually thought you had some skill, finished in just one move." A voice cuts through the dust, "I'm sorry." Linggen emerges from the wreckage without a single hair harmed, replying calmly, "I don't want to waste any more time." His gaze cuts like a blade. He stares Zai Feng down, spitting each word like ice. "So it ends here." Immortal arts converge within Linggen's fist. He charges forward and Zai Feng's face eats the full brunt of his ultimate punch. A single punch and Zai Feng rockets backward. He crashes straight into the very wall he built with his own hands. The wall can't withstand the devastating impact and collapses. Every wall he erected crumbles in a cascading chain reaction. Zai Feng slams into the floor, disbelief etched on his face. How is that possible?" Linggen's single punch sends Zai Feng hurtling through the air. The spectators in the stands watch him soar past. Witnessing the entire exchange, the crowd erupts with praise. "What a devastating punch. This newcomer is actually this strong. What kind of cultivation technique is that? I couldn't sense even a ripple of spiritual power." Even the braggart on the stands chimes in. "No wonder he's my classmate. His skills are passable compared to mine." A person beside him snaps, "Can you stop exaggerating for once?" Back at the scene, when the earthen wall collapses, Linggen lets out a long breath. His punch clearly drained every last ounce of his strength. He staggers, about to collapse, but Bai Dai catches him just in time. She calls out, "Wu Linggen." She helps him lie down. Linggen lies on her lap, his face pale as paper. He murmurs weakly, "I'm so hungry." Bai Dai teases him, "Looking so cool just moments ago, and now you can barely get a word out." Then she quietly lets out a sigh of relief, and Tam gazes at him in admiration. "Truly, only you could accomplish this." Dung Thien approaches them, carrying 2 massive chicken thighs. "I have food here," she says, stuffing one into his mouth. "Brother, eat a little." "Here." Wu Linggen chomps down on the chicken thigh. Bai Dai glances toward where Zai Feng lies defeated in the distance, saying still, "I never expected a direct disciple of the Longteng Academy dean to be possessed by a demonic cultivator." Nganla crosses his arms and joins the trio. With this instructor present, there is no need to fear even a demonic cultivator. Bai Dai asks him, "Isn't your arrival a bit too late, teacher?" Nganla stands before Zai Feng's body, his voice stern, despicable demon. "Do not think a sneak attack earns you the upper hand against this instructor." Suddenly the earth trembles. A fist from Zai Feng strikes toward Nganla, but the instructor catches it with ease. He sneers, "How invigorating. Since I am prepared, my saintly body is no mere pushover." Suddenly, something stirs within Zai Feng's mouth. He vomits instantly, spraying a rainbow-colored stream all over Nganla, covered in the bile. The instructor strikes Zai Feng in a fit of rage. "You bastard. Did you do that on purpose?" Zai Feng is knocked flat again, lying sprawled on the ground with a puddle of vomit and a crystal beside his mouth. It is a striking purple crystal. The crystal sprouts limbs and attempts to flee. Zio Yu arrives just in time, seizing it firmly. So, there really was someone trying to incite a heart demon. In a flash, Zio Yu uses her technique to incinerate the purple crystal. A moment later, Ling Yu runs toward Zai Feng's senior brother. Van Bin calls out from behind, "Don't go near him." Senior brother has already fallen into a demonic state. Zai Feng has returned to his senses. He calls out, "Ling Yu." She lets him rest his head on her lap, smiling. "Senior brother, you have finally awakened." Suddenly, Dai Vuong leaps down beside them. Ling Yu greets her master, urgently pleading, "You are just in time. Please heal senior brother. He is severely wounded." Dai Vuong remains silent, watching. He stares intently Zai Feng. "He also guessed your intentions, teacher. What do you want to say?" With a grim face, he asks, "Why did you do such a thing?" Zai Feng looks at him. He replies, "I did not want to lose, nor did I want to disappoint you, master." Dai Vuong's expression darkens as he says coldly, "Do you realize that once you step onto this path, there is no turning back?" Zai Feng seems to accept his fate. He answers, "I know, but even so I could not bear to see you lose the bet." Ling Yu cries out for her senior brother. Dai Vuong sighs. There is a reason the Longteng Academy has always lagged behind the Chuanshan Academy. He commands his other disciples, "Take Ling Yu away." Ling Yu refuses. "I will not go, master. What are you planning to do to senior brother?" In an instant, he manifests a blade made of earth. He stares at Zai Feng with gravity. "By our ties as master and disciple, tell me who gave you that." He continues, "I will grant you a swift death." Zai Feng recalls and explains, "There was a man in a mask. I do not know who he is, but he told me this spirit pill could instantly improve my strength." Wu Tianxing descends beside Dai Vuong. "That must be Sima Yue." Dai Vuong continues, "I was laughing at your academy for its troubles, yet I never expected my own disciple to be seduced by such schemes." He channels his internal energy into his sword, preparing to execute him. "I shall instruct you again in your next life." Tears glisten in the corners of Dai Vuong's eyes. He shuts his eyes tight and brings the blade down. Ling Yu watches the scene and screams, "Master, don't!" But suddenly, a hand blocks the blade. Wu Linggen catches the blade with his bare hands, using his bare-handed technique to stop the strike. Dai Vuong recognizes the one blocking him. "So it is you, brat." He is stunned. "You actually blocked my full-force strike. What kind of monster has this Chuanshan Academy raised?" Wu Linggen plays dumb, scratching his head and speaking in a way that leaves Dai Vuong unable to scold him. "I apologize. I just acted on impulse." Dai Vuong points at him. "He has become a demonic cultivator and intended to kill you. You have no reason to stop me, do you?" Wu Linggen is taken aback. He wanted to kill me." Then he lowers his head to look at Zai Feng on the ground. Even while possessed, all he thought about was competing with me and not disappointing his master. It seems he never intended to harm anyone. Zai Feng hears this and is visibly moved. Wu Linggen offers a warm, radiant smile to resort to killing just for the sake of victory. "I feel that is not right." Dai Vuong dissipates his earth blade. Zai Feng's life is spared. Dai Vuong stares at his empty hand. "This time I have lost completely and utterly." He turns to Wu Tianxing. "I concede my defeat. From this day forth, Longteng Academy shall become a branch of the Chuanshan Academy." The disciples of Chuanshan Academy are stunned by this announcement, and the stands erupt in a roar of activity. What was that? Who would have thought the influence of Headmaster Wei Wang reached such heights? To think the second academy has become our branch. We will certainly have more face when we walk abroad now. Wei Wang folds his arms and turns his back on Zai Feng. "As for this demonic cultivator," he declares, "I leave it to your Chuanshan Academy to deal with him personally." Ling Yu looks as if she is about to cry, pleading, "Master, do you really not care about our senior brother? It is clear that he has already awakened." Wan Ping holds her hand to comfort her junior sister. "Do you still not understand? Master does this to protect the senior brother." Tears fall from Wei Wang's eyes. He also aches for his disciple. Tianxing pats his shoulder. "Wei Wang, stop crying. There is no need for comfort. I am merely just a core disciple. We can find such disciples whenever we please." Unexpectedly, Tianxing slaps him across the face. "I am not here to comfort you, you old fool. Hand over the hot potato at once." He strokes his long beard in thought. Furthermore, this Zai Feng represents 3 truly unstable factors within the academy. Has an uncontrollable heart demon manifested? Tianxing glances at Wei Wang and adds, "Oh, right. Since the Longteng Academy has become a branch of the Xuanchen Academy, you must obey the orders of this headmaster." Wei Wang asks in confusion, "What are you planning?" Tianxing's face turns grave. He announces solemnly, "My first order is for the entire Longteng Academy to relocate to the Xuanchen Academy." The declaration sends a shockwave through the crowd gathered outside. The Xuanchen Library, many people are seen carrying bedding and supplies inside. Wei Wang stands on the platform to have our entire Longteng Academy move in. "What is your objective?" The person behind him is still busy fiddling with his hair. He turns around and another thing. Wei Wang bristles with anger. "While I am speaking to you, could you stop adjusting that fake hair of yours?" Tianxing feels a pang of guilt. These are my real hairs." As a lock of the hairpiece falls off, he continues, "The reason I want you all to move to the Xuanchen Academy is, naturally, to conveniently monitor everyone affected by heart demons." Wei Wang glares, "And you say it isn't a wig?" Tianxing changes his hairstyle, slicking it back with a serious look. "If we do not strictly control the situation, our righteous academy will eventually be corrupted by demonic cultivators, totally infiltrated." He explains further, "Therefore, keeping the students within our sight is the best method of handling this." Wei Wang lets out a long sigh. "It seems we have no other choice." Over by Wu Linggen, he asks with concern, "Xiao Yu, is it really appropriate for you to storm in like this?" Xiao Yu is unfazed and speaks boldly, "Fear nothing. We are only claiming the rewards we are owed." She kicks the wooden door and shouts, "Old man Wu, it is time to hand over our victory spoils, is it not?" Wu Linggen stares at her, stunned. Xiao Yu asks Wei Wang, "Why are you the only one here?" "Where is Old Man Wu?" he says with a straight face. "This Old Man Wu was trapped beneath the door you kicked." Tianxing's hairpiece flies off, and he winces in pain. Wu Linggen steps forward to help the headmaster. "Headmaster Wu, are you all right?" Tianxing coughs lightly. "I am a cultivator of the void refinement stage. How could something like this possibly harm me?" Xiao Yu looks on with disgust. She grabs Tianxing by his robes, furious if not. "Then what are you waiting for? Hand over the promised rewards." He breaks into a cold sweat and asks suspiciously, "Rewards?" Xiao Yu's face darkens. "Don't tell me you have forgotten. It was agreed that whoever won the competition would receive the golden medal of the Xuanchen Academy." Tianxing stammers, "So that is what you meant." "Naturally, I have not forgotten." Wu Linggen says happily from behind, "I heard the golden medal can be traded for anything one desires. I can ask for more cultivation resources." Tianxing turns away contemplating a darker scenario. Tianxing feels a surge of doubt. If Wu Linggen's cultivation base breaks through because of the resources I grant, thereby triggering his heart demon, that would be disastrous. He sighs, props up the door, and makes up an excuse. Logically speaking, this condition should be no problem. However, the library was just attacked by demonic cultivators. We truly cannot spare any more spirit stones. Wei Wang is confused. I recall the Xuanchen Library having its own private underground treasury. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was punched square in the face by Tianxing. It hurt. Wei Wang is sent sprawling to the ground with a bruised face. Tianxing changes the subject, turning with a smile. A mere outsider like him, how could he possibly know the state of our library? But Xiao Yu will not let it go. She fumes, "We heard you. Don't think you can commit murder to silence witnesses and evade payment." Wu Linggen is speechless. Tianxing says seriously, "If you truly desire spirit stone resources," he suddenly recalls a region. "Recently, we in the Longteng Library discovered a large spirit stone vein, but unfortunately, it is infested with demonic beasts. The disciples we sent to mine the spirit ores all met tragic ends at the hands of the beasts." Tianxing looks at the two of them. "How about that? I have painted the situation as grave as it is. Surely you should give up now. It would be better to choose a different condition." Seeing the two turn to leave, he asks in bewilderment, "You aren't changing your condition, you are just leaving." Wu Linggen says happily to Xiao Yu, "In that case, let us head to the spirit mine now." Tianxing explodes in anger. "You, wait for me." He grabs his shoulder, saying sternly, "Did you not hear me clearly? That spirit mine has numerous beasts, and above all, demonic cultivators love to subjugate such beasts for their own use. You must think this through before you go." Suddenly, Bai Dai kicks open the door. "No need to think. If we can lure the demonic cultivators out, we shall certainly exterminate them," she says with eyes full of determination. "Recently, the demonic cultivators have repeatedly challenged and ambushed our righteous cultivators. We must hunt them to the end." After finishing, she asks, Do you not agree with my words? The two nod, right. Looking around, Bai Dai wonders, did I talk too much? Headmaster Wu, why are you not answering? Wu Linggen speaks with concern that his words make her jump. He is pinned beneath her. She calls softly, Headmaster Wu. Tianxing leaps up, shouting, this is the second time today, you dare. The three fall silent immediately. Wu Linggen whispers, Xiao Yu has already kicked Headmaster Wu once today. Seeing what? He is truly enraged. Bai Dai is stunned this. He is absolutely furious, continuing to shout the door I just finished installing. You have ruined it. Bai Dai bows in confusion to apologize. I am sorry, I will pay for it. Xiao Yu points at him. Confused, isn't your anger a bit disproportionate? Tianxing frowns, stroking his beard. In short, mining the spirit vein on your own is too dangerous. I do not agree to let you go unsupervised. Xiao Yu is annoyed again, pointing straight at him. I think you are just being stingy. You don't want brother Wu Linggen to receive enough resources, that is all. Tianxing darkens. You. Wei Wang glances over, pulling Tianxing aside. Old man, come here for a moment. Tianxing glances back. Wei Wang whispers, I feel letting them go to mine the spirit ores is actually a good idea. Tianxing's face is stern. Do you know what you are saying? Tianxing looks toward them, worried. Both Wu Linggen and Bai Dai have heart demon seeds within them. If they go there, they are walking straight into the tiger's den of the demonic cultivators. Wei Wang reassures him. If you know the demonic cultivators will target them, then why don't we use this to our advantage? Tianxing asks, what do you mean? Wei Wang plots, we can use these children as bait to lure Sima Yue out. Once they appear, we wipe out the whole nest. Tianxing retains a grave expression. Using these children as bait, is that really appropriate? Wei Wang reminds him, pulling out a compass. Have you forgotten the latest transmission compass that Lu Hong salvaged? If there is danger, we can immediately transport our troops there, can we not? Tianxing is convinced. Your words make sense. Xiao Yu, annoyed, you lot. Plotting in the shadows, could you keep your voices down? We heard every word. The two old men jump in surprise, acting no longer secretive. Tianxing offers 3 compasses and says, you want to go to the spirit mine, then take these compasses. If you encounter demonic cultivators, you must contact us immediately. Wu Linggen replies, no problem. Bai Dai pats Wu Linggen on the back, happily. Let us set off now and eliminate the demons. Wu Linggen says, fine. Xiao Yu flares up again. Don't get so close to brother Wu Linggen. Tianxing is still not at ease. Letting these 3 brats go alone is still too dangerous, isn't it? Wei Wang reassures him, rest assured, this spirit mine does not belong solely to the Xuanchen library. On the wide, beaten path, a horse-drawn carriage advances slowly. Naturally, I will send men as well. In the carriage, Ling Yu clings to Zai Feng's arm. Wu Linggen's face darkens. Bai Dai folds her arms, annoyed. She asks, why must we go to mine the spirit ores together with them? Hearing this, Ling Yu fumes with anger. Our senior brother is powerful and is helping you mine the spirit ores. Do you have a problem with that? Bai Dai acts bluntly. I do not feel safe with someone who is easily controlled by demonic cultivators. Xiao Yu shouts internally. Actually, you were controlled before, too. Zai Feng interrupts. Ling Yu, enough. He bows respectfully to Bai Dis group. I was a fool before. My mind was clouded, so this time Master hopes I can make amends for my past deeds. He turns toward Wu Linggen. He continues, especially regarding what I did to Wu Linggen, I am truly sorry. Wu Linggen remains silent, not saying a word. Zai Feng looks a bit saddened. I knew you would not forgive me so easily. Wu Linggen suddenly moans, bile end. Zai Feng stares at him in horror. He shouts, even if you don't forgive me, you don't have to throw up on me. Wu Linggen's head spins, his face pale. My apologies, I am carsick. Wu Linggen clutches his stomach, leaning against a tree, his mouth spilling out the essence of his nausea. Xiao Yu asks with concern, Brother Linggen, are you all right? His face is ashen as he coughs twice. I feel much better now that I've vomited. Yu Ling puts her hands on her waist, staring at Wu Linggen. Brother, you are a cultivator after all. Why are you so carsick? He cannot refute her. I am truly sorry, I have a bit of a peculiar constitution. Wu Linggen reflects on his current state, finding it difficult to explain. He certainly cannot admit this is a side effect of his transmigration. Bai Kai speaks up. If this won't do, I shall find my father and borrow a flying ship. Wu Linggen's face turns black if it is a ship. I will likely get seasick as well. Xiao Yu glances at her with clear annoyance. Rich folks love to put on a show. Yu Ling turns away in a huff. This won't do, that won't do. If you're so difficult, let's just not go. Zai Feng immediately reminds her, Yu Ling, stop talking back to Xiao Yu. She clenches her fists. What is she implying? Only Wu Linggen remains silently helpless. He scratches his head. Feeling awkward, this is indeed my fault. Otherwise, I will just run behind the carriage. Bai Kai hears this and worries. We are riding in the carriage, and you are running behind. That does not seem right. The wheels begin to roll. Wu Linggen jogs behind the carriage. It is fine. I find it more comfortable to run behind. Yu Ling curls her lip, mocking, are you people from the Profound Heaven Academy all this shameless? Bai Kai frowns. What do you mean? She says bluntly, without restraint, this carriage is pulled by spirit steeds at full gallop. It flies like the wind, leaving nothing but dust in its wake. She continues, trying to keep up. Even a nascent soul cultivator could not match this speed. Yu Ling sneers Wu Linggen, if you claim you can follow on foot, isn't that just empty boasting? Bai Kai grunts, oh. She smugly continues, by now. Wu Linggen must have been left far behind, right? I advise you all to just... Before she can finish, she stops abruptly, eyes wide in disbelief. Wait, he is actually still running right behind them. Her eyes light up. She screams in shock. How is that possible? Yu Ling cannot believe her own eyes. This speed is simply too fast. Xiao Yu laughs triumphantly. The physical constitution of Big Brother Linggen is not something you people can fathom. She can only choke on her words and snort. Zai Feng sighs in admiration. It is no wonder he could defeat me in a direct confrontation. Even Bai Kai finds it hard to believe. Can Wu Linggen be this strong because he practices like this every day? She jumps out of the carriage, startling Xiao Yu. Why are you jumping out? Wu Linggen sees Bai Kai running alongside him. She says to him seriously, I must use your method too. To cultivate? He asks, confused. Bai Kai smiles faintly, thinking to herself, as long as I can cultivate like Wu Linggen, I will eventually possess terrifying strength like his. After running for a while, she finally reaches her limit. She sticks out her tongue, panting heavily. Seeing this, Wu Linggen shows concern. Perhaps you should go back and sit in the carriage. Bai Kai continues to run. Ignore me. I can keep running while you pull the carriage. Yu Ling intentionally calls out to him. Keep running if you want. I have no objections. But at this speed, we won't reach the mines even in a month. Bai Kai is utterly exhausted, yet she determinedly thinks while running. I am clearly the #1 genius in the history of the Imperial Sword Peak. Why can I not cultivate like Wu Linggen? He looks back at her. If you truly want to run with me, I have a method. Bai Kai is overjoyed, really. Yu Ling looks over, surprised. Huh. What is he planning to do? Zai Feng is also curious and wants to see. Oh, suddenly the carriage jolts violently, causing both of them inside to shake. They are both startled. Yu Ling shouts, what are you doing? The carriage is now being lifted gently by Wu Linggen. He turns back with a light smile. If I lift this carriage, the speed might be a little slower. You can follow along like this, and it won't be so exhausting. Yu Ling is horrified. That is incredibly draining for us. Bai Kai blushes, looking at Wu Linggen, whispering his name. Her mind races. He actually considered her feelings and thought of this method. He does not wait, continuing to run while carrying the carriage. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow. Seeing him running just as fast as before, Bai Kai grumbles. This speed hasn't slowed down one bit. But she still tries her best to keep up, her gaze hardening with resolve. This small hardship cannot stop her from becoming stronger. Wu Linggen is pleased to see Bai Kai putting in such effort. Maintain this rhythm. You have great talent for physical training. She says while struggling to keep up, I will not give up. The road ahead is long. He encourages her, then keep following me. She pushes herself to run. No need for your lecture. Ahead there is a signpost. One direction points to Flowing Water Town. The other points to Floating Cloud City. Wu Linggen looks at the sign. To Flowing Water Town it is. Suddenly a voice rings out, stop. Hurry up and stop. He furrows his brows and grunts. Wu Linggen stops and looks back. My apologies. I suddenly accelerated on the way. Are you all right? Bai Kai is exhausted. Her face ashen. I am fine. I can still run. Inside the carriage, Yu Ling stares out with a terrifying expression, grinding her teeth. You are all right? In the carriage, besides the three of them lying on the floor, there is a fair amount of vomit. She moans, but we have thrown up everything we ate yesterday. Even the horses could not escape that fate. Finally, Wu Linggen has to put the carriage down and quickly helps them out, apologizing sincerely. I am sorry, truly sorry. My movements were too violent. Zai Feng and Yu Ling lean against the wheels, unable to speak a word. Zai Feng wipes the corner of his mouth. We have traveled quite a distance today. Let us find an inn to rest first. She turns to comment on the eldest senior brother's temperament. That is a good idea. They gather together. Yu Ling looks at the map. Zai Feng looks ahead. There is probably a town nearby. She replies, yes, if we did not take the wrong turn. We are probably currently at. She continues to fiddle with the route. Floating Cloud City. But when she looks up, the sign says Flowing Water Town. Yu Ling goes pale in panic. What is wrong? Did we take the wrong road? Wu Linggen glances over He. Only then does he remember the turn from the morning, and his face darkens. We definitely took the wrong direction at the last fork. She shouts angrily, I told you not to do that. Zai Feng reassures her, forget it. We should find an inn to rest first. She mutters unhappily, for the sake of the eldest senior brother. I will not hold this against you for now. They reach an inn with the lights still on. The innkeeper greets them warmly, welcome. Are you here for a stopover or to stay the night? Zai Feng replies, stay the night. Give us 2 rooms. The innkeeper immediately leads them upstairs, of course, esteemed guests. This way, please. Wu Linggen points in the direction they are headed. We will go rest now, see you tomorrow. He nods very well. Suddenly, Zai Feng grabs his shoulder. You, wait a moment. He asks calmly, what is it? He asks sternly, for 2 rooms, shouldn't we separate by gender? Why are you going up with them? It seems you haven't changed one bit. This, Wu Linggen answers nonchalantly, because the 3 of us have always lived together. Both Yu Ling and Zai Feng drop their jaws, even though he does not understand what they mean. He turns and enters the room, leaving the 2 of them in a state of confusion. What kind of relationship do those 3 really have? Inside the room, he takes out 2 large meat legs and gives them to Xiao Yu and Bai Kai. All day long, everyone must be tired. This is food that senior sister Murong prepared for me. Would you like to eat some? Xiao Yu eats enthusiastically. So delicious. Bai Kai declines, I am not that hungry. Wu Linggen takes a large bite of the meat. Fine then. I will continue practicing. You 2 go ahead and rest. Xiao Yu says excitedly while eating. Big brother Linggen looks so cool practicing while eating. Bai Kai suddenly calls out, Wu Linggen. He bites the meat, holding a weight in each hand. What is it? She says seriously. Is the way to become stronger really just based on these physical exercises? Bai Kai frowns and adds, I have tried using your cultivation method, but it has absolutely no effect. Wu Linggen, mouth stuffed with meat, exercises with the weights and replies, it is highly likely that your physique is unique, which makes Bai Kai a bit helpless. She bends down, expressing her sincerity. No matter what, I will never give up the chance to become stronger. Please teach me how to become stronger. Her determination puts Wu Linggen in a difficult spot. Don't do this. Fine, I will teach you. He leans on his hands, mouth still full, and reminds her in truth, these are just simple physical exercises. Learning them is not hard, but persistence is not easy. Bai Kai agrees, Mum. Immediately, Wu Linggen gives her the weights he was holding first. Take these. Bai Kai quickly accepts. But just as Wu Linggen releases the weights, an invisible gravity suddenly takes hold. The weight of the equipment turns Bai Kai's face pale. She panics and struggles to hold the weights. Bai Kai's expression distorts as she strains Linggen. Why are these so heavy? Do you usually use these heavy tools during your own training? Wu Linggen rubs the back of his neck, denying how could that be. Hearing this, Bai Kai breathes a sigh of relief. That is a relief. If Wu Linggen could train with such heavy objects, I truly wouldn't know how I could ever catch up to him. But before she can relax, he delivers a shock that makes her cough up blood, because I use things much heavier than these. Wu Linggen sees her trembling and reminds her, if you think this is too heavy, just forget it. You cannot learn to train this way like I do. Bai Kai refuses to lose. She uses all her remaining strength lift the weight. HMPH, how will I know if I don't try? She slowly and painstakingly lifts the heavy weight. I will absolutely never be left behind again, no matter what. Her hands tremble as she shows them to Wu Linggen. Do you see that? There is nothing a genius like me cannot learn. Wu Linggen admires, impressive, truly impressive. Seeing her effort, he continues giving her training gifts. Well done. 1 set is 20 repetitions. You still have 19 more to go. His words turn Bai Kai into stone. She freezes, Wu Linggen's words echoing in her mind. You still have 19 more to go. Bai Kai collapses, thinking while leaning on the ground, damn it. I really can't get stronger any faster. Can I? Just then, an arm touches her shoulder. Wu Linggen comforts her. You are already strong enough. Why are you so obsessed with becoming stronger? His words make Bai Kai somber for a moment, and then her eyes turn bitter and hateful. In truth, my mother died at the hands of the demonic sect. Moreover, it was that very demon cultivator who appeared on the stage that day. These words make Wu Linggen freeze in surprise. He looks at Xiao Yu, rubbing his neck, and recalls, I remember that the person on the arena that day was likely not a real demon cultivator, but Bai Kai's heart demon. Xiao Yu confirms that is correct. Then he realizes it doesn't necessarily mean a single person killed Bai Dai's mother. He scratches the back of his head and apologizes to Bai Dai, sorry for bringing that up. At the mention of her painful past, Bai Dai turns her gaze aside. She doesn't take offense, it's fine. It was such a long time ago, after all. Her eyes, at this moment, burn with even greater resolve. Her determination surges like a rising tide. Ever since that day, I have sworn an oath. She draws her sword. I must use this sword in my hand to annihilate every last evil spirit lurking beneath the heavens. Swoosh. She continues at first. I believed that with my talent, I could certainly achieve this goal. She locks her unwavering gaze onto Wu Linggen. Until your appearance made me realize there is always someone stronger beyond the strong. A heaven beyond the sky. This catches Wu Linggen slightly off guard. He exclaims, "Oh, me." She affirms, "If I cannot defeat someone my own age like you, how could I ever hope to vanquish the evil that festers across the entire realm?" Seriously, but Wu Linggen remains humble. There's no need to compare me with other demonic cultivators. The flames of vengeance blaze fiercely in Bai Dai's heart. Besides, I have a nagging feeling that demonic cultivator will show himself again. Wu Linggen, farewell. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to leave her with a word of encouragement, then keep training and grow stronger. We'll head off to rest first. His words pour fuel into Bai Dai's resolve. She clenches her jaw. Farther than tonight. I will absolutely push through 19 more reps. Without hesitation, she hurls herself back into training, straining to lift the barbell. 18. Xiao Yu watches Bai Dai, then leans over and whispers to Wu Linggen, "Linggen, that woman seems to have picked the wrong target for her revenge. Her mother was most likely killed by her own inner heart demon." Wu Linggen reminds her to keep her voice down. Don't let Bai Dai hear. If Bai Dai finds out she was the cause of her own mother's death, it would devastate her. Bai Dai, meanwhile, catches them in the act. What are you two whispering about over there? Xiao Yu and Wu Linggen freeze instantly. And nothing at all. Wu Linggen scrambles for an excuse. We were just discussing what to eat for breakfast tomorrow. That's right, Xiao Yu plays along eagerly. Exactly. Is that so? Bai Dai narrows her eyes with suspicion. Wu Linggen swiftly deflects. Ah, right, did you stop? Didn't you just say you should keep going with your training? Bai Dai's face flushes red and she stammers, expressing her plight. The one you gave me is too heavy. Do you have something lighter? Wu Linggen grins. So that's the issue. Leave it to me. He picks up the barbell and removes several weight plates, prompting an impressed gasp from Bai Dai. Oh, a blinding flash of light erupts from the barbell in Wu Linggen's hands. Then he cheerfully hands the barbell back to Bai Dai. Done. Bai Dai gapes in astonishment. You can actually do that? As usual, he lets the barbell drop into her waiting hands, then keep at it. You still have to wake up early tomorrow. Fine. But the moment the so-called lighter barbell lands in her palms, Bai Dai's eyes go wide with horror at its crushing weight. She groans. This isn't lighter at all. Night descends. While Xiao Yu and Wu Linggen have long since drifted off to sleep, Bai Dai continues to train. 18. She strains to lift, veins bulging red across her face, her complexion draining pale. 19. The closer she gets to the end, the more her will to never give up crystallizes into something unbreakable. Come on, just one more. Suddenly, something stirs behind her, in her mind's eye. The image of a heart demon flickers to life, seemingly fueling her iron resolve even further. Wu Linggen lies in deep sleep, snoring thunderously, when Bai Dai suddenly jolts awake. Huh. Xiao Yu bolts upright, shrieking in alarm. Linggen. Linggen, wake up. It's the heart demon. Wu Linggen stirs groggily from his slumber. Huh, what's going on? Even he is startled by the sight before him. Bai Dai's figure, wreathed in dark energy. Why is the evil spirit manifesting here? Could Sima Yue be nearby? Xiao Yu shakes her head. No. It's likely just Bai Dai's obsession with becoming stronger that has grown so powerful it's taken physical form. On the other side, Bai Dai burns with undying determination. Such magnificent fighting spirit. Lift! Xiao Yu scrambles to leap off the bed, determined to tell Bai Dai the truth. She must know only the truth can free her from this blind obsession. But Wu Linggen stops her just in time. Xiao Yu, wait. He reminds her gently. Wouldn't that be too cruel to her? Then Wu Linggen rises from the bed, pushing Xiao Yu behind him. Leave it to me. Xiao Yu gazes at him. Linggen. She watches his silhouette step forward to face Bai Dai's heart demon. As always, you prefer to play the villain, don't you? Bai Dai at this point has been completely possessed by the heart demon. It roars and lunges to attack. Before the heart demon's onslaught, Wu Linggen deftly sidesteps and leaps into the air. He channels his immortal art, unleashing a full-power kick that sends the heart demon reeling in agony. The sheer force of his strike is so immense it sends floorboards hurtling through the air. Crash, a massive hole gapes open in the floor. Only after the kick lands does Wu Linggen realize, wait, I used way too much force. This is going to cost me a fortune in repairs. Zyro Yu peers down through the gaping hole and reminds him, Bai Dai got kicked down there too, you know. Below, through the thick haze of dust and debris, someone coughs violently. Wu Linggen sits at the edge of the hole, blinking, oh, she can still climb back up. Then, without warning, an enraged man and woman burst onto the scene. Someone tell Muhat in the hell is going on here. A thunderbolt crashes down from the heavens, sending the entire ground quaking. Zhu Qi is mid-sip of tea when his whole house begins to tremble. He's caught off guard. But before he can grasp what is happening, a wave of white mist materializes from thin air, enveloping everything in an instant. His house shatters into splinters of wood. He stands frozen, unable to accept reality. He screams, my grand in non-lie, one table is left. The moment the words leave his mouth, the table beside him swiftly vanishes as well. Even the table is gone. Before he can even mourn the loss, Bai Dai's heart demon delivers a vicious punch, leaving the innkeeper howling in agony. At that moment, Wu Linggen rushes over in a panic. You don't need to bother thanking me. It's far too dangerous, Hiran. The innkeeper pauses, dazed, ah. Then he shrieks in horror, my chair is gone too. Wu Linggen stares in disbelief. So that is what you are concerned about. Xiao Yu shouts a warning from the side, Linggen, be careful. In that critical instant, a figure leaps forward and unleashes a technique. Saving his life, Great Earthwood Divine Technique. Earthen wall formation, 2 lodgers staying on the floor below have stepped in to help. This time, he narrowly escapes with his life. Wu Linggen glances at the 2 of them, calling out to the big bearded one. Zaifeng stares at Bai Dai, then asks Wu Linggen with concern, can you tell me what on earth is going on here? Why has a demonic cultivator appeared in a place like this? Wu Linggen has no idea how to explain the situation, is far too complicated. Bai Dai's heart demon grows increasingly furious, unleashing 10,000 blades from the sky. Zaifeng gapes at the swords and exclaims, that is way too many. But the sword barrage hurtles toward them with terrifying force, slicing wooden planks into ribbons. Wu Linggen watches the 2 dodge and shouts, I can't explain it clearly right, no, just hurry and use the Great Earthwood Divine Technique to protect everyone. Zaifeng nods at once, got it. He clasps his hands together, eyes blazing with resolve, and unleashes the Great Earthwood Divine Technique. A colossal pyramid-shaped seal materializes instantly. A massive pyramid takes form before them. Zaifeng explains while casting, this is the strongest sealing technique I can deploy right now. Even cultivators at the Golden Core stage would struggle to break through it. Yu Ling stands behind and praises, as expected of senior brother. But the innkeeper's face drains of all color, my in. Wu Linggen clenches his fists and smirks, HMPH. You sure protected us well. Then he jolts in shock, but why did you lock me inside with that thing? Zaifeng says innocently, you only told me to protect us well. Xiao Yu, upon realizing what happened, flies into a rage and punches Zaifeng square in the face, causing him to cough up blood. What do you mean not protecting Linggen? Xiao Yu leaps onto the pyramid, Linggen. With your strength, you can definitely shatter the seal. She urges him on Linggen. Hurry and get out of there. Wu Linggen's expression turns ice cold. He responds firmly, no. Xiao Yu is taken aback. He fixes his gaze on the heart demon and says, if I break the seal, it will only give the heart demon the chance to harm even more people. His eyes burn with resolve, so, let me end this myself. The heart demon charges straight at him. Wu Linggen slides into stance and unleashes his technique. He quickly assumes his fighting position within the heart demon's encirclement. Immortal Art Linggen's iron grip. One hand clamps down on one side of the heart demon, the other on the opposite side. Then he assumes a jump rope stance and unleashes the ultra-speed jump rope. He taunts the heart demon back then. Didn't you want to exercise with me? Immortal Art ultra-speed jump rope. The heart demon fails to comprehend what he is doing, and with each swing of the rope, Wu Linggen tangles it further around the creature. Loop after loop wraps around the heart demon, and in mere moments it is bound tight. Yet it still has enough strength to raise one arm and lunge at Wu Linggen. A devastating strike hurtles toward him. Wu Linggen instantly twists away. Quick escape immortal movement Arth spins his body and dodges the blow. He clutches his chest, exhaling in relief, phew, good thing I dodged that, or it would have really hurt. But then he startles again as fragments of the wall begin crumbling down. The seal has been broken. Yeah. Wu Linggen looks outside toward Zaifeng. Didn't you say this seal was nearly impossible to break? Zaifeng explains, this demonic cultivator's strength is definitely not merely at the Golden Core stage. He pushes himself to the limit. While Yu Ling assists from the side, "Don't worry, as the successor of our master, I can handle this." He channels every ounce of power into the ground great earthwood divine technique. Pyramid reconstruction, art, and the earthen fragments of the pyramid begin regenerating, sealing the gaps from within. Wu Linggen is caught in the blast as well. He shouts in frustration, "You're patching the seal, did you have to smash me in the face?" The heart demon erupts in blind fury, launching a devastating strike that terrifies Wu Linggen. "Bro, you don't need to rush to kill me like that." He channels his power to intercept the blow immortal art bare-hand blade catch. Then he flings the heart demon's arm aside, "Get lost." But that very same arm smashes straight through his protective barrier. Wu Linggen panics, "No way." He shouts outward in accusation, "Zaifeng, your seal is flimsy." "Is that so?" Zaifeng's eyes have already turned blood red. "Stop talking nonsense, can't you see I'm still in the middle of casting?" But because he has expended too much power, his body gradually begins to weaken. Yu Ling watches from the side, anxiety etched on her face. "Senior brother." Zaifeng's complexion turns a ghastly shade of purple. He wheezes, "I merely employed the great earthwood divine technique a few times. My spiritual energy is depleted, that is all." Yu Ling chastises Linggen. "Can you not stop that monster from breaking through, senior brother?" "What is wrong with you?" Zaifeng offers a weary reassurance. "Yu Ling, say no more. This one can still endure." Linggen eyes the inner demon, his mind racing. The seal must not break. If it does, the inner demon will bring ruin to countless innocents. But I must also be merciful toward the inner demon. Yet doing so would jeopardize Bai Dai. Caught in a dilemma, Linggen grows frantic. What is the correct path here? As the inner demon continues its assault, Xiao Yu calls out from the sidelines, "Brother Linggen, if this is an inner demon, you of all people will have a way to resolve it." She screams, "Do not forget your true identity." The words stir something within Linggen. "My identity." Linggen stands, grinding out every word, "My identity." Dodging a strike from the inner demon, he frets, "If I reveal myself as a student of the Xuanchen library, surely that would not cause a panic, right?" Xiao Yu is exasperated. "That is not what I meant." She channels her strength into him, her expression hardening. "Brother Linggen, do not forget you are." Linggen's identity is unveiled, young master of the demonic sect. He needs only to seal the inner demon within his own body to resolve this calamity. Linggen grows anxious, "But I have never practiced demonic cultivation. Can I truly suppress an inner demon?" Xiao Yu remains firm. "You must trust the inner demon." She continues her assault, unleashing a roar. As Xiao Yu reveals the truth of his heritage, Linggen assesses the situation and resolves to gamble it all. He leaps into the air, executing the boundless technique. Sword chi clings to the fortress walls. He chants an immortal art, launches himself toward the inner demon, and triggers a long-range strike. "Step forth." A thunderous roar draws Zaifeng's attention. He coughs up blood, seeing the pyramid shattered once again. "Why must you break it again?" Zaifeng coughs up even more blood. "You." Ling watches from the side in terror. The Grandmaster sees the situation, transforms Xiao Yu back into her fox form, and she leaps onto the pyramid. Yu Ling watches, stunned as Xiao Yu dives inside. Why is she going in there? Xiao Yu leaps down with resolve. "I am here to help Brother Linggen seal this monster." The moment she enters, she sees the inner demon strike Linggen, sending him flying. Xiao Yu rushes to support Linggen, questioning, "Linggen, why did you let this thing harm you?" He struggles to rise. "I had no choice. If I used my full strength, I would surely injure Bai Dai." Hearing this, Xiao Yu rushes toward the inner demon. "Then I shall deal with it before you strike." Linggen tries to stop her. "Xiao Yu, wait for me." She ignores him, activating her technique. Her power envelops the inner demon. The inner demon lashes out, barely scratched. Xiao Yu is shocked. "What?" She shouts to Linggen, "Brother Linggen, get rid of that annoying shield." Linggen lunges forward. "No problem." He closes the distance, grabs the inner demon with both hands, and executes an immortal art. Linggen lifts the inner demon. Ground-level claw lift. Xiao Yu, standing outside, catches a glimpse of Bai Dai. Sensing the opportunity, she yells, "Now is the time." She attacks, her energy binding Bai Dai. She screams with determination, "Brother Linggen, let us strike together." Linggen receives the signal, understood. But the inner demon lashes out, causing him immense pain. Xiao Yu rushes to pull Bai Dai, who is held captive inside the inner demon, exerting all her strength. "Deep slumber, wake up." Linggen holds the inner demon, signaling Xiao Yu, "I will deal with the inner demon. You must protect Bai Dai." Xiao Yu embraces Bai Dai, understood. Linggen furrows his brow, executing a high-speed immortal technique. channeling his power to finish the strike. Ascension. The force sends the inner demon spinning and flying into the distance. It roars outside. Zai Feng seems to recover slightly, muttering, finally, I can replenish. It has been so long since I expended this much qi. Yu Ling encourages him from the side, Great Master, take a rest. But before long, the pyramid explodes yet again. He gasps again. Linggen eyes the inner demon, confident now that Bai Dai is out of harm's way. It is time to test my strength against yours. Xiao Yu encourages him. Do your best, brother Linggen. He plants his feet, activates his immortal arts, and leaps toward the inner demon on the plateau. High Earth Leap. The inner demon refuses to yield, roaring. Linggen executes the single sword ascension. Xiao Yu shouts from the ground, offering encouragement and a warning, brother Linggen, watch yourself. You must get close to him. Only then can you seal the demonic cultivator. Bai Dai begins to stir, her lips trembling. She opens her eyes and gazes at the battlefield. Linggen unleashes another punch imbued with immortal energy, his gaze cold. He pours his strength into his fist. One force shatters 10,000 arts. The strike lands square on the inner demon, shattering it into fragments. The shockwave ripples outward, causing the pyramid to crumble to dust. Zai Feng watches the scene and collapses, foaming at the mouth. I cannot cultivate anymore. Yu Ling is frantic. Great Master, do not scare me like that. The inner demon breaks free, the sky turning a suffocating gray. Xiao Yu quickly reminds him, brother Linggen, seal him away now. Linggen understands, reaching out to grasp the inner demon, understood immortal art. He compresses the inner demon into a sphere. Soft dough compression technique. Linggen crushes the inner demon in his fist, suddenly tosses it into his mouth, and swallows, sealed. After swallowing, Linggen grips his throat, feeling strange. I suppose that is how you seal it, but it tastes quite odd. At that moment, a blade is pressed against his neck. Linggen looks at Bai Dai, gasping, Bai Dai. Xiao Yu is frantic. When did she sneak up on us? Bai Dai's face is filled with hatred. Wu Linggen. Linggen is confused, turning to look Yu. She asks sharply, are you a demonic cultivator? Is that correct? Linggen breaks into a cold sweat with the blade at his throat. What are you talking about? He explains in a panic, I am just a student. I do not even have a spirit root, so how could I have any connection to the demonic sect? Bai Dai remains cold, clearly disbelieving. Do not lie to me. The blade moves, making him yelp, be careful. She glares with sharp eyes, although I was controlled by a demonic cultivator. My consciousness remained clear. Recalling the moment, she tightens her grip on the sword. I heard the conversation between you and that fox. You are clearly the young master of the demonic sect. Linggen scratches his face, feeling guilty. That is impossible. I asked for a massage from little Wu. You must have misheard. Bai Dai glares at him. Do you truly think I am a fool? She drops her head, her long hair obscuring her eyes. I finally understand. The reason I could never train like you is that these are all demonic cultivator methods, are they not? He pales and retorts, no. It is not just that human constitutions differ, but... Bai Dai sneers self-deception. You still want to lie to me even now. She states clearly, you know full well that I despise demonic cultivators the most. And yet you hid it, toyed with Mew. Is it fun? He is so terrified his jaw drops. I am sorry. I did not mean it that way. She bursts into bitter laughter. As expected, demonic cultivators are all the same. Bai Dai grinds her teeth in rage, radiating spiritual pressure. You are nothing but monsters who bring suffering to others. Your life ends here. She brings her sword down. Let me end this. Linggen leans back, dodging the strike. Do not jump to conclusions. Facing her storm of attacks, he can only dodge. Stop. Calm yourself and listen to me first. She ignores him. No. Listen or not, I will never believe a word from the likes of you. Spiritual energy turns crimson, coating her blade. As she calls out the pure heart sword art, a strike brimming with energy swings toward Linggen. Severing sword, he gasps, oh mother. As he leaps, the strike slams into the ground, causing a massive tremor. He looks up and observes, this space is too small. I must escape before calculating my next move. Linggen activates his fan to hover, utilizing the immortal flower hand technique to reach the ceiling. He thinks he is in the clear until a pile of sand blocks his path, causing him to lose his momentum. Zai Feng outside has finished repairing the pyramid, save for a few small cracks. That was not difficult for me at all. Yu Ling gives a thumbs up, senior brother. That was truly impressive. Linggen screams from inside. Is now really the time to be so diligent with repairs? As he falls, Bai Dai is already channeling qi into her sword. Awaiting him, Linggen falls in freefall, staring stunned at the massive surge of energy hurtling toward him. He grits his teeth, no time to explain to her. It seems I have to gamble it all. He turns, catching the blade with his bare hands. Immortal art 100% bare-handed blade catch. Black Chi instantly snakes up his arm. Wu Linggen stares at his own hands. What is happening? Bai Dai frowns, her voice cold. The absolute Sunder sword. It is manifested from my own inner heart. As Black Chi creeps toward her arm, she continues. The despair within me flows through this blade, tainting everything it touches. Wu Linggen panics. You are clearly a warrior. How did you switch classes to a mage? Is this not entirely absurd? No, he grits his teeth, his limbs drained of strength. Unable to hold on, he tosses his sword upward, sending Bai Dai soaring into the air. Her back slams into the ceiling of the pyramid. The peak of the structure erupts, causing Yu Ling and Zai Feng to jump. They've broken out. He shouts. Watching the red mist still clinging to his hands, Wu Linggen cries out in agony. His eyes suddenly widen. Wait, this is... Bai Dai stamps off the ceiling, launching herself at him like a meteor. A thunderous impact shakes the earth, throwing dust high into the air. Wu Linggen coughs up a mouthful of blood, as the impact sends him reeling. Bai Dai's sword has gouged so deeply into the ground that the earth fractures beneath them. She yanks the blade free. Blood sprays into the air. Though you have always cared for me, I am sorry. Tears stream down her face as she spits out each word, all demonic cultivators must die. As the blade, wreathed in dark energy, descends, Wu Linggen thinks to himself, I am sorry, father. I cannot help you now. Thinking of Wu Dai, he bites his lip, staring at the weapon that aims to end his life. Suddenly, a soft red tail intercepts the blade. It is Zyro Yu, now in her seven-tailed fox form, Bai Dis sharp eyes narrow. So it is you. Associating with demonic cultivators, you are no better than them. Zyro Yu lunges, and before Bai Dai can react, she lands a heavy slap across her face, knocking her head sideways. Her tail coils around Bai Dai's throat, choking her. Bai Dai yells in a rage, Wu Linggen. Even though he is a demonic cultivator, he is kind, he has always helped you. What right do you have to harm him? Bai Dai coldly retorts, a kind demonic cultivator. She then unleashes a surge of spiritual power, shattering the tail. If those cultivators were truly kind, how could my mother be dead? Zyro Yu is thrown back by the force. She grows frantic, raising her sword toward them. I should have realized this sooner. Green spiritual energy wraps around her body as she steps toward Wu Linggen. Ever since you appeared, the demonic cultivator who killed my mother has appeared as well. She levels her sword. Prepare yourself, you truly have a connection to the monster who killed her. Wu Linggen is baffled. Wait, me. Zyro Yu's face darkens. She screams, stop. She cuts right to the heart of the matter. Your mother was killed by your own hands. Her spiritual energy vanishes completely. Bai Dai freezes. What? Wu Linggen glances over. Hey, do not tell her that. Bai Dai shouts in protest. Impossible. I saw my mother murdered by a demonic cultivator. You are surely just trying to deceive me with lies, aren't you? Zyro Yu clenches her fists, her eyes blazing with integrity. I am not lying, to be precise, she says, as Bai Dis' eyes widen while recalling the past. It was your inner demon, born when you broke through your realm, that killed her. Zyro Yu points her sword directly at her. What is an inner demon? I have never heard of such a thing. You are definitely lying. Zyro Yu fumes. I am not lying. When cultivators break through their realm, there is a risk of developing inner demons. Furthermore, she looks sternly at her. The greater your talent, the higher the chance of spawning an inner demon. As a child, you were likely obsessed with breakthroughs, which caused your inner demon to manifest and kill your mother. Bai Dai clutches her head. Stop talking, you are trying to trick me. As Zyro Yu explains the rift between demonic and orthodox sects, she clarifies that the conflict lies in their attitude toward inner demons. Demonic cultivators choose to control them, while the righteous sect seeks to annihilate them. The path is not inherently wrong, it is the practitioner. Bai Dai is stunned into silence, her posture slumping, which alarms Wu Linggen. Bai Dai, are you all right? She weeps, stubbornly insisting. I cannot defeat you all. And I know nothing. Is what you are saying true? Suddenly, she grits her teeth and presses her sword against her own throat. At the very least, I will not die at the hands of a demonic cultivator. Zyro Yu is horrified. Hey, don't do anything rash. Bai Dai ignores her, eyes closed, whispering, Mother, I am sorry, I don't know if this. Tears fall onto her arm. With renewed resolve to avenge her mother, she prepares to strike. Blood sprays high as she closes her eyes, ready to end her own life. Suddenly, she snaps her eyes open. Shocked by what she sees, she clenches her hand and screams in frustration. Wu Linggen, let go. Do you want to toy with me even in death? He grips the blade tightly, shouting back, I have no intention of toying with you. Her face darkens in fury, and she bends the sword. I just want to tell you something. Then to her horror, he calmly says, righteous or demonic. No matter your status, you only have one life. That is all. He reflects on the past, offering gentle advice even if life is not what you wish for. Striving to make it better is the very meaning of our existence. These profound words leave Bai Dai stunned. Xiao Yu interjects, furthermore, you've realized it yourself, haven't you? With extreme seriousness. She questions Bai Dai, your inner demon, only became uncontrollable after Sima Yue appeared, right? She grows angrier the more she speaks. Instead of wallowing in self-pity, you should be finding the culprit who orchestrated all of this and making them pay the price. That is what a true warrior would do. Bai Dai's face darkens as she grinds her teeth. Sweet words. You are all demonic cultivators. How can I trust you? Xiao Yu loses her temper and starts punching the air. Look at my Wu Linggen. Does he look like the scheming type to you? Wu Linggen scratches his head, feeling awkward. Why do I feel like you aren't exactly complimenting me? After thinking for a moment, Bai Dai sighs and agrees, true, he is a complete idiot. His behavior is entirely abnormal. Everything he tries to do always backfires. Wu Linggen is outraged. Is that how you see me in your heart? She rubs her chin, thoughtful. Her expression softens, perhaps it really is. Because of your stupidity, I have no choice but to blame everything on you. Wu Linggen is surprised by her words, instinctively whispering, Bai Dai. Xiao Yu lets out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It seems we can finally talk calmly. But then Bai Dai flares up again. But you locked me in here. You are no good person at all. The other two answer in unison. She points a finger accusingly. The sword my father gave me is bent because of you. Do you know how expensive this spirit tool is? Wu Linggen panics. I am truly sorry. He uses his strength to bend the blade straight again. I will fix it for you. He hands it back happily. Here, it's fixed. She stares at the sword, her eyes wide enough to pop out of their sockets. You can actually fix a sword just by bending it with your hands. But then Bai Dai says coldly, forget it. I'll consider it not having ruined my father's gift. Suddenly she realizes she cannot sheathe the blade. She stares at it, fuming. This sword? Why did it get so long? Wu Linggen scratches his head. I think I might have used a bit too much force. She sighs helplessly. Phew. Speaking of which, she points at his face. You are clearly a demonic cultivator. Why did you have the nerve to enter the profound heaven library? Are you not afraid of your identity being exposed and being killed? Wu Linggen trembles. Of course I am afraid. But my father and my uncles are all sealed, and I must reach the tribulation transcending stage to save them. Her next words cut like a knife. But you don't even have a spirit root, so going to the profound heaven library is pointless. Wu Linggen coughs up blood. Xiao Yu rushes to comfort him. Linggen, don't be sad. However, he is not deterred. I know, but that is why I must complete the Dean's mission and gather enough resources to cultivate. Bai Dai continues to hurt him. No amount of resources will help someone without a spirit root reach the tribulation transcending stage. He coughs blood again. Xiao Yu snaps, can you stop saying such things? Bai Dai retorts, I am not just blabbering. Wu Linggen sighs, I was born like this. Even I don't dare to dream of when I can enter the tribulation transcending stage. Even with a supreme grade spirit root. It's hard, let alone someone like me with none at all. Wu Linggen is deeply disappointed. Is there really no way I can save them? But Xiao Yu excitedly exclaims, now that we all know each other's secrets, I have found a perfect win-win solution. The other two ask in unison, what is it? She looks at Wu Linggen. Linggen, you want to use the power of the tribulation transcending stage to break the seal, right? He nods slowly. Yes. She points at Bai Dai, sounding like a scolding mother, and you little brat. You want to increase your power and avenge your mother, right? Bai Dai looks at her annoyed. Yes, and I am not a little brat. Xiao Yu grabs their hands. If that is the case, Wu Linggen just needs to keep providing the resources Bai Dai needs to break through quickly. Once Bai Dai reaches the tribulation transcending stage, she can help you break the barrier. Is that not better? He stares at her. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu looks bashful. Wu Linggen's eyes light up with admiration. Are you a genius? She scratches her head. Please, you don't need to praise me so much. Bai Dai is also surprised, thinking it over seriously. Wu Linggen asks tentatively, Bai Dai, what do you think? She hesitates, her face slightly flushed. I suppose I can reluctantly trust you this once. Wu Linggen cheers. This is wonderful. Suddenly, rubble falls from above. Zai Feng struggles to hold the ceiling up. I use too much spiritual power. The seal can no longer hold. Bai Dai yells at him. You cannot hold on until we get out. Why not? The scene shifts to the academy. Wu Tianxing is calmly styling his hair when Yanli bursts through the door. Dean Wu. Something terrible has happened. Tianxing remains calm. What are you panicking about? He reports frantically. Something happened at the mineral vein. He remains unbothered. Aren't Bai Dai and that little fool already there? Wouldn't it be better to just give them a few spirit stones? Yanli yells. It's not about them. Demonic cultivators have occupied the vein. Sima Yue is leading them. They are taking advantage of our lack of manpower to attack. All the disciples guarding the area have been slaughtered. Tianxing is shocked, tossing his wig aside. What? He grits his teeth. Why now? If anything happens to that girl from the Sword Peak, Sword Elder will surely cause a massive headache for me. Decisive action. This is no longer just a small-scale demonic riot. We must counterattack. The scene shifts to a glowing magical circle. Someone asks, Old Man Wu, did you just try to contact us? Another adds, what do you want this time, old man? Ma Tianxing replies with total gravity. I need to use the grand teleportation array immediately. He is met with criticism. Are you mad? That array consumes far too much energy. Besides, mass teleportation is a new, untested technique. If you want to teleport high-level cultivators, it will take time. Tianxing remains calm. I understand. What are you saying? Nevertheless, Yue has already begun encroaching upon the assets of our Orthodox alliance. If we merely continue acting in concert as we always have, everything will spiral down the same ruinous path as 10,000 years ago. The great elder falls into deep contemplation. Wu Tianheng presses on. I have already prepared a plan. Completing the spirit formation arrangement will demand considerable time and drain immense resources. We reduce the allocation. In the interim, we send a contingent of elite nascent soul disciples down as reinforcements. The others stir into a commotion. Those below the nascent soul stage capable of holding such a position are all the future pillars of their respective sects. Another dissents, but this is merely a spirit mine. It is not worth risking our lives over. Wu Tianheng lets out a deep sigh. That mad swordsman's daughter is also trapped inside the spirit mine. If something happens to her, I dare not guarantee what that lunatic will do. The others panic, the mad swordsman. Everyone erupts into uproar. Damn it all. Why didn't you say so sooner? We would have volunteered immediately. Every last one of them unites in agreement. Send reinforcements at once. We cannot allow the demonic cultivators to continue disrupting the order of the world. We shall dispatch our finest disciples to provide aid. Wu Xiancheng, however, remains far calmer. He speaks in measured tones. I know each of you harbors your own reservations. He glances behind him, his gaze carrying a weight of meaning. Let it be known Chuanshan Academy is resolved to eradicate the demonic cultivators. A young man stands tall and proud as Wu Tianheng introduces him. I shall send my grandson, Wu Jiaxu, to be transported as reinforcement. Jiaxu steps in, calling out, Old man. He shouts from beyond the door, What do you want with me? Wu Tianheng bristles with displeasure, his voice booming. What kind of attitude is that? Has any grandchild ever spoken to their own grandfather like this? Jiaxu casually props his legs on the table, utterly arrogant in demeanor. He turns away dismissively. Whatever. Whenever you summon me, it's never for anything good. What difference does attitude make? Wu Tianheng clenches his fist and roars, Wu Jiaxue. Don't you dare be this reckless. Do you truly believe I won't cut off every last coin of your allowance starting from this very moment? Jiaxu holds up the command token. I don't carry it worst. I'll just use this command token to exchange for it. Spirit stones should cover it. And the instructors wouldn't dare make things difficult for me either, right? From afar, Yan Li watches with a mysterious smile. Wu Tianheng burns with fury. He strides toward Wu Jiaxu. Jiaxu stares blankly, utterly bewildered by his grandfather's behavior today. Suddenly, his grandfather seizes his hand. His demeanor transforms in an instant. His voice turns soft and pleading, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He practically begs, Please, I'm begging you. The future of the entire cultivation world is entrusted to your hands. Upon hearing this, Jiaxu wrenches his hand free without a flicker of emotion. He replies bluntly, So this time I have to go save the cultivation world again. You actually think I'm still a child who will be fooled by a few pretty words? Ever since I can remember, every single day I've endured nothing but your web of deceits. He recalls his childhood riding on Wu Tianheng's shoulders as his grandfather cheerfully declared, What we at Chuanshan Academy must do is safeguard the peace of the entire orthodox path and the cultivation world, and at the same time, eradicate every last one of those heretical demons. Young Jiaxu cheered with delight. Grandfather, you're amazing. Back then, those words filled the boy with unwavering determination. During those days, the most important thing he yearned to do each morning was cultivate the clan's techniques. He hoped to rapidly improve his strength and help his grandfather safeguard the cultivation world's peace as soon as possible. And so, he trained without rest. He recalls one day during practice his grandfather interrupted, calling out, "Jiaxu, come outside for a moment." At that time, Wu Tianheng led him to where a coffin lay in solemn silence. At that moment, he froze. What awaited him was the death of his father. His grandfather suppressed his emotions, placing a trembling hand on the boy's shoulder. "Jiaxu, you must remember your father died to protect this cultivation world." Tears streaming down his face, the boy cried out, "Didn't you say the cultivation world was at peace? Then why did father die protecting it?" His grandfather, too, fought to hold back his tears. His voice choked. "Peace is never freely given. It is forged through the blood and struggle of every member of our Orthodox alliance." Wu Xiancheng ruffles the boy's hair, gently reminding him, "Our Wu clan is a member of the Orthodox alliance. We enjoy its privileges, therefore we must also bear the corresponding obligations." Jiaxu angrily swats his hand away. Those words still hold true to this day. Jiaxu shouts in anguish, "I don't want any so-called privileges of the Orthodox alliance, I just want my father back." His grandfather stiffens, calling out softly, "Jiaxu." The boy turns his back, his voice cold as steel. "I am not as great as you or father, and I refuse to sacrifice my life for the cultivation world." Azure chi erupts around Wu Tianheng as he roars, "Stop right there." He clenches his fist, spiritual energy coalescing into a spirit formation. "I care not what you think as long as you carry the blood of the Wu clan. You will bear this responsibility." Meanwhile, in the corridor, Zio Huohu grits his teeth in fury. That good-for-nothing with the trash spiritual root. His face darkens with rage as he clutches the command token white-knuckled. "That bastard dared to sneak behind my back and shamelessly cozy up to Bai Dai. I've had such wild fantasies about her. Bai Dai is the female lead of my destined story. How can she possibly end up with some mere passerby like him? I must use this medal to secure the right to be by Bai Dai's side in the future." Suddenly, Zio Huohu notices someone before him. He approaches curiously. "Instructor Mai, what are you doing?" Standing outside the dean's office, no less. "If there's business, let's go in together." The instructor hastily blocks his path. "Wait a moment." Zio Huohu peers inside, catching a faint azure glow emanating from within. He blinks in surprise. "I'm truly sorry." Wu Tianheng strikes as he speaks. The Wu clan must serve as a beacon for the entire Orthodox path. Zio Huohu murmurs in confusion. The old man. Wu Tianheng swings his arm with iron resolve. "You must complete this mission, defeat those demonic cultivators. Only then can you protect Bai Dai properly." The instant Jiaxu is launched forward, Zio Huohu's hand has already slipped through the doorway. Both are struck by Wu Tianheng's technique simultaneously, crying out in shock, "Ah, holy!" His grandfather's voice rings out, a final parting wish. "Your grandfather hopes for your safe return more than anyone else's." Zio Huohu panics. What the hell are they trying to do to me? Why am I being dragged along like this? Meanwhile, at the Spirit Mind Zone, Bu Mth teleportation gate rips open. The sky blazes crimson, and a blinding azure vortex spirals wider and wider. Two figures plummet from within. Zio Huohu screams in panic. "What the hell? Why is the teleportation formation dropping us from the sky?" Jiaxu snaps back to his senses instantly, forming hand seals and chanting an incantation. He tears a massive boulder free from the earth, sending it rocketing into the air. Earth command, chariot form. Jiaxu plants his feet firmly atop the boulder. And so, the boulder bearing the two of them hurtles earthward, crashing toward the ground under gravity's merciless pull. As the dust cloud clears, Jiaxu rapidly surveys the surroundings, assessing the situation in a heartbeat. Zio Huohu, on the other hand, failed to brace himself. His head is buried in the ground. Zio Huohu springs to his feet, livid. "You damn bastard. Couldn't you have worked with me to break the fall?" Jiaxu doesn't even bother dignifying that with a response. His calm demeanor offers only this: "I advise you to prepare yourself for battle." Only then does Zio Huohu slowly turn to survey his surroundings. His eyes widen in horror. He blurts out, "What the? Why are there so many demonic cultivators here?" Trembling, he addresses the monsters with a forced grin. Hey, brothers. We're all friends here, right? This is all just a big misunderstanding. That guy is the one who wants to fight you. I just got teleported to the wrong place, that's all." Jiaxu turns, his gaze locking onto Huohu, weary and blunt. "You'd best fight alongside me." He adds, his voice tense, "Don't you like Bai Dai? She's inside the spirit mine right now. If we don't go save her, she could be killed by the demonic cultivators." Zio Huohu freezes. "Bai Dai." He snaps back to life in an instant, eyes blazing with excitement. What are we waiting for? Let's charge in. Jiaxu is caught off guard by this lightning-fast attitude shift. Huh! Zio Hu declares with supreme arrogance, as long as I am here, there shall be a hero to save the beauty. In his heart, he thinks, when the time comes, Bai Dai will surely see the light and become part of Zio Hu's harem. He launches his technique at once, bellowing azure flame forward. Heart Lotus Bai Dai, wait for me. Your White Knight Prince is coming to rescue you. Meanwhile, from another location, Bai Dai sneezes. Wu Linggen turns to her with concern. Are you all right? She rubs her nose in discomfort, sniffling. It's nothing, just a sneeze. She murmurs to herself, still rubbing her nose. He's always helping me without ever complaining. Could it be that he has feelings for me? Linggen confirms she's truly fine and says, if you're all right, let's hurry outside. This thing is incredibly heavy. She lets out a quiet humph. The two squeeze through the gap, and Linggen sets down the massive boulder with a thud. He beams, thank goodness we made it out. Her face darkens as she mutters under her breath, you wooden-headed fool, you don't understand the first thing about romance. Zio Yu surveys the path ahead and suggests, after such an exhausting night, it's time we set out again. Zai Feng lets out a weary sigh. Those demonic cultivators have already infiltrated, so deeply truly won't give anyone a moment's rest. And Zio Yu agrees wholeheartedly, exactly. It's keeping me from getting close to senior brother at all. Bai Dai interjects in a hushed voice. I'm so sorry, it's all because of... Linggen swiftly claps a hand over her mouth, finishing her sentence in a flash. All because of that masked demonic cultivator's meddling. Zai Feng's eyes narrow as the pieces fall into place. So it was him after all. Linggen leans close to Bai Dai's ear and whispers, the inner demon within you will never surface again. So don't mention that it has anything to do with me, understood? Her eyes widen as she calls out softly, Wu Linggen. She turns to him, her voice soft. It seems you're even kinder than I thought. Linggen reminds the group dawn has broken. If you want to rest, get in the carriage. Zio Yu chirps eagerly, got it. Zai Feng nods in agreement, no problem. In his mind, he thinks, as long as Bai Dai can gather more cultivation resources, the sooner we can rescue father and the others. Suddenly, a voice shouts from behind, wait just a moment. He spins around in surprise toward the source. The innkeeper bellows, hey, you there, stop right there. You need to compensate me for the damages before you go anywhere. Look at my inn. It's completely destroyed. He stands there at a complete loss for words. The sky above is clear and bright, the weather deceptively pleasant. Linggen exhales wearily. After all that busyness, I suppose it's finally over. The innkeeper charges in from nowhere, landing a kick squarely on his head. What the hell kind of repairs were those, you fool? He stares at the heap of rubble that no longer resembles a building and howls in fury. If this is how you fix a house, how am I supposed to host guests and make a living? The moment those words leave his mouth, the remaining structure collapses completely before their very eyes. He screams, it's collapsing. Down after just a few words. What the hell were you even trying to fix? Linggen hangs his head, stammering apologies. I'm sorry, I truly don't know how to repair houses. He thinks wearily, if these delays keep piling up, how am I supposed to gather the cultivation resources needed to rescue father? He calls out to the two girls behind him, Bai Dai, Zio Yu, come help. Bai Dai declines outright. I only know how to cultivate, not how to fix houses. Zio Yu makes her excuse. I've never actually lived inside a house before. Zai Feng steps forward from somewhere, clearing his throat. At times like these, it truly falls to me to take action. Linggen blinks in surprise. You have a way. Of course. His eyes brim with confidence. After resting for such a long time, I'm certain I can handle this. Zio Yu, behind him, praises him without end. The mighty senior brother is incredible. Then he bellowed, grand earthwood art. Timber planks shoot into the sky as howling winds spiral around him. Zai Feng cries out once more, transform earth to home. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent inn stands completed, leaving the innkeeper utterly stunned. Zai Feng plants his hands on his hips and asks eagerly, how's the construction? I even used clay to restore all the furnishings inside. The innkeeper beams with delight. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Zai Feng turns to him and says, now that I've built you a fine inn, can you let us leave? The overjoyed innkeeper waves his hand and shouts, of course, welcome anytime do come again. Linggen looks at him and says with a warm smile, thank you so much. Without your help, we never could have left this place. Ngok Lin gazes in admiration. The senior's strength is truly beyond imagination. Zai Feng glances at both of them and hisses urgently, enough talk. Move now. The sky darkens to a lifeless gray as the first drops of rain begin to fall. Linggen stares up at the heavens, bewildered. What? Why is it raining all of a sudden? Bai Dai senses something amiss and speaks up. Something is wrong with this rain, it carries the stench of evil. Zai Feng urges them gravely. Stop gawking, we need to Levino. Linggen nods dumbly. Right. He swiftly whips the horses into a gallop, pulling the cart away. Suddenly a band of riders thunders after them on horseback. Halt right there, you yellow-ranked spirit root scum. Linggen says awkwardly, well, it's raining quite heavily now, so there's really no need to see us off. Where do you think you're going? The innkeeper roars with fury. See you off. I'll send you off to the underworld. He hurls a volley of swords at them as he speaks. Linggen's eyes go wide as blades slam into the rear of the cart, piercing the wood just inches from the window. Linggen is momentarily flustered, but seeing the situation deteriorate, he demands in a panic. Zai Feng, didn't you just help him build a better inn? Why is he still attacking us? The innkeeper grows even more incandescent with rage. You still dare mention the inn the moment it rained. Your shoddy construction melted into mud. Next batch of guests nearly got crushed to death. He shudders, recalling the mangled heap of bodies buried beneath the collapsed clay and sand. Linggen turns to Zai Feng and whispers, your shoddy craftsmanship is on a whole other level. Zai Feng sighs. That's precisely why I told you to run. Linggen turns to the mob with an apologetic bow. I'm truly sorry for your losses, but we have urgent business to attend to. Once we've exchanged our spirit stones, we'll come back and compensate you properly. The innkeeper thunders. You wretched scoundrel, shalt this instant. The innkeeper grins wickedly and continues. Don't think you can simply ride away and escape. He leaps onto his mount with great fanfare. To prevent exactly this scenario, I specially purchased a two-legged muscular steed capable of covering 10,000 li in a single day. The horse rears up with a triumphant neigh, proudly flexing its sculpted calves and chiseled six-pack abs. Linggen gapes in horror. Good heavens, creatures of the cultivation world are utterly abnormal. Zai Feng says with concern, my horse isn't nearly as muscular as that two-legged beast. There's no way we can outrun it. Bai Dai rises in fury, his voice cold as steel. Giant Feng has never once been called lazy. A murderous glint flashes in his eyes. It seems today, we'll have to silence every last witness, kill every single one who knows. Zio Yu, standing nearby, murmurs softly. Her current state is starting to look more and more like a demonic cultivator. Linggen suddenly springs to his feet, full of vigor. Don't panic, I've got a plan. He leaps down from the cart, plants his foot against the earth, and activates his immortal art gravity seal. In one mighty heave, he lifts the entire cart clean off the ground. The voice inside the cart cries out helplessly, not this move again. Without a moment's hesitation, Linggen bolts forward at full speed. We'll pay you back later, he shouts over his shoulder. His blazing pace leaves even the muscular two-legged steed gawking in disbelief, and not just the horse. The entire pursuing mob, riders and mounts alike, stands frozen in utter stupefaction at the spectacle. A man behind the innkeeper asks nervously, can that two-legged muscular horse even catch up to a person like that? The innkeeper stares blankly. I have no idea, perhaps that's a monster disguised as a man. Elsewhere outside the spirit mine, a brutal battle rages. Two figures pant heavily, soaked in sweat. Wu Jiaxu wipes his brow and asks, how many demonic cultivators have we killed? Hu answers without hesitation, no idea. I lost count long ago. A demonic cultivator lunges at him with a feral snarl. Hu unleashes his heavenly kshu and slash, cleaving the creature in two. He asks through labored breaths, his voice echoing toward the ring on his finger. With so many demonic cultivators slain as pill-refining ingredients, will Elder Dan finally wake up? The ring responds with a curt, clipped reply, Elder Dan is recovering, do not disturb. If he rests any longer, there won't be a Hu left to save. He erupts in frustration. Another demonic cultivator ambushes him from behind. Hu blasts a surge of emerald spiritual energy straight through it. He snaps irritably, hey kid, aren't you the grandson of the academy headmaster? Why don't you hurry up and call your grandpa to send reinforcements? Jiaxu replies with a deadpan expression, he won't care about me. A shadow crosses his face. Just like my father back then. Hu curses under his breath. Damn it all. How can a son of destiny like me possibly die in a place like this? He steals his resolve. The son of destiny cannot fall here. I'll strike first, wipe out these low-level lackeys before they overwhelm us. He charges in, but more demonic cultivators swarm from every direction. Hu mutters under his breath. When I ascend to immortality, I'll make sure to offer you a grand memorial, I promise. Jiaxu shouts in alarm. Your escape route is going the wrong way. That's heading deeper into the mine, not out of it. Two demonic cultivators suddenly lunged toward him. Jiaxu thinks quickly earth element spells can't deal direct damage. Am I really reduced to using the most humiliating method just to save myself? A thunderous voice rings out from above, iron thunder. A blazing bolt of golden lightning streaks down, vaporizing one of the demonic cultivators on the spot. Jiaxu looks up in astonishment. You are the scholarly gentleman. The refined young man smirks coldly. That's right. He holds up a talisman between two fingers. I am the direct lineage disciple of the Tianfu sect Xuan Mingling. Beside him, a small, nimble girl chimes in cheerfully, Big Brother Mingling. If you hadn't intervened, he would have been killed by those demonic cultivators. Jiaxu blinks from below. Xuan Mingling. The remaining demonic cultivator closes in on him and strikes while saying calmly, Who? I've never heard that name before. Mingling snaps irritably. If you've never heard of me, then don't make such a dramatic show of it. He descends gracefully to the ground, his tone dripping with arrogance. It seems I'll need to make sure you remember my name properly. Zhang trails behind, remarking with a smug grin. Rare to see Big Brother Mingling act without his usual flair for showing off. Mingling casually ignites another talisman. That's not called showing off. He flings it skyward with effortless grace. This one is reserved for. The talisman blazes with golden light and rockets into the heavens. Celestial rain descent. It detonates overhead, and streaks of golden cheese split apart, raining down in a magnificent cascade. A thin smile plays across his lips. This is merely the backdrop to showcase my overwhelming power. Thunder crashes down in waves, sending the demonic cultivators howling in agony as they are scorched black and reduced to cinders. They collapse one after another, and in mere moments aside from Mingling, Zhang and Jiaxu, hundreds of charred demonic cultivators lie sprawled across the ground, wreathed in thick smoke as though freshly roasted. Jiaxu gazes at the blackened heaps and exhales in awe. Incredible strength to wipe out this many demonic cultivators in the blink of an eye. Mingling grins with pride. Now the knave, you engraved my name into your memory. But Jiaxu responds nonchalantly, I remember. Xuan, whatever Ling, right? Mingling's eye twitches as he barks, it's Xuan. Zhang pipes up with a gentle reminder, Big Brother Mingling, don't forget our mission this time. He immediately composes himself, pressing a hand to his mouth. Right, serious business, he begins to explain. This time, we received orders directly from the Righteous Alliance that demonic cultivators have been causing havoc in this area. They've even abducted the daughter of the swordsman. Jiaxu confirms with a nod. That's right. He points to the cavern entrance directly behind him. My companion has already gone in ahead. If you want to help, follow him. Mingling approaches and studies him carefully. Judging by your tone, it seems you have no intention of joining the mission yourself. Jiaxu replies with calm detachment. The old man dragged me out here against my will. Besides, this isn't my responsibility. Mingling walks past and claps him on the shoulder. I've long heard that the grandson of the Xuanshan Academy headmaster clings to life and fears death, utterly incapable of shouldering the family's legacy. Now that I've met you in person, it's no exaggeration at all. Jiaxu brushes his hand off. What you do is your own business. He closes his eyes, then strides forward without looking back. All I want is to live in peace. After a few paces, he raises one hand without turning around. With all of you here, there shouldn't be any problems. Farewell. By the way, what was it? Xuan something Ling. Mingling instantly bares his teeth and howls. It's Xuan Mingling. He glares at Jiaxu's retreating figure, brow furrowed. That bastard, will he ever remember this young master's name? Zhang interjects calmly. Now isn't the time to worry about that. She gestures toward the twin spiraling vortexes of white and azure light ahead. The others have already gone in. Inside the spirit mine, Hyo sprints through the tunnels, gasping for breath. Wisps of smoke suddenly rise from his ring, catching his attention. Elder Dan materializes and Hyo's face lights up. Elder Dan, you've finally awakened. Elder Dan frowns. Last time, possessing your body drained far too much of my strength. That's why I overslept for so long. He knits his brows further and warns, don't overdo it like that again. This old man has only a sliver of primordial spirit remaining. It's not enough for you to squander. Hyo flashes a toothy grin. Don't worry, as the son of destiny, I treasure my life above all else. Suddenly, a pair of blazing crimson eyes catches their attention in the darkness ahead. Hyo stiffens. Over a dozen demonic cultivators emerge, towering far larger than the ones from before, snarling with bloodlust. Both Elder Dan and Hugh blanch. Elder Dan repeats flatly, "Didn't you just say you treasure your life?" Hugh stammers in terror. "How was I supposed to know there'd be this many demonic cultivators in this cave?" A clawed hand, nails razor-sharp, arcs through the air with a savage roar and smashes down into the earth. The ground where Hugh stood a heartbeat ago craters violently. He barely dodges in time. Elder Dan floats above, his expression grave. "With this many demonic cultivators, can you truly handle them, boy?" Hugh's face hardens with resolve. Now is not the time for complaints. He channels his power into his arm, surging toward the nearest hulking demonic cultivator as it charges. He raises his fist, brow furrowed, and roars, "Don't you dare underestimate the son of destiny." In the next instant, he gets face-slapped in the most literal sense. Dozens of crushing blows rain down on his body. He screams in agony and crumples to the ground, sending a plume of dust and debris billowing into the air. Elder Dan clenches his fist. "Is this all the so-called son of destiny amounts to?" Hugh retorts instantly, "They outnumber us 10 to 1. The demonic cultivators radiate crimson chi, sneering as they watch him struggle to wipe the blood from his mouth. Elder Dan's thoughts turn inward. If this fool dies, it'll be impossible to find another vessel this stupidly naive. Before Hugh can rise, the demonic cultivators stampede forward with a deafening war cry. Golden light erupts from Hugh's entire body as Elder Dan channels his power into him, snarling through gritted teeth. "You wretched brat thighs, is the last time I help you." Hugh freezes in shock. Elder Dan's spiritual form surges with immense power, sending the demonic cultivators flying. Hugh's entire body is enveloped in a torrent of emerald chi. He feels the rush and exclaims, "This nascent soul-level power. It's absolutely exhilarating." Elder Dan's spectral form flickers and dims. "Stop admiring yourself. If you can't finish off these demonic cultivators, I won't hold together much longer." Hugh leaps into action with fierce determination. "Understood. Once this is over, I swear I'll find you the finest soul-nurturing artifact in existence." He smirks at the horde of demonic cultivators before him. But all that will have to wait until these fiends are dealt with. Meanwhile, Jiaxu, walking his own path, notices the distant explosions and billowing dust behind him. The battle against the demonic cultivators has begun. So what if they're fighting? He turns away without another glance. If they want to die, let them. Ahead, a horse-drawn carriage thunders toward him at breakneck speed, trailing a massive cloud of dust. The driver bellows, "Out of the way. Move aside." Jiaxu doesn't even have time to react. The massive horse-drawn carriage plows into him, sending him cartwheeling through the air. He slams into a wall and crumples face-first into the dirt. Linggen hefts the carriage aside in a panic. "I'm sorry. I was racing too fast. I didn't see you." Someone lies on the road. Jiaxu, trembling and foaming at the mouth. A voice calls from the carriage, "Linggen. We'll talk later. You just ran someone over. Pay attention." The two girls on the carriage look utterly drained. Yu sighs, "First, let us down before anything else." Bai Dai opens her mouth to speak, but Linggen hastily blurts, "I'm sorry. I already apologized to him. I'll let you all down now." Bai Dai shrieks, "I never want to ride in a carriage with you ever again." As Yu climbs down, she suddenly freezes. "Wait, the person who was hit. That looked like Jiaxu, didn't it? You only just now realized? It's definitely him." She continues, "But what's he doing lying out here?" She answers her own question. Perhaps he came to stake a claim on the spirit mine. Looking at Jiaxu's crumpled form, she adds that old fox Tianhang is utterly shameless, sending his own grandson to seize resources ahead of everyone else. Linggen quickly interjects, "Don't say that. It's our fault for taking the wrong road and arriving late." He helps Jiaxu up and suggests, "In any case, we can't leave him alone. Let's bring him to the mining area first and then." Bai Dai agrees without objection. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rocks the earth, seizing their attention. Linggen startles. It looks like an explosion near the mining zone. Could it be that something's already happened in there? Recalling the blast patterns against the rock walls, Yu speculates, "That's probably demolition spells used for mining operations. My father used the same technique when he extracted from spirit mines." Linggen nods, "So that's how it works." Yu rolls her eyes at both of them. "How it works? My foot. No sane person mines like that." On the other side, Xuan Mingling observes the two figures approaching and sighs. "I truly didn't expect." She rests her chin in her hand and smiles, "that the rescue team would be you too." Before her sit a man and a woman astride a massive wolf. She identifies them, Yushu Villa. "Pan Hong Huo Tu." Huo Tu speaks up, "You." He then points at Zhang Zhang. You're the young lady of the mechanism hall, aren't you? She beams hello. He then asks, so who's the arrogant fellow beside you? Xuan Mingling thrusts her hand up emphatically. That's Xuan Mingling. Xuan Mingling of Tianfu sect. Pan Hong crosses her arms and calls out playfully, hey handsome, don't be so angry. Once this is all over, wanna go on a date with Big Sis here? Mingling seethes, how can I not be angry? Didn't we already meet before? Recalling a gathering under clear skies. Pan Hong asks, we've met before. Hugh too shrugs, I don't have any impression of that either. Xuan Mingling grits her teeth. Wasn't it the last Orthodox Path Heavenly Genius Assembly? We all attended together. She turns away, fists clenched. Forget it. I came here to complete the rescue mission. Rescue by die and slaughter every last demonic cultivator. Once this young lord completes the mission, the name Xuan Mingling will echo throughout the realm. Suddenly the ground beneath their feet heaves violently, drawing a yelp from her. Hundreds of demonic cultivators erupt from below in streams of terrifying green energy. The shockwave sending even Xuan Mingling flying. What the? Pan Hong and Hugh, too, barely grasp what's happening as demonic cultivators rain down like a deluge. She shouts, what the hell? Why are there so many demonic cultivators? He readies his spear. Every last one of them deserves death. Elder Dan, the root cause of the chaos, cries out, hurry. My spiritual power can barely hold on. Zyro Hugh gathers his energy. I know. I'll deal with these demonic cultivators myself. A star-shaped formation materializes behind him. 5 elemental lights, each a different color, respond to his call. Wood begets fire, fire begets earth, earth begets metal, metal begets water, water begets wood. He swings his arm, 5 elements unite. Primordial chaos chi. A blazing pillar of light erupts skyward. White-green radiance incinerates the demonic cultivators and illuminates the entire sky. Zhang Zhang gasps, that power is incredible. Who is this person? The shockwave sends rocks and earth flying. When the dust settles after the massive detonation, dozens of charred demonic cultivators lie scattered across the ground. Zio Hugh climbs out of a crater, coughing, then sneers at the blackened figures, wretched demons. Now you know the might of this young master. But the demonic cultivators suddenly rise to their feet, completely unscathed. His eyes widen in horror. What? He steadies himself, staring in utter disbelief. Why aren't they dead? Where's the power you lent me? Elder Dan's face drains of color as the demonic cultivators glare their way. Hugh seizes him by the collar. You kept me waiting all this time, and all you gave me was this pittance of spiritual energy. Elder Dan fires back furiously. I just saved your life. My spiritual power is nearly completely depleted. The two bicker, completely ignoring the demonic cultivators closing in. Elder Dan curses under his breath. If I didn't still need to resurrect, I'd absolutely let these demonic cultivators teach you a lesson. You wretched brat. The demons raise their claws with a howl once more. Elder Dan warns urgently, watch out behind you. Hugh glances back. Demonic cultivators are lunging straight at him. Cold sweat beads on his forehead. Damn it, I used too much spiritual power earlier. I've got nothing left. Suddenly, someone manipulates chains and strikes them down. A flying sword spirit axe formation catches his eye. In less than a minute, a pile of demonic cultivators lies crushed beneath Xuan Mingling's feet, the chains extending from her hands. She grins, fear not, your savior has arrived. Where Xuan Mingling stands, evil falls. She beams with absolute confidence. I will not allow a single orthodox cultivator to perish on my watch. Zhang Zhang eagerly praises, Sister Mingling, you're amazing. Hugh lowers his head with a smirk, then suddenly looks up and shouts at the glowing thorns protruding from her back. But hey, when you attack the enemy, can you not attack me too? Xuan Mingling breaks into a cold sweat. Well, sometimes I can't quite control it. Hugh plucks the thorns from his back, then assesses the situation. Though he doesn't know who these 4 people are, they clearly seem here to deal with the demonic cultivators. He glances at Elder Dan, who remains silent beside him. He has no strength left to fight on his own. His decision is swift, better to stick with them and borrow their strength. He calls out, are you all here to deal with the demonic cultivators too? Xuan Mingling replies, that's right. Hugh continues, there are still many demonic cultivators lurking deep within this ore vein. I can guide you. He imagines Bai Dai throwing herself into his arms and cooing, brother Hugh, you're so amazing. He hatches a plan once chaos erupts. I'll slip away and rescue Bai Diane. She'll surely repay me with her devotion. He beckons, jump into the pit first. Follow me. Xuan Mingling agrees, let's go. Battles rage without cease deep within the cavern. On the other side, Wu Linggen. Supporting Wu Jiaxu, he leads the way while Bai Dai and Zio Yu scan their surroundings. Zio Yu remarks, there are traces of combat everywhere. As fighting, could something have happened at the ore vein? Wu Linggen turns and suggests, whatever the case, let's find whoever's in charge here first. The two girls nod in unison. They weave through a field of fallen demonic cultivators. After a while, Wu Jiaxu stirs awake. Where am I? His eyes snap open as realization hits. Before them lies the mining zone. Spirit stones gleam brilliantly along the walls. He rounds on Wu Linggen furiously. Why did you bring me back here? Wu Linggen merely asks, you're finally awake. Gazing at the spirit stones glittering on the cavern walls, he says casually, I knocked you out earlier, so I brought you here to recover. Wu Jiaxu's eyes bulge. I don't want to come back to a place like this for treatment. Before everyone's bewildered eyes, he hurriedly explains. Don't you all know, this place has been seized by demonic cultivators. Even Bai Dai of the sword-soaring peak was taken hostage. Bai Dai blinks and points at herself. I was kidnapped. Since when? Wu Jiaxu stares, stunned. Wu Linggen gestures at the cavern. More importantly, there aren't any demonic cultivators here. Wu Jiaxu freezes. Zio Yu turns to Wu Linggen. Stop talking. She points directly at the spirit mine mountain. There are vast quantities of spirit stones in there. Let's gather them quickly. Wu Jiaxu stares blankly at the spirit stone-filled cavern. Why are there still so many spirit stones here? Nathai's place should have been taken over by demonic cultivators ages ago. He shakes his head stubbornly. Am I hallucinating? Wu Linggen walks up to a massive raw spirit stone. The academy head definitely sent you here to collect from the spirit mine too, right? Wu Jiaxu snaps back to reality. I'm not, just as Wu Jiaxu marvels at the spirit mine's unimaginable reserves, coveting them greatly. Wu Linggen hoists a colossal spirit stone overhead and approaches, startling him. Hey, what are you doing? Wu Linggen drops the boulder directly onto him. We'll split it with you. Wu Jiaxu screams as he struggles free. Are you trying to kill me with that thing? Wu Linggen scratches his head. My bad, sorry. I thought it was light. Wu Jiaxu, brushing off the near-crushing, ponders, where did all those demonic cultivators go? Could the Orthodox Alliance have already dealt with them? What about Huo's group? Dust and smoke billow endlessly. Below, hundreds of demonic cultivators swarm. Shuan Mingling hovers in midair before the hordes of charred demons and declares, what stands before your eyes is none other than the number one. Heavenly genius of the orthodox path, Shuan Mingling. She confidently brandishes her talismans, surrender now, and I'll grant you a swifter death. Otherwise, but while she's still monologuing, Pan Hong charges in atop her wolf, plunging straight into the demonic cultivators. The beast howls ferociously. Huo too raises his spear high and flings the demons skyward. His flowing dragon-long spear cleaves through Thema maelstrom of mechanical death, a guillotine's descent. Shuan Mingling fumes. Why do you two strike so fast? Can't you let me look cool for even a moment? Huo too steps forward and retorts. Who told you to be so slow? A pile of demonic cultivators lies crushed. On the ground, he lands in a wide stance and continues. You're just jealous of my majestic bearing, which is why you always sabotage my moment. Zio Hu observes from the sidelines and marvels. These people are truly formidable. They wiped out those demonic cultivators with such ease. He smirks to himself. With them covering me, I can absolutely rescue Bai Dai. Shuan Mingling leads the way into the cavern. These demonic cultivators are nothing but trash. The old folks back home were worrying over nothing. Pan Hong agrees, let's finish this quickly and head home. Huo too warns, don't let your guard down. These demonic cultivators aren't to be underestimated. A foot steps onto a glowing purple sigil, and a formation of runes erupts beneath Zio Hu, spreading outward to engulf all of them. A purple shadow rises into the air. I thought the Orthodox Alliance would send some truly formidable figures. Ma Yue mocks with a sneer. Turns out it's nothing but small fry like you. Shuan Mingling, Zhang, and Pan Hong all look up at him. Mingling can't hold back. You're just a demonic cultivator. How dare you act so arrogant here? Taste my myriad-slaying, demon-quelling talisman. He shows not a flicker of evasion, or fear, merely conjures a barrier that absorbs every last talisman with casual ease. Though they're merely golden core stage juniors, their abilities have exceeded this one's expectations. Mingling freezes, stunned. Impossible! How could my barrier be shattered so easily? Purple chi ripples around Ma Yue's form. What is he conjuring before him? I shall use. You are merely sacrifices. Suddenly he slams his hands down. The orb of light erupts, bathing the entire area in a blinding radiance. Elsewhere, Linggen and Zio Yu arrive with a massive sack of spirit stones. The collection is nearly complete, she says. We can head back to the library now. He beams, good. Wu Jiaxu clutches the bag, still on edge. Is it truly over just like this? Where did those demonic cultivators disappear to? As the group prepares to exit the cavern, a violent tremor tears through the ground. The cavern floor sways uncontrollably, forcing them to stagger. What is happening? Is this an earthquake? Watching the earth warp, Wu Jiaxu yells, "Hey, look at the ground beneath us." Suddenly the earth turns to sludge. All six sink waist deep. He realizes a trap laid within the mine. Zyro Yu, terrifying. All six scream in terror as they are swallowed by the shifting earth. Linggen's expression turns grave. He channels power into his legs, triggering his immortal technique. With a thunderous kick, he launches himself and the others into the air. Employing lightness techniques, they leap across the cavern walls, ricocheting upward until they reach safety. The six stand firm upon solid ground. Linggen holds Bai Dai bridal style and exclaims, "Thank goodness, at least no one is hurt." She glares at him. "I am truly grateful you ensured our safety." Oblivious, he replies, "No need for formalities, it is only right." Bai Dai narrows her eyes, "But could you release your grip now?" Only then does he realize where his hands are resting. Apologies, deepest apologies. Someone tries to lift their foot, but the ground clings to them. Sticky. Zyro Yu stares at the floor in confusion. How did this mind become like this? It looks like the anatomy of a living creature. Linggen turns his gaze to the surroundings, thick, viscous fluids coating everything. Clearly, we have fallen into a trap set by the demonic cultivators. Zai Feng clasps his hands. Whether it is a trap or not, we cannot wait here to die. He slams his palm to the earth, manifesting a path of stone through his earth-shattering divine technique. Linggen praises him. Even in this environment, you channel earth element techniques. Zai Feng, you are truly impressive. That is to be expected. Our senior brother's technique has reached the level where he can manipulate the dust in the air. He smirks, chest puffed with pride. Hethi, Wu Jiaxu darts ahead. Then let's move quickly. The demonic cultivators here are beyond our capacity to handle. Suddenly he halts, struck by something. A barrage of tentacles erupts from the walls, shattering the path and ensnaring him. Wu Jiaxu frowns. What is this flesh wall? Zai Feng gasps. No, I apologize. He too is bound tightly by the tentacles. My chi is being completely drained. Yuling panics, senior master. Bai Dai streaks through the air, cleaving the tentacles binding Wu Jiaxu. She thrusts her sword into the ground, collapsing from exhaustion. Linggen looks on, concerned. Bai Dai, what is wrong? She turns back, her face solemn. It is nothing major. She sheathes her blade. Bai Dai, analyze this flesh wall. Something is wrong. It seems to possess the ability to consume the chi of cultivators. Cultivating, she continues. Furthermore, the more chi we use, the faster it absorbs it. Zai Feng loses all strength, leaving Yuling frantic. Senior brother, Jiaxu slams his palm against the ground. I knew this affair wouldn't be simple. That old codger has truly sent us to our deaths this time. Linggen is unperturbed. Then we simply stop using our spiritual power, that is all. He glances around. Puzzled, others have fallen into this trap as well. Damn it, the mingling group has been captured. He senses it, the spiritual energy has been completely drained. Pan Hong adds, furthermore, even the spiritual energy of the spirit beasts has been absorbed. Mingling turns to Zhang quickly. See if you can use your mechanisms to breach this flesh wall. She nods in agreement. From the wooden crate on her back, a mechanical puppet somersaults out, only to collapse limply onto the ground instantly. Zhang gasps in shock and sighs. Even the control link energy has been absorbed. Mingling boils with rage. Damn demonic cultivators. Using such a cowardly trap. If you have the guts, then fight us head-on. Huo suddenly chimes in, stop struggling. The more you fight, the faster you drain your own stamina. He glances at him. You are so calm-have you already found a way out. Huo only sneers, offering no response. This drives Mingling into a frenzy. So what? Why are you still acting so arrogant? Huo bows his head with a sly smile you wouldn't understand. His gaze is brimming with confidence. What is called a son of destiny is revealed only when one reaches a dead end. If my intuition is correct, we are destined to encounter a great fortuitous opportunity. Mingling retorts with disdain. Is this really the time for such drivel? What? Do you not realize the demonic cultivators are about to suck us dry? Zhang disagrees. She looks down at Huo and continues, I don't think he's talking nonsense. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the earth, causing someone to cry out. Huo is brimming with triumph. I told you, a fortuitous opportunity is bound to appear. A tentacle suddenly lashes out, catching his attention. A fist smashes directly into Huo's face, sending him coughing up blood. Linggen appears out of nowhere, sending him flying with a punch that smokes from the impact. Steam rises. He asks, bewildered, did I just hit something? Huo is stuck to the wall. He shrieks. Linggen realizes, you bastard, can't you look where you're going when you're paving the way? It's just Zyro Huo. Mingling quickly says to Huo, is this guy a friend of yours? Tell him to save us. He replies, HMPH, why don't you beg him yourself? Linggen looks at the four people, including Zhang, who are bound by tentacles. Why are there so many of you? He addresses them, I will help you break free. Mingling feels a wave of relief, thank heavens. Once I get out, I will surely make your name known. A sudden tremor erupts, causing Linggen to shudder. Ma Yue emerges from the wall, laughing heartily. I went to such lengths to set this trap. I cannot let a young master like you ruin it so easily. Mingling and Huo ask in unison, young master. Linggen panics immediately, pointing at himself while sweating and smiling awkwardly. This demonic cultivator has lost his mind. He's just spouting nonsense. Glancing at the composed Ma Yue, he speculates. He seems to know my true identity. Could it be? Does he really have a connection to my father and the others? Ma Yue waves his hand. Go on, be good, and become nourishment for the demonic path. A giant monster, seemingly composed of sludge, manifests from the summoned spiritual energy a mountain of flesh, letting out a deafening roar. Bai Dai uses the distraction to sever the tentacles, freeing the mingling group. He praises them happily, not bad moves. A golden talisman glows in Mingling's hand. Confident that they have nothing to fear in a direct confrontation, they unleash a barrage of techniques. They launch their attacks. Mingling uses the flaming spirit talisman, while the Huo family unleashes the piercing dragon spear. Pan Heng directs a ferocious wolf claw strike. Zhang employs her invincible long-range weapon, firing a super spirit-gathering fire cannon that sets the spiritual monster ablaze. Mingling smiles triumphantly. Does that fool finally know how terrifying we of the righteous path are? Suddenly, Zyro Yu warns, be careful, it's not over yet. She notices the earth monster is unscathed. She observes it's actually growing larger. Ma Yue stands idly by. This mountain of flesh has the ability to grow stronger the more spiritual energy it consumes. Your attacks are only fueling its power. It erupts in flames and lets out a massive, roaring cry. Linggen, carrying a large bag on his back, leaps up and executes an immortal technique. He strikes the monster with his full strength. The punch explodes in a burst of golden light, shattering its head like a burst balloon. Zyro Yu cheers. As expected of brother Linggen, you dealt with it so easily. Ma Yue remains unfazed. How naive. You really think it's over just like that? Mingling and Zhang stare in shock as red flesh begins to sprout from the ruptured remains. Ma Yue continues. This mountain of flesh can regenerate endlessly by feeding on spiritual energy. It will continue until every drop of energy here is drained. The monster roars in fury, its muscular frame bellowing out. Linggen's eyes widen. The monster's speed has increased. It slams its fists down repeatedly, sending earth and stone flying. He narrowly dodges the impact. Elsewhere, Ma Yue sits comfortably, watching the monster toy with them. Through the viewing lens, he bursts out laughing, just obediently lose it all. The spiritual energy throughout their bodies begins to drain away. He lifts the purple stones. I am positively eager to witness these orthodox disciples become demonic cultivators. Shuan Mingling draws 5 talismans, gritting his teeth. I don't believe it can regenerate indefinitely. Everyone, let's blast it to pieces quickly. Linggen hurriedly tries to stop him. Wait! But it is too late. Mingling has already activated the 3000 lightning strike talisman. A barrage of lightning bolts crashes into the monster, scorching it black, wreathing it in smoke. It collapses. Mingling shouts in triumph, I've beaten you to this state, let's see you recover now. Ma Yue, in spirit form floating above, speaks, you truly underestimated the spirit flesh mountain. He speaks calmly, I've already told you in this place. As long as there exists even a trace of spiritual energy, the flesh will grow and reconnect. As if obeying his words, sinew begins knitting itself back together. Even if you shatter it into mincemeat, it will restore itself to its original state. Pan Heng and Huo freeze, staring up at the massive shadow looming over them. The spirit energy monster seems even larger than before. It opens its maw in fury and roars. Its colossal arm seizes Mingling, startling a cry out of him. Zhang sees the fanged jaws clamp down and shouts anxiously, Brother Mingling. Mingling grits his teeth and struggles. Damn it, no way to use talismans anymore. Suddenly, Mingling withers. His face grows gaunt and he groans in agony. The monster's massive hand hurls him to the ground like a spent rag. Bai Dai panics, shouting, Everyone, Absolutely do not use spiritual power anymore. If we keep this up, we'll only make this flesh mountain grow even stronger. Everyone who witnessed the scene nods in grim agreement. Jiaxu slumps to the ground, lamenting, a cultivator who can't use spiritual power. What the hell are we supposed to fight with? By Dai and Zio, you can only exchange helpless glances. He lowers his head, brows furrowed in despair. Just as I expected, I've become nothing but a sacrificial pawn in that old man's power play. Zio Yu refutes him sternly. Don't give up so easily. The flesh mountain's infinite regeneration is sustained by the spirit formation here. As long as we can escape the formation's range, we'll be fine. He counters dismissively, sounds nice in theory, but how exactly do we escape our current situation? She snaps, you. Just as Zio Yu is about to argue with Jiaxu, Linggen speaks up. Dead serious, I have a way. This catches her attention. Linggen points at the flesh wall and says, it'll take some effort, but if you can buy me just a little time, I can punch straight through this entire wall. Everyone stares in shock. Really? He glances at the massive monster. But I won't be able to do two things at once while I'm breaking through. Someone needs to keep that thing off my back. Huo Tu and Pan Hong step in front of him. Huo Tu speaks, then leave it to us. She smiles confidently. Don't assume we're just ordinary cultivators. Our physical strength is nothing to scoff at. Linggen turns with a grateful nod. Then I'll be counting on you. He channels every ounce of strength into his arms, forms the hand seals of an immortal technique, and hammers his fist into the flesh wall. It caves inward. Siege breaker. On the other side, Ma Yue watches the situation unfold without a shred of worry. What a pointless struggle. Back here in spirit form, he gives the order. Don't give them any chance to get back up. The monster raises its arm and roars. Linggen is distracted, gritting his teeth as he glances over. Huo Tu and Pan Hong immediately charge straight at the monster. Linggen, he turns to remind him, we can still hold. Seize your chance now. Somewhat reassured, Linggen focuses back on his task. Got it, he grits his teeth, clenching his fists tight. Damn it, I need to be faster. I can almost punch through. He unleashes dozens of lightning-fast punches against the wall, so rapid the naked eye can barely track them. Just as Linggen looks up, Huo Tu and Pan Hong on the other side are struck. Sent flying. Huo Tu clutches his stomach and coughs up a mouthful of blood. Sorry, this is all we could help you with. The spirit energy monster's veins bulge as it rears back for another punch. Linggen's eyes widen so fast. Bai Dai rushes in with her sword drawn. Hold on, I'm still here. Linggen shouts in surprise. Bai Dai bites down hard on her finger until it bleeds, flicks the blood onto her blade, and activates her ancestral Techniqueth blood-burning art. The sword sweeps horizontally toward the monster with a fierce battle cry. Bai Dai leaps up, sword in hand, and unleashes 3 successive strikes, leaving Linggen watching in bewilderment. She channels her energy into the sword and explains, with my current blood chi, I can only manage 3 moves without relying on spiritual power. She raises 2 fingers and swings the blade again. After these 3 moves, that path has to be open. That path, Linggen's face hardens as he pours strength into his fist. No problem. Bai Dai's sword strike staggers the monster. The countdown begins. A burst of white smoke erupts with a shockwave. The spirit energy monster swings its arm and lunges. She quickly conjures a blood barrier to block its hand. On this side, Linggen's punching speed was already breakneck, but it accelerates further, until light becomes visible through the other side of the wall. At that moment, Bai Dai grits her teeth and coughs blood. She channels everything into her stance. The third strike, a devastating blow, crashes into the colossal monster's skull. Simultaneously, the wall bursts open with a gaping hole. Linggen sees the path lined with spirit stones ahead and shouts with joy, success! I've broken through! Bai Dai collapses, smiling, thank goodness. Zio Yu appears instantly, catch her carefully. Everyone scrambles toward the light. Pan Hong shouts the breach is open. Get everyone out now. The others respond in unison, right. But Ma Yue has no intention of letting Linggen's group escape so easily. He clenches his fist. Don't you dare fail. The walls on both sides begin to close in. Linggen, bringing up the rear, instantly notices the wall regrowing. People are still inside. He spreads his arms to block it, channeling his full immortal technique to resist. Linggen shouts, hurry. They speed up, got it. Ma Yue orders the previously defeated monster, stop them. It morphs into a colossal red earth serpent, emitting piercing shrieks. Its gaping jaws lunge forward. The group reacts in time, crying out, Brother Linggen, watch out, it's coming. He grits his teeth, no way to dodge now. Linggen uses his own body to block the serpent's jaws, allowing the wall to seal shut behind the others. The group outside is horrified. Staring at the sealed wall, Pan Hong cries they're still inside. Let's tear through this flesh wall. Hugh, too, stops him. Don't be reckless. If you go in now, you'll only die. Jiaxu offers his opinion, since we've already escaped. I suggest we leave immediately and report to the higher-ups of the Orthodox Alliance. That would be the wiser course. Hugh crosses his arms in agreement. I concur. Pan Hong cannot believe they would so readily abandon those who just fought alongside them. You people! Suddenly, a booming laugh shatters the strange silence. Humans can never unite, no matter the occasion. The voice startles the group. Who's there? The voice belongs to a half-beast warrior. He continues, whenever trouble strikes. All you do is squabble, and in the end, you still have to beg us for help. This figure carries a massive sword over his shoulder and smacks his lips. Indeed, our demon race is born far superior to you humans. Hugh hears that tone and his face sours. Who's this poser? He looks human, though. Jiaxu rushes over, face darkening. Shut your mouth. You mustn't speak like that. He lowers his voice and whispers the figure's identity to the group. He is Xiao Yueth, only son of demon race patriarch Xiao Tian, the future sovereign of the entire demon race. Hugh still doesn't grasp it. So then, why should our Chuanshan Academy be so afraid of him? Jiaxu looks like he's about to lose his mind, still holding Hugh back. The demon race has only recently chosen to cooperate with the Orthodox Alliance. To maintain the alliance, all parties extend a measure of face to the demon race. Xiao Yue slowly closes his eyes and smirks contemptuously. It seems this young master need not introduce himself. He opens his eyes and surveys the crowd. His gaze sweeps across those present, then suddenly locks onto Xiao Yu. She startles, eyes widening everyone. All attention shifts to him. Who is this person? Mingling points excitedly and calls out Xiao Yue. Right, we met at the last Heavenly Genius tournament. He replies with indifference. Oh, and who might you be? I have no recollection whatsoever. Mingling's face does a complete 180 upon hearing that response. He looks ready to punch him in the skull. You, he raises his voice in fury. I am Xu Mingling of the Tianlu sect. Even the demon hordes tremble at my name. Zhang rushes to restrain him. Calm down. He struggles violently. Don't stop me. I want him to remember my name right now. Before he can finish, a fist cracks across his cheek. Xiao Yue's tone is ice cold. Shut your mouth. He steps closer, voice dripping with contempt. The Orthodox Alliance summoned me here, not worthless trash like you lot. He turns, gazing at the massive slab of flesh before him. It seems that demonic cultivator is hiding behind this flesh wall. He draws a deep breath, steadies his Manhwa. He grips his blade and slashes with tremendous force. Cyan light explodes outward in a dazzling spray. Silver shatter, the devastating eruption tears through the air. The sheer spectacle makes Mingling shrink back in fear. That attack is truly terrifying. The others cannot help but be wary. We're clearly the same age, yet the gap is this enormous. The demon race truly possesses extraordinary methods. Pan Hong, silent until now, glances at his wolf companion and murmurs, if only Xiao Hua could develop that kind of strength too. Don't compare this young master to that stupid mutt. With a single casual slash, the flesh wall already has a hole, even larger than what Linggen carved from the inside. The colossal python is preparing to strike. Linggen hears the commotion from outside. He whispers in relief, thank goodness. Someone's come to save us. Xiao Yue picks up his blade and delivers a few more casual strokes. The python instantly shatters into countless pieces. Linggen finally breaks free. Many thanks, he adds, but this mass of flesh will heal itself automatically. Hearing this, Xiao Yue smirks. No need to worry. Xiao Yue waves his hand dismissively. Summon a spirit beast, moon-devouring immortal wolf. The instant they materialize, they surge forward. Not just one but an entire pack, sprinting at blinding speed. They ravenously devour chunks of flesh into their maws. Linggen watches in surprise. Aren't those celestial moon-devouring dogs? Xiao Yue bristles at once. They're wolves. Wolves, do you hear me? He crosses his arms, puffing up his chest. Human cultivators truly have no manners whatsoever. No wonder the heavenly geniuses these days are all no match for our demon race. Ma Yue, watching from above, is rendered utterly speechless. Even so, he manages a bright grin. This is getting more and more interesting. Outside, Bai Dai turns to Xiao Yu. To think he could use spirit beasts to devour this flesh. Indeed, it suppresses the regeneration and absorbs the spiritual energy. Linggen turns back and calls out, we've been saved. But why don't you look very happy about it? Xiao Yu replies, yes, I'm not done yet. They continue on their way. Why are they still standing around? Let's get out of here already. Bai Dai is overjoyed like a festival finally escaped to the outside. I really thought I was going to die for real. He doesn't forget to turn back and thank Zyro Yue. Thank you for saving me. Zyro Yue crosses his arms with a flourish. Still the same as usual, but his expression has softened somewhat. I merely completed the mission the Orthodox Alliance assigned me. Wu Jiaxu is visibly irritated. Fine, if you want to say thanks. Wait until we're somewhere safe. Hu glances over teasingly. Just how afraid of death are you? He strides ahead on his own, speaking loudly to everyone. In any case, I don't want to die here. The demonic cultivators here should be left for the Orthodox Alliance's great elders to handle. Makes sense. Let's go. Wu Linggen looks at Bai Dai and Zyro Yu, saying happily, we should get out of here too. But Zyro Yu suddenly feels restless, anxious, and uneasy. She stares at Zyro Yue, a trace of fear flickering in her eyes. Zyro Yu reassures herself. It seems coincidences like this truly do exist in this world. And so the entire group quickly rushes forward. Everyone sprints at full speed, legs a blur, not daring to look back. Their thundering footsteps shake the very ground beneath them. Shuan mingling pants, utterly out of breath, and calls out, wait, stop running. While running, he questions them. Don't you realize that no matter how long we've been running, it's as if we're going in circles? This, Hugh, too, standing right behind and equally exhausted, chimes in. Besides, we haven't been running that long, yet my body is already completely drained. Pan Hong agrees, adding, the demonic cultivator's trap really isn't easy to escape from. Suddenly, someone pushes off the ground and leaps into the air. Panicked voices ring out, what are you doing? My spiritual power has been completely drained. Not even a shred of strength remains. Now it's not just one person, many are lifted into the air. A wave of chi, purple and faint, materializes above their heads. Ma Yue appears and speaks. I told you none of you can escape this place. You, he celebrated too early. And now, all your spiritual power has been completely drained. What a perfect opportunity. Ma Yue strikes from an unexpected angle. His palms blast outward in every direction. The group has no time to react. The purple chi pierces through their chests in a single strike. Everyone gets their share. The entire group writhes in agony. Only Wu Linggen remains unscathed. What have you done to them? Ma Yue smiles eerily. Very soon you'll find out. Wu Jiaxu, furious beyond measure, veins bulging across his entire body. Damn it! Why did you send us to our deaths? Hugh, too, and Pan Hong's eyes blaze crimson, their faces twisted into terrifying masks. Everyone loses control, seizing their blades and slashing at each other. Kill, kill, what right do any of you have to stare at me? You accursed demonic cultivator. Stay away from Linggen. Wu Linggen stands rooted to the spot, jaw hanging open. Damn it. Is this the effect of inner demon invasion? Right now, only I can save everyone. Suddenly, he notices Zyro Yue behind him. Oh. Zyro Yue is still cheerfully waving and smiling, about to extend a hand in cooperation. Unexpectedly, he isn't affected by the inner demon at all. Then we can fight the demonic cultivator together. But Zyro Yue swiftly swats his hand away with disdain, bluntly reminding him, don't get familiar with me. You and I share no such closeness. Wu Linggen quickly responds, I apologize for the offense, but I still beg you to lend your strength. In a flash, Zyro Yue leaps up. Only a dark silhouette remains a single bound, carrying him 100 meters into the sky. Zyro Yue suddenly swoops down and seizes Zyro Yu. He shoves her hard. Dust and debris erupt in a blinding cloud. Zyro Yue laughs triumphantly. Finally, I've caught you. But Zyro Yu grits her teeth and resists fiercely, as if transformed into a completely different person. He smirks, my runaway bride. Wu Linggen hears this and is stunned. What? Wu Linggen shouts furiously, what nonsense are you spouting? How could Zyro Yu possibly be your bride? Zyro Yue's eyes glow blood-red as he sneers. Then let her tell you herself. Wu Linggen looks worried and tense. Zyro Yu. Her face darkens. She gnashes her teeth, saying nothing. The Tushan clan. Zyro Yu speaks through gritted teeth. Things have already come to this. Then I won't hide it anymore. She begins to explain the truth to him. The truth is, it happened before she was even born. The Tushan clan had signed a marriage contract with the demon race. Zyro Tian recalls when she was being chased and nearly assassinated. After learning of this, she fled the Tushan household that very night. But Zyro Tian and her family refused to let her go, sending countless pursuers after her. Back then, I was terrified. My SOS signal went unanswered. Just when I was about to be captured and dragged back for the forced marriage, Linggen appeared and rescued me. She was instantly captivated by his handsome features, her cheeks flushing crimson. From that moment on, I resolved that I would marry no one but Linggen. Zyro Yu's voice grows firm. I thought that way we could naturally be together. but I never expected. She stares directly at Xiao Yue and speaks bluntly. In a place like this, I'd actually run into the demon prince's own son. He sneers, HMPH nonsense. When I captured you during our clan's mission, it proved that our fates are bound together. Bai Dai leaps forward indignantly, shouting, do you think the Orthodox Alliance won't hold you accountable for this? Xiao Yue begins losing his composure, lifting Xiao Yu off her feet. Ridiculous. My engagement with the Tushan clan is an internal affair of the demon race. Even if the demon race is currently cooperating with the Orthodox Alliance, they have no right to interfere. He continues slowly, besides, I don't think any of you will survive to leave this place. As he finishes speaking, a colossal beast materializes beside the group with a thunderous roar. The entire group freezes in shock at the situation. As a modern person, Wu Linggen can barely contain himself. You beast. He can hold back no longer, launching himself forward with a push, divine ability leap. Right here, right now, I absolutely will not let you take Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yue laughs even harder. Fool. One hand grips her neck tightly. The other thrusts out to block. Do you truly believe that with your mortal body you can stop me? Wu Linggen roars with fury. Get the hell away from her. He smirks interesting. But Xiao Yue has no interest in him and simply leaps away with Xiao Yu in his arms. Forget it. I have no time to waste on you. He leaps lightly into the air. Take your time being drained of spiritual power and dying. Xiao Yue leaps like lightning across the mountain peaks, leaving Wu Linggen far below. Wu Linggen screams, damn it! He refuses to accept this, howling, stop right there. Meanwhile, Bai Dai is slammed into the wall by the colossal beast. Wu Linggen panics. Bai Dai smack. She's instantly struck by a palm. Wu Linggen is utterly enraged. Xiao Yu. Wu Linggen tilts his head back and howls at the sky. Xiao Yu. Wait for me. I will rescue you no matter what. The terrifying beast opens its gaping maw and lunges at Bai Dai. Wu Linggen rushes forward to shield her. Lying in his arms, Bai Dai stammers, I thought you'd go after her first. Xiao Yu's life won't be in immediate danger. Suddenly, an idea flashes through his mind. Wait, why isn't she affected by the inner demon? Bai Dai guesses, perhaps because I already freed myself from the inner demon's control before, so I'm now immune to it. She gazes at the rampaging beast and devises a plan. Right now, we need to find a way to deal with this thing. The two leap apart in opposite directions. A massive foot crashes down, nearly crushing her. It pins Bai Dai down, the beast's jaws gaping wide, spitting out an enormous fireball. Bai Dai grits her teeth. This is bad. At that moment, Wu Linggen leaps in, slamming his fist into the beast's skull. He raises one arm, light concentrating in his palm, growing brighter with each passing second. Divine ability. Wu Linggen swings his arm with blinding speed, delivering a relentless barrage of punches without pause, a storm of heavy blows. Every single strike lands squarely on the beast. Not a single one misses its mark. The beast can endure no more. Its massive body crashes to the ground. The two stand below and look up. This isn't the solution. We have to stop it at the root. It cannot regenerate forever. Only by eradicating it at the source can we truly end this. Ma Yue's spectral form floats over, laughing mockingly. At this point, you still want to escape. Why can't you just give up obediently like Wu Linggen's father did? Wu Linggen shouts fiercely, don't you dare speak ill of my father. The moment those words leave his mouth, he suddenly realizes something. A torrent of purple chi blasts downward into the earth. Wait! That aura. His shadow is coming from underground. Wu Linggen rushes off frantically. I know what to do. Bai Dai calls out in confusion. Where are you going? He hammers wildly at the source of the purple chi. Keep hitting it. I'm going to find its root. Wu Linggen operates like a drilling machine, boring deep into the earth in an instant. Divine ability, Gravedigger. Ma Yue asks in bewilderment, what kind of bizarre technique is that? He looks upward. Something's off about the direction. It seems to be. After a moment of thought, he finally grasps Wu Linggen's intent. It seems to be my location. He panics and commands his beast stop him immediately, obeying its master's order. The previously downed beast springs back to life, lunging forward with renewed vigor. Its jaws open wide, aimed straight at Wu Linggen. Bai Dai screams a warning. Linggen, be careful. He keeps digging relentlessly, ignoring everything else. Just a little more finally. Wu Linggen strikes. Something unusual. Open for me. With a thunderous boom, a massive, strange chasm appears. He declares success. Wu Linggen beams with joy. It seems I was right. Your lair truly lies at the deepest point of this spirit mine. He summons every ounce of his strength and leaps down. Ma Yue sits there, unperturbed. Don't think that finding me means you've won. He calmly, casually gives an order, kill him. An enormous, blood-red hand stretches out, lunging to seize Wu Linggen. Wu Linggen is blocked time and again, his patience wearing thin. You not only harmed my friends, you had Zio you kidnapped. He swings his arm in a sweeping strike, aiming directly at Ma Yue. I will never forgive you. Ma Yue remains utterly composed. Not stirring an inch, a single punch from Wu Linggen shatters the massive boulder into pieces. Before his eyes, Ma Yue's mask begins to crack. Wu Linggen breathes a sigh of relief that should settle it. Ma Yue lies crushed beneath the rubble, yet still speaks unhurriedly. Young master, your strength has truly exceeded my expectations. Then he raises his hand and snaps his fingers. However, this one's plan has been long in the making. A mere surprise of this caliber could never spell its failure. A plume of purple smoke erupts, engulfing everything in its wake. Quick as lightning, the figure vanishes from sight. Gone just like that, the body is nowhere to be seen, yet the voice still echoes in their ears. If you lot cannot become this one's fighting force, then he throws his head back in a mad cackle before soaring away. All of you shall drown in this mine. Without warning, the ground surface heaves violently. It trembles as though an earthquake has struck. Wu Linggen clenches his teeth at a complete loss. He hesitates for a heartbeat, then decides leaping high into the air. He cannot linger here. Desperation fuels him as he scrambles to escape the pit. Above all, he must get them all out of this place. The fleshy walls suddenly writhe and pulse, growing larger with each passing moment. Wu Linggen's eyes widen in shock. Then with a deafening boom, everything detonates. From outside, Bai Dai's face drains of color as she screams, Wu Linggen. She dashes forward in a blur, scooping him up in a princess carry, her blade flashing a swift blade dance technique. Are you all right? It's just a bit of pain. Before he can finish, a massive boulder plummets straight toward them. Watch out ahead, Bai Dai. With extraordinary agility, she leaps and twists to evade, but the colossal stone looms directly in their path, threatening to crush them flat. Another violent detonation rocks the earth. The ground splits apart, dust and debris billows skyward. Bai Dai squeezes her eyes shut, dread coiling in her chest, not knowing if she will live to see the next breath. But the Martin Wu Linggen has already risen to his feet alone, both arms braced against the massive boulder. Linggen, you saved my life again. Now is not the time for that. His face darkens, ashen and grim, as though he is on the verge of collapse. Find a way to get everyone out now? High above, countless boulders rain down in unison. They collide and shatter against one another, the deafening cacophony shaking every bone in their bodies. Wu Linggen trembles, his face contorted in agony. He stares straight into Bai Dai's eyes and roars, "Get out of here. Now. I can't hold on any longer." She snaps back, furious. "Don't you think I want to?" Wu Linggen replies through gritted teeth, "But I cannot carry this many people on my own." Jiaxu. Wu Jiaxu and Zio Hu stand frozen in place, rooted to the spot, their gazes darting across the crumbling surroundings. Everything is on the verge of total collapse. Boulders plunge from above like a torrential downpour of destruction. Bai Dai screams in terror, "Wu Linggen, move it away." His legs buckle beneath him, starting to give way. "My arms are burning, I can't dodge anymore. The cave entrance is completely blocked." He bellows, pouring every last ounce of his strength into one final effort. Full power, immortal art. "Hold on," he coughs up a mouthful of blood, crimson spraying from his lips. "What are you still standing there for? Go, hurry." Wu Jiaxu and Zio Hu are struck speechless at the sight. "Linggen, you." Wu Linggen gnashes his teeth and growls, "The explosion already wounded me. I can't take much more." Suddenly, Bai Dai surges to her feet and lunges forward, wrapping her arms around him. She yanks him free in one swift motion. The titanic boulder crashes down where he stood and explodes into fragments. Shattered to pieces, Wu Linggen snarls furiously, "Why did you pull me back? None of us can get out now." Bai Dai's blood boils. She slaps him across the face so hard his head snaps to the side, her cheeks flushed crimson. "You fool, don't you dare treat your own life so cheaply." She leans in close, her voice fierce and unwavering. "Even if you don't value your own life, there are people who care about you, Bai Dai." Wu Linggen's expression crumbles with remorse. He bows his head. "It was my arrogance, I'm sorry." She rises to her feet, her tone still edged with irritation. "This young lady has no use for your apology." He scratches his head at a loss. "Even though I'm deeply grateful you saved my life. The truth is, we have no way out anymore." Wu Linggen looks down at his own body, feeling the state of his energy. He continues, "With the spiritual power I have left, I can no longer shatter these boulders. Everyone else has exhausted their spiritual chi as well. We may truly be trapped and die here." The others hear his words, and their faces turn ashen. Zio Hu slowly clenches both fists and speaks up, some of us still retain enough spiritual chi. He turns to Wu Jiaxu, a smirk curling at his lips. You've been running this whole time and haven't expended a single drop of your spiritual power, have you? Right, Wu Jiaxu blinks, stunned, then answers flatly, I suppose so. Without hesitation, Zyro Hu jabs a finger straight at Wu Linggen and demands, then why are you still standing there like a fool? Why don't you use your techniques to blast open the cave entrance? Wu Jiaxu stammers, his voice faltering. I do still have spiritual chi remaining, but my earth attribute techniques are meaningless in a situation like this. He averts his gaze, as if trying to hide. I don't know any wood or earth divine arts either, so I can't possibly control this much rock and stone at will. The others, burdened with heavy packs on their shoulders, hear this and their faces darken. Mouth's agapope kindled only moments ago is snuffed out in an instant. Zyro Hu's temper flares hotter by the second, as though he can barely contain himself. Well, you should at least try first. Having no other choice, Wu Jiaxu obeys and immediately launches an attack at the nearest wall. His sky-piercing rock pillar technique stabs straight upward, but when it strikes the fleshy wall, it barely makes a scratch. Without so much as a tremble, the technique crumbles into tiny golden fragments, shattering completely and raining down to the ground. Wu Jiaxu stands there and murmurs, as you can all see, my earth attribute techniques against these boulders are like an egg smashing against a rock. Xuan Mingling steps forward and asks, but you are the nephew of Dean Wu, are you not? Your clan's forte is the fire attribute cultivation technique, is it not? Wu Jiaxu raises his hand, his mind drifting to Wu Tianheng. I do not wish to use the power that my bloodline grants me. Without warning, another avalanche of massive boulders comes crashing down. Bai Dai shouts urgently, stop being so stubborn. If you don't use your fire techniques, we will all die here. Her words strike Wu Jiaxu like a thunderbolt, freezing him in place. Her words echo the guidance Wu Tianheng once gave him. As a member of the Orthodox Alliance, the Wu clan must also bear its corresponding responsibilities. Strength surges through him. Confidence begins to blaze in his eyes. In the end, I cannot escape the destiny of my clan. Wu Jiaxu lowers the heavy pack from his shoulder. Around him, blazing flames ignite as though erupting from nothing. If I cannot avoid it, then I shall wield it with everything I have. He channels every shred of strength, raises his hand, and unleashes a thunderous roar, blazing flame incarnation. Even Wu Linggen cannot help but marvel at the sheer force of his aura. Indeed, such power can melt solid rock in the blink of an eye. After all, they share the same Wu clan bloodline. Wu Jiaxu crouches and launches himself skyward, hurtling headfirst toward the enormous crimson boulder. With a titanic boom, the boulder explodes into fragments. Smoke and flame reduced to cinders in an instant. Everyone below stares in stunned disbelief. It worked. They look up at him with expressions of awe and pride. Is this kid trying to burn the entire spirit mine to the ground? I suppose you do have a discerning eye after all. Suddenly, something catches Wu Linggen's attention. Wu Jiaxu still hovers in midair, but something is terribly wrong with his body. Without uttering a single word, he collapses unconscious, plummeting. The people below cry out in panic, Wu Jiaxu. The others below watch in helpless anguish. A fall from that height will surely kill him. Someone save him. Wu Linggen does not hesitate. He launches himself forward in a flash. One powerful leap and he soars into the air. Immortal art-soaring leap. Wu Linggen gasps for breath as he catches Wu Jiaxu's body, which is wreathed in scorching flame. The searing heat tears through him on contact. Sweat pours down his face without ceasing. The heat is unbearable. Another shockwave hammers them both. They crash down to the ground. Bai Dai rushes toward them in alarm, Wu Linggen, but Hu too blocks her path, his staff sweeping across to bar her way. Hold! The two stand there, locked in confrontation. What are you doing? We need to save them. Can't you see the flames on their bodies? This flame shows no sign of extinguishing if we touch them. We will be burned as well. Xuan Mingling narrows his eyes, a flicker of unease crossing his face. From what I know, he has awakened the Wu clan's secret bloodline physical burning fate tyrant physique. His brow furrows with gravity. This is also the ultimate technique that every descendant of the Wu clan is bound to master. The user immolates their own body to achieve 100-fold or even 1,000-fold amplification of their power. Xuan Mingling explains to the group, but the flame, once ignited, is exceedingly difficult to extinguish. If the user cannot maintain control, it will consume them entirely, reducing them to ash. Bai Dai cannot accept this. She cries out, you mean we can only stand here and watch them burn alive? Xuan Mingling draws 4 golden talismans from his robes. I can only deploy rain-summoning talismans to ease the flames. The rest depends on their own will to survive. Suddenly, two figures descend from above, cutting in sharply. There is no need for any further intervention, little friend. It is Wu Tianheng and Dean Weath, two academy heads. They glide down and land with effortless grace, their presence radiating authority. Bai Dai's eyes light up. It's Dean Wu and Dean Wei. But Chu and Mingling's first words make both arrivals stiffen mid-stride. Dean Wu. Your hair is. Dean Wei says nothing. He moves immediately to render aid. Wu Jiaxu lies engulfed in a sea of blazing fire. The Dean slowly lifts him into the air. Dean Wei glances over his shoulder and fires a few words at Wu Tianheng. Hey, old man, your nephew and your students are all gravely injured. I'll use a temporary method to suppress the flames. You need to treat them at once. Hurry with the treatment. Wu Tianheng straightens his hair and replies, I know. He strides toward his nephew. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepares to act. Hu Tu and Pan Hong stand nearby, watching the technique unfold with wide, astonished eyes. The spiritual energy flows so smoothly. Is this truly the Dean of Chuanshan Academy? What sort of strange cultivation technique is he about to use? Wu Tianheng lets out a thunderous shout, his eyes blazing with brilliant light. Drink it all in. With that, he throws his mouth wide open and draws a deep, mighty breath. In an instant, every last tongue of flame is sucked straight into his maw. The two onlookers gape in utter disbelief. He devoured the flames with his mouth. Xu and Mingling smirks and glances at the group behind him. You lot only see the surface. By the time you understand, you'll already have been left far behind. He shifts his gaze to the two elders. Though Dean Wu's movements appear simple, they represent a complete absorption and control system. The searing flames that no one dared extinguish. His mastery of spiritual energy manipulation within them is extraordinary. It will never be as simple as it looks. Meanwhile, Wu Tianheng continues to devour the flames with reckless abandon. The two onlookers nod in dawning comprehension. So that's how it is. His cheeks swell ever larger as he absorbs the blaze entirely. Wu Tianheng turns his head to one side and expels the collected flames. A massive fireball rockets from his mouth, soaring into the distance. It slams into the fleshy wall with a thunderous boom and detonates, blowing the obstruction to pieces. Done. Only now can Wu Tianheng finally release a long, relieved breath. Xu and Mingling approaches with a bright expression and offers his thanks. I have long heard of the great reputation of Dean Wu. Today's meeting is truly a great honor, he replies with polite courtesy. Indeed it is. Tianheng slowly turns his head, and the sight sends shockwaves through every onlooker. His lips are blistered and swollen, ballooned grotesquely like two slabs of scorched beef. It was only a few basic inhalation and exhalation cultivation techniques. Nothing more. Huo Tu and Pan Hong instantly turned deathly pale with fear. Looking at Academy Master Wu again, he hardly appears to be someone worth trusting. Perhaps all the great figures of the Alliance are like this. In truth, even their own captain is no different in temperament. After a while, Jiaxu slowly regains consciousness. Ah, what happened to me? Tianheng calls out urgently, Ji Zhu. He rushes over to help the boy sit up. Don't worry. The flames ravaging your body have been completely purified. Once we return, you'll only need further treatment and you'll recover. Jiaxu lets out a bitter laugh. In the end, you got your wish. I still shouldered this burden for the Wu family. Tianheng grips his hand tightly and declares, it is not merely that you bear the Wu family's burden, it is because of your actions that the Wu family endures in this world. Tianheng casts his gaze downward at the others. His meaning clear. Look at the companions you saved. These living, breathing souls rescued from the jaws of death. They are the future of the cultivation world. The very thing our Wu family has always sworn to protect. Seeing that Jiaxu is unharmed, the others rush forward joyfully. We owe our lives to Wu Jiaxu. He stares at them in stunned disbelief. I never expected this. Tianheng bursts into laughter, stroking his beard as he speaks. Now do you understand why our Wu family has persevered so stubbornly all this time? Jiaxu beams with happiness and gently nods. Yes. At that moment, Linggen rises to his feet on his own. He says nothing, only gasping for breath without pause. Wu Linggen stands rooted in place, utterly motionless. Bai Dai stands behind him, bewildered, and shouts, Linggen, what are you doing? He turns his head and says, everyone is safe now. I can go save Zyro Yu. Hearing this, she freezes, then moves to block him. Have you lost your mind? In your current condition, going to the demon race's territory is nothing short of suicide. Even so, I will never abandon Zyro Yu. Tianheng hears this and fails to comprehend what is happening. The demon race. What in the world happened? Bai Dai condenses the situation into a single sentence for him. The demon race's young master forcibly abducted Linggen's maidservant, declaring he intends to marry her. Tianheng immediately surges forward and seizes the boy. This is an internal affair of the demon race. We cannot recklessly intervene. Linggen's eyes blaze. I don't care about the Ling Si. He locks eyes with Tianheng, his resolve absolute. All I need is for Xiao Yu to live on in happiness. Tianheng hears this and stiffens, stunned. He never imagined the boy's sense of duty burned this fierce enough to risk birthing an inner demon. Behind Tianheng, a towering inferno of fury seems to erupt. He makes his decision. He must stop this boy before it is too late. Forgive me, I cannot allow you to act so rashly. Linggen hears those words and sees Tianheng's hand reaching out. He surges forward, throwing a punch with all his might. Don't you dare stop me. Boom, a devastating full-force strike infused with immortal artistry. Tianheng is sent hurtling backward. Everyone witnessing the scene is left in disbelief. Tianheng is truly furious. His brow furrows deeply. In an instant, he conjures a colossal golden warhammer into existence. Tianheng swings with every ounce of his strength slam. Linggen is crushed flat as a pancake. He trembles against the ground, utterly unable to move. Linggen's face rapidly darkens, consciousness slipping away into oblivion. At this moment, night has fully descended. Fireflies drift through the darkness, their gentle glow illuminating the scene. Deep within the forest of 10,000 demons, Xiao Yue drags Xiao Yu along behind him. Without a shred of mercy, he hurls her into a cave prison. Until our grand wedding ceremony, you will wait here obediently. Xiao Yu seethes with fury. Her eyes blazing like daggers, she looks as though she wants to devour him whole. Don't you dare dream of it. Even if I die, I will never marry the likes of you. Hearing her defiance, Xiao Yue only grows more thrilled. He lets out a laugh. Your sharp tongue will hold out, but only for now. He turns and gestures behind him. She slowly follows his gaze toward the darkness behind, and terror floods into her eyes. Behind her there are many others. Imprisoned here, every last clansman of the Tushan clan has been captured, my brothers. If you brothers want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button right now, and give a gentle tap on the like button if you would. Thank you all for watching until the end. Goodbye, my loves.